Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. For as long as he could remember, this guy dreamed of another world, where dragons, ancient magic, and endless adventures actually existed. And one day, that dream finally came true. Except instead of a fantasy kingdom, he woke up in the middle of an endless frozen tundra, where nothing existed except eternal winter, countless savage monsters, and a daily fight just to stay alive. That very day, a mysterious system appeared before him, giving him only one objective: escape this cursed land no matter what. For the next years, he completed one deadly quest after another, clashing with monsters that could wipe out armies. Every quest he cleared made him stronger with each passing day. Over time, the frozen tundra itself forged him into a true barbarian capable of surviving there, where even the strongest adventurers met their end. But one day, in the middle of that endless frozen wasteland, he suddenly spotted a merchant carriage, escorted by an entire squad of armed knights. And that chance encounter was where Ketel's real story finally began. Then he studies them more carefully, already deciding what use they might have. After spotting their wagons, he confirms they are merchants, and they nervously admit it. He also identifies the armed men as hired guards, which they reluctantly confirm. Ketel advises them to turn back from the wasteland, though he assumes they are too committed to do so. That blunt warning only makes the captain more wary. Ketel notices there is someone important inside the carriage, and the noblewoman realizes he has sensed her presence. The captain reacts sharply, alarmed that the stranger has singled out the hidden passenger. Then Ketel makes an even stranger proposal. He wants them to hire him as well. The guards are left stunned by the absurdity of a barbarian asking for paid work. Ketel clarifies that he is offering to guide and protect them across the wasteland. The captain struggles to understand whether this means the barbarian is genuinely not hostile, or merely toying with them. Ketel answers with simple logic: if he meant them harm, they would already be dead. That reminder silences the guards, because none of them can deny the threat behind his calm tone. The captain falls into thought while his men wait for his judgment. Inside the carriage, the noblewoman quietly signals that she has been listening to everything. She asks the servant whether he heard the barbarian's proposal as well. When he confirms it, she recognizes that the impossible legend they were discussing has just appeared before them. The captain relays Ketel's offer to the carriage and asks what decision they want him to make. Faced with the danger before her, the blue-haired woman falls silent and weighs her options. The silver-haired barbarian's envoy makes clear that fighting him would end badly, and strongly advises against resistance. She remains tense, understanding the threat behind the warning. Even so, she decides to accept the meeting and orders that he be admitted. Her subordinate bows and moves to carry out the decision. The messenger heads back through the snow to report her answer. He informs the waiting barbarian that she has agreed to see him. The barbarian reacts with quiet satisfaction. Pleased, he treats the acceptance as the opening he wanted. The guards immediately grow alarmed at his response. Before they can react properly, he closes the distance himself and appears right in front of them. He dismisses their fear, insists he is only the hired help, and says he merely wants to speak directly with the woman in charge. The captain tries to warn him not to overstep. The barbarian answers with a calm threat, making it clear any interference will be punished. The captain is forced into uneasy silence as the barbarian proceeds. One guard questions whether letting him meet her is truly safe, but the captain can only fall back on the fact that permission was given. Another guard argues that even mercenaries should stop him somehow, but the captain has no real answer. Ignoring their objections, the barbarian heads inside as if their resistance is beneath notice. Inside, the butler panics at the sight of him, while the woman tries to keep the situation under control. Though startled, she formally invites him in. The butler is left speechless by how easily the intruder is being received. She steadies herself and confirms that he may enter. The barbarian accepts with confidence and steps forward. The butler nervously tries to manage the encounter with proper decorum. The barbarian settles in with casual dominance, making himself comfortable in her space. He tells the butler to calm down, signaling that he intends to control the tone of the meeting. He claims he has no intention of harming anyone, though the butler openly distrusts him. The woman, overwhelmed, realizes she is standing before a legendary barbarian from old stories. She introduces herself politely, and he returns the courtesy as if this were an ordinary visit. He shifts the conversation to the room itself, noting that such warmth should be difficult to maintain in this frozen land. She explains that the house is kept warm through magic. That answer immediately catches his interest, confirming something he wanted to know. He warns that the snowfield is dangerous enough to wipe out most travelers, then offers protection in exchange for what he wants. She agrees to hear him out, though both she and the butler brace for the cost of his help. When she asks what condition he has, he states his demand plainly. What he wants is knowledge about the world beyond the snowfields. More specifically, he wants the information she possesses about the outside world. She repeats the request in surprise, trying to understand why that is his price. He presses the point, framing it as a favorable bargain for her. She realizes she has little real power to refuse. Resigned, she accepts the terms. Satisfied, he asks for her name, turning the course of negotiation into a formal introduction. She identifies herself as Melina of House Akasha. He introduces himself as Ketel and declares that he expects them to work together. Keto reflects that he once longed for a fantasy world, only to awaken one day as a barbarian trapped in a snowfield. There had been no time to question how it happened, because survival demanded everything from him. In that frozen land, only monstrous threats and desperate tribal survival existed, and he fought simply to endure. After what feels like countless years of struggle, his obsession became escaping the snowfield at any cost. At last, a new possibility appears before him. A system message reveals the condition for leaving. He can escape the snowfield only after completing a quest. Trapped in the deadly snowfield by an unknown force, the man endures only because travelers from the outside occasionally pass through. At some point, he realizes the world beyond this frozen prison is exactly what he has been longing for. Seeing the bright land outside as a true fantasy world, he fixes his desire on reaching it. From then on, he stops merely surviving and begins actively clearing the quests that might let him escape. Driven by a single goal, he hunts monsters and completes task after task in hopes of finally leaving the snowfield. While speaking with a blue-haired woman, he explains that as long as he remains trapped here, any information from outsiders is extremely valuable to him. He adds that most outsiders he has met were too terrified or unstable to speak rationally with him. Because she is calm and reasonable, he treats this conversation as a rare chance to learn about the world beyond the snowfield. He quickly deduces that her group is transporting weapons. Caught off guard, she confirms it, and wonders how he knew. He explains that the steel wagons gave it away, then immediately asks whether a war is happening outside. She confirms that the Empire and the Kingdom are currently at war, leading him to note that the outside world is hardly peaceful either. She clarifies that the Kingdom is only holding out because the Empire's overwhelming advance is being resisted. According to her, that resistance depends on two extraordinary figures protecting the border, the Sword Master and the Hero. The mention of such beings shocks him, and he presses her to explain what kind of power they possess. She hesitates, surprised by his ignorance, and realizes he truly has never left this place. Even so, she begins explaining what she knows about the mysterious power system of the outside world. She says that some people can sense a force called mystery, and those people are divided into 5 ranks of strength, beginning with third rate. Third rate refers to those who can only perceive mystery. Second rate marks those who can actually use that power. First rate includes people who can manifest mystery as mana or aura, such as knights, mages, and spirit summoners. Beyond that is the transcendent rank, being so far above normal humans that they can reshape the world itself, and she places the Sword Master there. Above even that stands the Hero, a legendary existence beyond ordinary measure. She emphasizes that even first-rate fighters are elite, while second-rate individuals are already powerful within a small domain. Hearing all this, he abruptly declares that he wants to meet these extraordinary people. He admits he has lost track of how long he has been trapped here and that survival alone has consumed him until now. All he truly knows is that he is confined in a field of snow while a fantasy world lies outside, forever out of reach. He finally states his desire plainly. He truly wants to get out of the snowfield. That wish hardens into absolute resolve. He silently reaffirms to himself that escape is no longer optional. As their wagon continues through the storm, the conversation turns from his longing to his identity. When she calls him Sir Keatle and asks if he is a barbarian, he avoids confirming it directly but notes that she clearly already knows of him. She says she knows him because of a legend. He is startled to learn that stories about him exist at all. Her surprise makes it clear she assumed he already knew of his own reputation. As she recalls the tale of a barbarian who fought an emperor, he realizes the emperor she means is the same armored man he once dismissed as just another madman. Amused, he accepts that the legend may be true and that others like him must have reached this place before. He then returns to the practical matter and asks why her group is risking a heavily armed journey through the snowfield. She hesitates, unsure how much to reveal. At last she admits the reason is simple. They desperately need money. She explains that her merchant family inherited a huge debt after an ancestor squandered their fortune, and repaying it has become the burden of her generation. He immediately infers that they intend to sell weapons to the kingdom, which is desperate for arms because of the war. He reasons that since the empire already has overwhelming numbers, the kingdom must be the side willing to pay inflated prices for more weapons. From that, he concludes the cargo must be valuable enough to justify risking their lives in the snowfield. He pushes further and deduces that the only reason to use this route is because her territory borders the empire, leaving the snowfield as the path to the kingdom. Stunned by how accurately he pieces it together, she confirms that he is right. Her confidence in the legend collapses as she realizes the supposedly ignorant savage is reading the entire situation with ease, and she demands to know who he really is. Before she can process that contradiction, something violent suddenly interrupts the moment. The wagon jolts with terrifying force, shocking the elderly man traveling with them. In an instant, the blue-haired woman is hurled across the carriage as the attack throws everyone into chaos. A silver-haired man notes that unexpected visitors have arrived. Outside in the snow, the newcomers face a towering black slime monster blocking their path. The sight shocks the group, and the blue-haired woman immediately recognizes the danger. When the creature is identified as a black slime, the silver-haired man casually confirms the name. The woman explains that black slimes are known monsters preserved in old records, which catches his interest. She recounts that many powerful warriors once tried to conquer the white snowfield, and the few who survived often recorded black slimes as the most common threat. Uneasy, she asks Ketelnim whether he also knows about them. He answers with absurd confidence that he knows them as edible creatures and even considers them decent snacks. Her alarm turns to disbelief when she realizes he is serious about eating them. He brushes off her reaction and tells her that if she is curious, she can try catching one herself. Before the exchange can continue, the black slime suddenly lunges into action. The attack jolts everyone into panic as the threat becomes immediate. Instead of moving, Ketelnim remains still, drawing attention back to the promise he made earlier. He reminds them that he entered into a contract to protect their lives, but he clarifies that he will only intervene if the danger is truly beyond them. As the woman struggles to understand, he bluntly judges that the others can handle this much on their own. With a faint smile, he reveals that he is using the fight to measure the outside world's current level of strength. Meanwhile, the black slime bears down on the party with crushing force. The blonde leader urgently orders a shield formation. His companion answers at once and moves to comply. The impact slams into their defense, shaking the formation but not breaking it outright. Under the pressure, the fighters grit through the strain and hold their ground. One warrior is struck hard as the slime's mass crashes through the melee. Another fighter leaps onto the monster to counterattack from above. His blow detonates against the slime's body in a violent burst. But the creature's substance clings to him, and he starts getting swallowed by the black sludge. A blade cuts in to free him, though the rescuers realize ordinary strikes are not solving the problem. The black slime surges forward again, looming over the blonde leader. Thinking quickly, he recalls that black slimes only move in straight lines and orders everyone to scatter and coordinate. The others immediately obey and spread out to execute the plan. The monster's charge smashes into empty ground where its target had just been. Using that opening, one fighter rushes in from the side. He vaults onto the slime and drives his spear down in a committed strike. The attack lands, but the monster remains active and enraged. Its body swells and twists as it prepares another response. A weapon begins to glow with green energy, signaling a stronger technique. The empowered spear shoots forward with far greater reach and force. It pierces deep into the slime's body, finally reaching something vital inside. As the creature convulses, the team presses the advantage instead of letting up. The blonde leader rushes in, shouting for them not to stop attacking. He follows with a powerful greenlit slash that tears through the monster. While striking, he explains that simple attacks are useless unless they target the hidden core inside. A flurry of cutting arcs converges as the finishing assault is unleashed. The blonde leader raises his sword overhead and commits everything to one final downward blow. The strike crashes through the slime in a burst of energy. At the center, the red core shatters. With its core destroyed, the black slime collapses into lifeless sludge. One fighter starts to process the result in stunned disbelief. Then the group breaks into relieved celebration, convinced they have won. Watching from inside, the blue-haired woman finally lets herself believe they really did it. A silver-haired barbarian watches in silence as the journey through the snow continues. Up ahead, the escorts are thrown into panic when a giant wolf charges them and someone warns that it is no ordinary beast. The mercenaries try to organize themselves, shouting for an attack on the creature's neck. They commit to the strike with urgency, trying to bring the beast down before it reaches the group. One fighter rushes in beneath the wolf's jaws, forcing a close clash in the snow. The attack turns messy and dangerous, leaving the escorts shaken rather than victorious. When the dust settles, the mercenaries note that the fight was easier than expected and begin doubting the rumors about the white snowfield. Their leader warns them not to relax, reminding them they are still far from safe. Even so, suspicion grows that the famed barbarian traveling with them may not be as formidable as his reputation suggests. One man privately concludes that the barbarian is merely benefiting from the group while doing nothing himself. That resentment hardens into a proposal to test whether he deserves his special treatment. Inside the carriage, the blue-haired noblewoman senses the tension and becomes uneasy. The barbarian remains calm, showing no sign of concern over the brewing challenge. A mercenary steps forward and formally asks to speak to the noblewoman in charge. He argues that since they are risking their lives for this mission, questioning one idle companion is only fair. The noblewoman acknowledges their service and explains that this crossing was arranged in haste, unlike previous expeditions that had time to prepare. But the mercenary cuts in and makes clear that one point is unacceptable to him. He points out that the barbarian has not fought even once while everyone else bears the danger. He asks permission to test whether that man truly merits such exceptional treatment. The noblewoman immediately realizes the test he means and hesitates. Faced with the pressure of the group, she falters instead of stopping it outright. Another escort admits he tried to prevent this confrontation, but the others refuse to back down. The barbarian finally responds with faint amusement, recognizing that they want proof of his strength. He agrees in principle, but says the timing is wrong. He explains that they already have visitors approaching, confusing the mercenaries. As he speaks, a sinister presence reveals itself, pleased that mortals have entered its hunting ground. The escorts freeze as they realize the barbarian sensed the threat before any of them did. A monstrous serpent emerges and delights in the fear and struggle it expects to draw from them. The noblewoman cries out as the serpent's roar and pressure crash over the group. The mercenaries scramble to defend her, but they are already reacting too late. The barbarian steps forward and declares that the people here are under his protection, ordering the serpent to leave. The serpent mocks him for speaking as if he rules the white snowfield and questions his authority over mortal territory. He dismisses the challenge completely, refusing to justify himself to the creature. The serpent answers with force, asserting itself as the true power of the snowfield and unleashing a violent attack. It accuses him of overstepping and moves to punish him for claiming dominion over what it considers its domain. The barbarian decides the beast will only understand violence, and prepares to teach it that lesson. He meets the attack head-on with a single overwhelming blow. The strike tears through the serpent's advance and hurls its massive body back. The impact detonates across the snowfield in a burst of blue force. The mercenaries are blasted by the shockwave and can only endure the aftermath. The explosion leaves the battlefield in chaos, making the scale of his power impossible to ignore. The noblewoman shields herself as one of her attendants rushes to her in alarm. Through the smoke, the barbarian coldly tells the serpent that this is what happens when it refuses to listen. Watching him stand alone against the monster, the noblewoman calls his name in stunned disbelief. Without looking back, he tells her he will finish dealing with the threat and join her shortly. He stamps down with crushing force, driving more power into the ground beneath the serpent. Then he launches himself upward in a surge of dark energy to continue the assault. His eyes sharpen with lethal focus as he closes in for the finishing strike. A final blast of concentrated power erupts, ending the exchange in a blinding flash. In the stunned silence afterward, the noblewoman stares ahead while an older attendant breaks into relieved, excited praise at what they have just witnessed. A desperate plea for mercy opens the encounter, with someone admitting a crime grave enough to deserve death. The silver-haired traveler refuses to trust a stranger too easily, though he is willing to hear her out. Their carriage continues through the brutal snow as the journey presses on. Even the older attendant struggles against the freezing conditions, showing how dangerous the trip truly is. The traveler studies the young woman in silence, deciding to probe deeper. He admits she has caught his interest, taking her by surprise. Reading her refined speech, he concludes she is more than a mere servant and asks why she would personally risk such a deadly trade mission. She hesitates, unsure how much to reveal. At last she identifies herself as Belika Akasha's first daughter, born to Lord Kazak Akasha through a concubine. Her background explains her weakness within the family. Her mother was used for politics and discarded, leaving them without influence. She confesses that despite their blood ties, she and her mother are treated as little more than servants. Realizing she has exposed too much, she tries to pull herself back under control. She confirms that joining this mission was her own choice, despite the mortal risk. Her reason is simple and calculated. Someone had to step forward and set an example. The traveler immediately understands and recognizes that she is far sharper than she first appeared. He pushes further, calling her not only intelligent but deeply ambitious, which unsettles her. Before she can respond, the carriage lurches and interrupts the moment. He turns his attention outward as the journey comes to an end. The announcement of their arrival catches her off guard. Outside, the escorts stare in disbelief at what lies ahead. For the first time, the party sees grass instead of endless snow. After thanking Lord Keto, she asks how he plans to return, and he casually says he will simply cross the border back through the Empire. Before they part, she stops him by name. She asks him to explain what he meant when he called her intelligent and ambitious. He answers plainly that he meant exactly that, forcing her to listen. He lays out her situation. Her family's prestige is fading, and as a concubine's daughter she must secure real power herself, or be ruined when the family declines. He concludes that she intends to seize control of her household, because desperate followers will rally behind whoever can preserve them. He challenges her to deny it. She realizes he has seen through her perfectly, and cannot honestly refute him. He treats her choice as an old and familiar pattern, a neglected child taking a dangerous gamble to restore the family name. Privately, she judges him far more perceptive than the fools who only pretend to be clever. Seeing his strength, she imagines how formidable he would be if he ever left the snowfields and entered the wider world. Acting on that thought, she invites Lord Keto to join her. He declines for now, saying he still has unfinished matters in this land. Accepting his refusal, she decides to leave him with something instead. She offers him a jeweled family token and asks him to take it. She explains that if he ever changes his mind and seeks out the Akasha family beyond the snowfields, he should present that piece. He accepts it readily as a gift. They part with mutual respect, both sensing that their paths may cross again someday. He watches her depart, left alone at the threshold of change. 5 years pass in the white snowfields, and at last the long-awaited conditions are fulfilled. The system confirms his quest is complete, the rewards are distributed, and he is finally permitted to leave the snowfields. With that restriction lifted, he steps toward the fantasy world he has long wanted to reach. He embraces the moment as the true beginning of his journey. Breathing deeply, he savors scents he could never know in the frozen wastes, starting with grass. He takes in the living world around him as the smells of beasts and running water replace the sterile cold. The richness of it all delights him. He turns forward with satisfaction, ready to leave the old land behind. Looking back at the snowy plain, he curses it and vows never to return. Before him lies the fantasy world he dreamed of in a previous life, a distant, wondrous place of illusion, mystery, and possibility that he can finally enter. A man reflects that his desire to live came from longing for a fantasy world filled with magic and swords. What sustained him even more was the promise of dragons, elves, and everything that made such a world feel truly fantastical. He admits that without that dream he would have died long ago, because sheer will alone could not have carried him through the deadly snowy plains. Now, stepping into a lush new land, he notices signs of life and realizes he may finally have reached civilization. As he looks ahead, he senses a place where miracles seem to gather and recognizes it as a settlement. Relieved, he concludes it must be a village and celebrates finally finding a civilized place in this world. Remembering his failed attempts to reason with crude nomads in the snow, he hopes this village will be different. He misses the order of structured human settlements and starts worrying about how to make a proper first impression. Trying to act politely, he approaches with the intention of greeting the villagers like a gentleman. The peaceful forest village seems calm and inviting as he moves deeper inside. He raises a hand to announce himself without hostility. At that same moment, an elder elf is declaring that this place will become the villagers' new home. The elves happily embrace the move, arriving with their families and belongings full of hope. Under the elder's direction, they begin settling in and organizing the new village. One villager hesitantly interrupts the elder with a concern. He asks whether the place is truly safe, and the elder answers with complete confidence that it is. The elder explains that although the area is remote and humans never come here, he understands why some still feel uneasy. The villager voices his real fear: monsters from the snowy plains might be too close for comfort. The elder dismisses the danger, saying nothing has emerged from those plains for thousands of years. He adds that they have also set up a barrier to conceal and protect the forest, making outside approach nearly impossible. His confidence rests above all on the presence of their queen, whom he treats as their ultimate safeguard. He insists that no monster could ever reach her, reinforcing the villagers' faith in their protection. Nearby, the traveler's hand brushes through the unseen barrier and tears it open. He notices the strange sensation and realizes he may have touched and damaged something invisible. Not understanding what it was, he keeps walking and wonders how much farther he has to go. A sudden sound makes him stop and turn, sensing someone nearby. A small blonde elf child peeks out from hiding to see who entered. He is startled and thrilled to discover that the figure is actually an elf. The sight confirms for him that he has truly reached one of fantasy's signature races. His excitement swells as he takes in the reality of meeting a genuine elf so soon. Delighted by his luck, he feels newly grateful just to be alive. The child, however, is frightened, lost, and unsure where she is or how far she has wandered. When she looks up and finally sees him clearly, her fear spikes. She freezes in shock at the sight of the towering stranger. He tries a simple greeting, hoping to begin gently. Instead, the child is overwhelmed by terror. She faints on the spot before any real conversation can begin. The forest falls briefly quiet as the moment turns awkward. The man catches the unconscious child and is left kneeling there, unsure what to do next. He can only stare at the situation in baffled silence. Since she collapsed before he could explain himself, he considers carrying her back to the village. Reasoning that elves are usually gentle and good in fantasy lore, he imagines returning the child and being welcomed for helping her. He even pictures a friendly reception, with the child happily accepting him. Pleased by that possibility, he starts looking forward to meeting the villagers. Smiling to himself, he carries the sleeping child toward the settlement. The fantasy shatters when horrified elves spot a human holding the unconscious girl and assume the worst. They accuse him of breaking through the barrier and react with panic and outrage rather than gratitude. The child's mother rushes forward in tears, convinced her daughter has been taken or harmed. The elder is stunned that a human could appear in such a hidden place at all, until someone reports that the barrier has been cracked. Realizing their queen is away from the village, the elder panics because their greatest protection is no longer present. A silver-haired human tries to return a frightened elf child and insists he is not their enemy, warning the unseen elves that he will kill her only if they refuse to take her back. An elderly elf realizes in alarm that his hidden location has been exposed. Seeing the ancient barrier broken and armed humans nearby, he concludes they must have been tracked for some time and that an attack was prepared in advance. Meanwhile, the human is thrown off by how completely he is being mistaken for a kidnapper. He decides the first priority is to clear up the misunderstanding before things get worse. The child trembles in his arms, still overwhelmed and afraid. As he loosens his hold, she hesitates in confusion. Then she realizes she is actually being let go. He gently tells her to go back to her own people. The girl turns back uncertainly, still trying to understand his intentions. When she faces him again, his imposing presence terrifies her despite the kindness of the gesture. The fear finally breaks her composure, and she freezes in tears. She runs back to the elves in panic, confirming to them that the human is terrifying. The man bitterly reflects that his appearance may have worked well enough elsewhere, but here it only deepens the misunderstanding. Even so, he presents the returned child as proof that he came without hostile intent. The elder acknowledges that the hostage is free, but the tension does not ease. Instead of listening, the elves order a full attack. A rain of arrows drops toward the human before he can finish appealing to reason. As he faces the assault, he revises his image of elves, finding them far harsher than legend suggested. He recalls that stories paint elves as gentle lovers of nature, but now sees that life in the wild has shaped them differently. In his mind, nature itself becomes the explanation. Survival breeds violence, so their ferocity is not so surprising after all. Under the barrage, he calmly studies their attack instead of panicking. While the elves speculate about his gear and urge each other to keep firing, he prepares to respond. He tells them to calm down and raises a hand as if to settle the battlefield by force. A burst of purple power erupts from him and intercepts the attack. He clasps his hands and channels the energy with deliberate control. The magic slams into the ground with explosive force. The nearest elves are jolted by the shockwave. Panic spreads as they realize too late that they need a barrier. His unleashed power tears through the area before any defense can fully form. Elves and debris are hurled into the air by the blast. The destructive wave continues ripping across the clearing. It spirals outward in a widening arc, carving through the surroundings. Even the elder's staff and footing shake under the force of it. Staring at the devastation, the elder can only ask what kind of power this is. Across the gouged earth between them, the human again starts to say he is not their enemy. He admits he may have overdone it, then tries once more to address the elves directly. Before he can continue, a flaming arrow streaks in from above. He notices the new attack at the last moment, and turns toward it. The arrow detonates in a violent burst of fire. The elder and another elf are left staring upward in confusion at this new development. A woman descends into the scene with effortless poise. She lands lightly, her arrival immediately commanding attention. The elves recognize her as their queen, and she demands to know what has happened here. The elder hurriedly reports that a human attacked them. The queen takes in the claim without reacting emotionally. After surveying the wreckage, she concludes that even this place is no longer safe. From within the smoke, the human interrupts before she can act on that judgment. Emerging awkwardly but unharmed, he asks that they at least hear him out before deciding anything further. The queen is caught off guard that he is still standing and trying to negotiate. An old elf is stunned that the human survived a direct strike from the queen without injury. The elf queen steps forward and concludes that even someone as powerful as this human has come after her people. Looking down on him, she hardens her contempt and judges humans as vile creatures. She declares herself the queen of the Leaf clan and prepares to answer the threat personally. She addresses him with cold disdain, reducing him to nothing more than a human intruder. Without hesitation, she draws her bow and channels fire into the arrow. She vows to make him pay for human greed and releases her killing intent. The man realizes they do understand each other, but she has no interest in listening and sees humans and elves as natural enemies. Accepting that words are useless, he decides to settle the situation by force. He recalls a lesson from the tundra. Once you land a hit, people finally start listening. As the queen fires, a surge of blue power forms around her shot. She notices too late that his response is already overtaking her attack. The released force expands upward into a massive torrent. A gigantic blue dragon-shaped blast rises before him and bears down on the queen. He drives his fist forward, feeding the attack with brute force. Purple energy erupts around his strike as he commits fully to the blow. His punch collides with her power and overwhelms it in a violent burst. The impact tears across the ground and sends the queen flying back. For the first time, she is visibly shaken by how overwhelming his strength is. Meanwhile, he casually realizes he may have overdone it. The aftermath crashes down in a destructive explosion around the battlefield. The queen lands amid rubble, momentarily speechless from the hit. He awkwardly wonders if he should have held back even more. Still reeling, she struggles to process what just happened. From that single clash, she understands he is at least at the level of a transcendent, and cannot fathom why someone that strong is here. Realizing the danger to everyone nearby, she orders all of her people to leave at once. The surrounding elves panic at her command and the severity of the situation. She repeats the order with urgency, choosing to face the threat alone. The civilians obey and begin fleeing the area. Even while admitting his strength, she refuses to let him achieve whatever he came for. He tries to protest that he wanted to talk, but realizes the encounter has completely spiraled out of control. Determined to stop him, the queen begins a summoning ritual and calls on a spirit of primal purity. She continues the invocation, calling forth a being of blackest flame with horns of pure fire. Her focus sharpens as she commits to the summon. A blazing mass of fire gathers above her in answer to the ritual. The summoned spirit takes shape as Pigo, a fiery bull wreathed in flame. Instead of fear, the man is delighted, because this is the kind of fantasy creature he had hoped to see. He contrasts it with the monstrous beasts he knew in the tundra, which were mostly hideous abominations. To him, this bull of living fire is something entirely different and far more impressive. He is thrilled, treating the sight like the fulfillment of a fantasy dream. The queen names the spirit Pigo and orders it to annihilate the enemy before it. Pigo complains that high-grade spirit contracts are troublesome and that these jobs are a nuisance, until the queen silences it. She remains tense, watching to see whether the spirit will obey. Pigo explains that it is a high-ranking fire spirit whose power exceeds what can normally be summoned, and that the queen only managed it through a contract tied to another world tree. The queen cuts through the explanation and commands Pigo to fulfill the contract. Pigo accepts the terms and turns its attention to killing the human in front of it. But the moment it truly looks at him, its confidence falters. What it sees is not a normal man but a terrifying, inhuman presence grinning back through dark power. Pigo stiffens in alarm, suddenly aware it may have been summoned against the wrong target. Oblivious to the spirit's fear, the man remains awestruck and happily marvels that a real summoned beast exists before him. Anxious spirits report that a human has entered their territory, setting off alarm among the locals. A fiery bull spirit immediately treats the intrusion as an unforgivable offense and resolves to erase the human completely. The man barely has time to register the threat before the attack is already upon him. The bull spirit surges forward in a blaze of rage, committing fully to the kill. Its charge tears through the ground with enough force to devastate everything in its path. The assault escalates into a head-on rush meant to crush the intruder outright. The man remains unnervingly composed, showing no sign that the spirit's power has shaken him. The impact detonates violently, blasting apart the surrounding terrain. Nearby, an elf braces against the shockwave, expecting the human to have been overwhelmed. When the destruction settles without the result she expected, her certainty begins to falter. At the center of the clash, the man has simply caught the bull by the horn. The spirit is thrown off balance by the effortless stop, suddenly realizing it has met something far stronger than prey. The man is relieved to face a straightforward beast, because that makes his response simple. He turns the bull's own momentum against it, and decides to beat it down without hesitation. The elf watches in disbelief as the supposed victim becomes the dominant force in the fight. With one overwhelming blow, he launches the bull away like it weighs nothing. The strike condenses into a catastrophic burst of power. That force tears across the land in a line of destruction. It culminates in an explosion so immense it resembles a world-ending blast. The ground erupts where the attack lands, leaving the battlefield shattered. The elf is caught in the aftermath while the man emerges from the devastation completely in control. Unable to process what she has witnessed, she can only question whether any of it is real. The scale of the destruction confirms that the impossible has just happened before her eyes. As the dust clears, she faces the man directly, now seeing him as the one who decided the battle in an instant. Fear gives way to desperation, and she lowers herself to beg for mercy. She pleads for her people to be spared, assuming the human will punish all of them for the attack. Instead, he calmly tells her that he is not her enemy. His answer shocks her more than his strength did. She struggles to reconcile his restraint with everything she believed about humans. After a long exchange, both sides finally reach a new understanding. The elves accept that the man truly did not come as their foe. The elf apologizes for judging him too quickly and admits their mistake. She realizes with shame that they treated the one who returned their child as an enemy. The weight of that insult leaves her deeply remorseful. The man forgives her, explaining that he understands why she was suspicious after being driven here by other humans, though he admits it still hurt that she never let him explain. Still uncertain, she asks him directly whether he is truly unrelated to the humans hunting them. He explains that this is his first time seeing an elf at all, because none exist where he comes from. That answer introduces an unfamiliar place and immediately catches her attention. He identifies himself as the Ashen Barbarian of the Wasteland, the name outsiders use for him. She is stunned that anyone could have survived in the White Wasteland, which she thought was impossible for humans. That revelation makes her wonder whether others might also be able to emerge from that deadly region. He dismisses the idea, saying he doubts anyone else could. He explains that the wasteland is bound by strict rules that even powerful beings like serpents cannot break. Only because of a rare hidden quest was he able to bypass those rules and leave. He makes clear that his case is probably an exceptional anomaly, not something others can repeat. Relieved by that, she changes the subject and asks whether his summoned bull is all right. He casually reveals that he split the bull in half, as if that settles the matter. She explains that spirits are beings of nature, so being forcibly unsummoned only sends them back to the spirit realm rather than killing them. Trying to repay the debt and mend relations, she offers him any reward within her power. Hearing that the bull was a spirit gives him a new idea, and he begins considering what that might mean. Ketel asks whether beings other than elves can also form contracts with spirits. The elf woman hesitates, warning that for elves themselves it is not really possible. She clarifies that humans with exceptional natural affinity can sometimes make such contracts, so the idea is not impossible in every case. Even so, she falls silent, clearly weighing a difficult exception. At last she tells him that if he truly wants a spirit contract, he should go to Eldo Sagrado. She explains that Eldo Sagrado is the sacred homeland of the elves, and the one place where his goal might be achievable. Ketel immediately wonders whether a human like him would even be allowed into such a holy land. She admits the answer would normally be no, but offers to vouch for him if he keeps the location secret. She presents Eldo Sagrado as the hidden dream destination of every elf scholar. Remembering how dangerous it is for elves to reveal that sanctuary to outsiders, she acknowledges the risk she is taking for his sake. To help him, she creates a glowing token imbued with power. She gives the token to Ketel as something he will need on the journey. Ketel accepts the gift with sincere gratitude. She warns that even if he reaches the Holy Land, the elven god may still test him. Despite that, she decides he is likely to succeed and sends him off with her blessing. Before parting, she introduces herself as Marzelia Hajian Karuja, queen of the tree that turns brown in autumn, and asks his name. He introduces himself simply as Ketel, the barbarian. Without delay, Ketel launches himself into motion and begins traveling at overwhelming speed. His charge tears through the landscape so violently that the ground and air split around him. He keeps accelerating, turning his journey into a destructive blur. The force of his passage rips through the forest like a storm. Soon he is streaking across the vast woods toward human territory. At the border of the Varkan territory in the kingdom of Gehent, guards panic as they sense something powerful approaching. Their commander orders the alarm raised and calls every guard to arms. A violent impact crashes down just outside the walls. Quito lands in a cloud of dust. When the smoke clears, he stands before the border post like an ominous intruder. The guards are shaken as they begin to recognize him. Quito, oblivious to their fear, greets them politely and asks if they are the local guards. He approaches openly while the soldiers hold formation against him. The commander connects the thunderous arrival to the stranger in front of them. Seeing the ash-gray hair, the guards grow more uneasy. The scar on his chest confirms their suspicion, and disbelief turns into dread. They realize the man before them is the feared Ashen Barbarian. Quito continues forward, unconcerned by the reputation that precedes him. The guards finally draw a line and threaten to attack if he comes any closer. Quito asks them to calm down, and insists he has not come as an enemy. Still on edge, the commander demands to know what he wants. Quito raises a hand to indicate the place behind them. He points directly toward the settlement beyond the wall. The gesture only confuses the commander for a moment. Trying to understand, the guard asks whether Quito means the city beyond the wall. Quito explains that he simply wants to visit their territory. The guards are left baffled by how ordinary his request sounds after such an entrance. Later, during questioning, Quito explains that he wants to pass through the territory and, if possible, stay for a short while. The officer asks his name, and Quito gives it. The questioning turns formal as the officer asks whether anyone can verify his identity or whether he has any identification, and Quito admits he has none. That answer triggers a memory in Quito. He recalls a woman with pale blue hair giving him a star-shaped token and telling him to present it if he ever visited House Akasha. Quito reaches for that token, realizing it may solve his problem. A traveler presents a radiant crest as proof of identity, but the guard remains unconvinced. The guard is caught off guard by the unusual emblem and demands to know what it is. The traveler explains that it is the crest of House Akasha, inherited from someone of that bloodline, and argues that if the family truly exists, it should be known to the merchant power of Denayan. The guard recognizes the name as a recently rising gambling house from Gehentra, though he only knows it by reputation. Even so, he admits the crest cannot be fully verified and notes that it comes from outside the kingdom. Since the proof is incomplete but still useful, the guard agrees to let him in under one condition. The traveler pauses, wary of what the added demand will be. The guard makes it clear that what they need now is confirmation. He reveals that 3 other people with unclear identities are also seeking entry, and all of them must first clear a nearby dungeon together. The traveler quickly judges that joining a party is an easier price than expected. He accepts at once, though he signals that he has his own terms as well. The guard adds that after the dungeon is cleared, the group must report everything that happened inside. The traveler sees through the arrangement as a way for suspicious outsiders to monitor one another and expose anything dangerous. The guard is unsettled by how sharp that deduction is and starts doubting whether this man is really the simple barbarian he appears to be. The traveler calmly confirms that he is indeed a barbarian. That answer forces the guard to revise his prejudice, realizing this is the first barbarian he has met who is not just a brute. Trying to move things along, the guard ends the exchange and prepares to gather the others. Before the group can leave, another man grumbles that being forced by law into a dungeon with thieves is a miserable arrangement. He is introduced as Alessandro Tyrannus, a self-proclaimed paladin. A second man, Kazan Hark, mocks him for acting offended, implying he is just angry because a thief once robbed him. Alessandro erupts, treating the insult to his status as intolerable. Kazan dismisses his claim outright, arguing that any true paladin would never have ended up in this situation. He reduces Alessandro to the same low standing as himself, just another desperate drifter hiding behind a title. Kazan even ridicules Alessandro's surname, while both men reach for their weapons. Alessandro snaps and prepares to attack. Kazan welcomes the challenge, confident that Alessandro's battered armor will not save him. He draws his blade with a predatory grin, ready to turn the argument into a fight. Alessandro answers by gripping his own sword and committing to the clash. Just as violence is about to break out, a timid voice begs them to stop. The 2 men freeze with their blades raised over the frightened nun who has stepped between them. The cleric, Hayes of Kaloja, quietly despairs at having to enter a dungeon with people like this and wonders whether it can possibly go well. The group learns that 4 people are required for the dungeon, meaning one final member is still missing. Hayes anxiously waits, already uneasy about what kind of person might complete the party. A sound at the door makes her tense up at once. The guard announces that the last person has arrived, while Kazan privately hopes this newcomer is at least sane. Heavy footsteps signal someone far more imposing than expected. The newcomer enters with an overwhelming presence that immediately dominates the room. Everyone turns toward the doorway and is visibly shaken by the sheer size of the man who has joined them. The barbarian greets them cheerfully and asks if they are his party members. His size and pressure leave the others stunned, and they can barely process that this giant is supposed to be human. Kazan feels the oppressive aura most sharply and struggles not to be rattled by it. The barbarian, however, acts friendly and introduces himself without hostility. Satisfied that the group is assembled, the guard leaves them alone to sort themselves out before departure. Taking the lead, the barbarian proposes introductions and gives his name as Ketel. Put on the spot, Kazan awkwardly admits that he is Kazan Hark and openly identifies himself as a thief. Ketel accepts that easily, then turns to Alessandro, who insists on being recognized as a paladin and gives his full name. When asked whether he can use holy power, Alessandro admits that he normally could, but as a fallen paladin he no longer can. Hayes then introduces herself as a cleric of Kaloja who serves the god of lies and deceit. That claim catches Ketel's attention, because despite being a cleric, her identity is still considered uncertain. Hayes nervously explains that Kaloja is a disgraced god, so devotion to him naturally makes people distrust her. A small party gathers inside a building, and the group prepares to depart under a tense, expectant mood. Their armored escort confirms that everyone is ready and orders the team to head out. The white-haired warrior stays silent, taking in the situation while the others watch him closely. The nun and the masked scout also brace themselves, showing that everyone understands this outing matters. Once they reach their destination, the escort announces their arrival. The white-haired man reacts with immediate interest as he sees what they have been brought to. The destination turns out to be a dungeon entrance hidden in the forest. He quickly assesses the assignment. It is only a 3-floor dungeon, and the monsters inside are supposedly undead. Confident in the manageable scope, he gives the objective plainly: clear the dungeon and bring back proof. He then asks the masked scout for the raid plan, treating him as the one who should guide the operation. The scout awkwardly reminds him they are teammates, and that formalities are unnecessary, easing the tension with a laugh. Trying to recover his composure, the scout begins laying out the strategy. He assigns the white-haired fighter and the shield-bearing warrior to the front, while the nun checks for traps and supports from behind. He also proposes that the sister stay farther back so she can respond flexibly with her various abilities. The white-haired man accepts the plan so readily that it briefly throws the scout off balance. With roles settled, the white-haired warrior takes the lead and moves the team into the dungeon. Inside the cavern, the party advances in formation, alert for the first sign of danger. The nun senses no dark energy or magical traps, and the scout notes that the place looks almost too normal. That uneasy normalcy makes the scout suddenly realize something is wrong. He stops the group and warns that monsters are present even though nothing living is visible. He points out scattered bones on the floor and explains that they are skeletons waiting to rise once the party gets close. Privately, he concludes the suspicious captain knew this from the start, confirming the dungeon was meant less as a test and more as a way to get rid of them. The white-haired man calmly focuses on the enemy type instead of the betrayal behind the mission. The scout explains that skeletons are tougher than they look and keep fighting even after being damaged or dismembered. He adds that their bone bodies give them strong defense, making this dungeon more dangerous than expected. As the threat becomes immediate, he orders the nun to ready her powers, the warrior to raise his shield, and the white-haired fighter to prepare as well. He outlines the kill method: create an opening, then destroy the neck because skeletons only stop moving once the head is removed. The white-haired man agrees and steps forward to engage. A skeleton suddenly lurches up from the ground and attacks. Caught by the speed of the ambush, the white-haired man is briefly taken off guard. The undead fully rises, closing in with its glowing-eyed stare fixed on him. Behind him, the warrior braces to defend while the nun begins casting support magic. At the same time, the masked scout darts in, ready to exploit any opening. Instead of retreating, the white-haired man raises a hand as if he has already judged the attack. The skeleton commits to its strike, exposing itself. He counters with a single overwhelming blow that obliterates the skeleton's head instantly. For a moment, even he seems to register how effortlessly the enemy fell. A strange, shimmering force gathers around his feet, hinting that his movement and power are not entirely ordinary. His companions are left stunned, their careful battle preparation made irrelevant in an instant. The white-haired man answers their shock with quiet confidence. He cheerfully confirms the scout's advice was correct. Once the head comes off, the skeleton stops moving. The scout can only laugh weakly, realizing that was not the point he had been trying to make. As more skeletons emerge deeper in the cave, the scene makes clear that ordinary adventurers would have struggled badly against this trap-filled undead dungeon. The scout admits to himself that he knew the white-haired man was strong, but not monstrously strong to this degree. The whole party stares at him in disbelief, and the scout begins to wonder whether someone this powerful can really be human. Unbothered by their reaction, the white-haired man simply plants his foot and prepares to continue. He decides there is no reason to dwell on one easy victory and urges the group onward. The others scramble to follow his pace, still rattled, while he sees no need to rush at all. Then he notices something unusual underfoot and pauses. He has unknowingly stepped on a loose skeleton head, which shifts beneath his boot and reveals that the danger is not over yet. As the group moves through the cave, the white-haired barbarian notices something metallic ahead and halts the others. A skeleton armed with a sword drags itself into view, confirming they have walked into another undead threat. The nun realizes with alarm that these are sword-wielding skeletons, not the weaker undead they faced before. The masked companion immediately understands the danger and tenses. The armored man warns that this wave is advancing on them as well, then starts to ask the barbarian for help. The request catches the whole party off guard for a beat as they all look to him. The barbarian cuts them off, saying he will handle the sword skeletons alone while the others focus on finding a way out. He accepts their trust with a pleased grin and steps forward as if this is exactly what he wanted. One skeleton raises its blade to meet him, preparing for a direct clash. The others watch uneasily, unable to tell what he intends to do. Instead of attacking immediately, he studies the enemy with open curiosity, more interested in how it functions than in killing it. The skeleton lunges first, bringing its sword down at him. He casually intercepts the strike with a burst of force, stopping the attack without losing ground. With complete confidence, he invites the creature to show him more. The skeleton follows with another slash, trying to overwhelm him through speed. The blow crashes into the stone instead, missing as he slips away. Facing the skeleton head-on, he keeps watching its movements rather than ending the fight. A sudden angle of attack nearly catches him, forcing him to register that the thing can adapt mid-combat. He seizes the skeleton's sword arm with his bare hand and stops the weapon cold. That discovery delights him, and his excitement only grows. He crushes the bony hand apart, disarming the skeleton through raw strength. As fragments scatter, he calmly examines the result, still treating the battle like an experiment. The skeleton hesitates in visible confusion, as if it cannot process what just happened. Then its empty gaze sharpens again as it resolves to continue fighting. It stamps and shifts its stance, preparing a new approach. The skeleton transfers the sword to its other hand, proving it can compensate for lost parts. The barbarian is impressed that it can switch hands and keep functioning effectively. The skeleton charges again, now attacking with renewed aggression. He catches its striking arm as well, shutting down the attack before it can land. With a violent throw, he hurls the skeleton off balance and tears control of the exchange away from it. Its legs skid and scramble across the stone as it tries to recover. Still driven by whatever animates it, the skeleton twists back into another attack path. It sweeps in low and fast, trying to exploit his opening from the side. He stops it at close range and concludes that the creature can substitute damaged parts, meaning its intelligence is higher than expected. Watching him manhandle the undead with fascination rather than fear leaves the nun sickened and shaken. The other two are just as rattled, realizing they are witnessing something far beyond ordinary combat. To them, his brutal ease against the monster confirms that he is a true barbarian in the most terrifying sense. As he shifts to finish the test, the masked man suddenly notices a crucial detail in the skeleton's movement. The skeleton's head is knocked free from its body. The barbarian pauses, struck by a new realization about how the undead is still functioning. He pins the skull under his boot and concludes that even separated from the body, it can still move with only its head. Satisfied, he dusts himself off and apologizes cheerfully for taking so long with his investigation. The masked man, now almost reverent, hurriedly insists there is no problem and that the barbarian should proceed however he likes. The barbarian steps away from the remains, ready to move on. Regaining control of himself, the masked man urges the party to continue deeper into the dungeon, and the others quickly agree. The group sets off again across the cavern floor. Soon the barbarian slows, sensing that they have reached a significant new area. Looking ahead from the stairs, he identifies their location as the dungeon's second floor. The armored man studies him in silence, still unsettled by what he just witnessed. The nun clutches her holy emblem and follows with quiet anxiety, as they prepare to face whatever waits below. The dark-haired companion hesitates, visibly worn down by the situation. The white-haired barbarian suggests they pause and recover before going on. After a moment's thought, he decides that resting is the sensible choice. The others are startled by how abruptly the break is called. The barbarian settles himself calmly, taking command of the pause without fuss. An awkward silence falls over the exhausted group as they gather around him. Once they have a moment, the barbarian asks the nun to explain something about dungeons. He downplays any embarrassment, and makes clear that he wants a real answer. Caught off guard, she braces herself to answer his curiosity. He begins with a practical concern. This dungeon lies dangerously close to human territory. From that, he questions whether monsters from inside could threaten nearby settlements. The nun explains that monsters usually remain bound to their dungeon, though rare exceptions exist. The dark-haired man quietly urges her to continue the explanation. She lays out the accepted doctrine that dungeons are natural phenomena that can take many forms. She adds that they most often appear near populated areas. The barbarian immediately recognizes the implication behind that pattern. She goes on to explain that once a dungeon appears, local authorities judge the danger and send people to clear it. That answer sharpens his interest rather than satisfying it. He confirms that dungeons never arise inside settled territory itself, only at a fixed distance away, and files that away. He next turns to the reward structure, expecting payment for conquering a dungeon. The nun confirms that the final floor grants a large bonus, and that dungeon clearing is highly profitable. Hearing that, he realizes the system matches the game-like logic he already suspected. When the nun questions that remark, he dismisses it as a private thought. Then he presses on, saying there is one more thing he wants to know. He asks the question no one else seems to have considered: who actually makes dungeons? The nun is so startled by the question that she can barely respond. She insists that no one creates them and that they simply occur on their own. The barbarian rejects that explanation, arguing that too many details feel intentional. He points out that dungeons appear near people as if inviting discovery. To him, they resemble bait, luring settlements with the promise of treasure. What others call natural, he sees as something designed with purpose. The nun is shaken into admitting that his reasoning makes unsettling sense. She realizes she had accepted the world's explanation so completely that she never questioned it. The dark-haired companion is forced into the same self-examination, wondering whether they all mistook habit for truth. Even with his prejudice against barbarians, he can no longer dismiss the barbarians' thinking as simple-minded. He recalls the brutal reputation of barbarians and admits that part of it is deserved. But that only makes the white-haired man more perplexing, because he is clearly far more perceptive than expected. The dark-haired man is left unsettled by how interesting and dangerous that realization is. The barbarian cuts through the mood, calls everyone back to attention, and asks if they are ready to move again. The group snaps out of its thoughts and hurriedly agrees. Satisfied, he orders them to resume the expedition. They fall in behind him, with the barbarian naturally taking the lead. The party advances deeper into the dungeon under his direction. Their progress is interrupted when the barbarian notices something unexpected ahead. He discovers a locked treasure chest sitting in their path. The dark-haired companion explains that such chests are dungeon rewards, but only if someone can open them. He adds that opening one requires the specialized lockpicking skills of a master rogue. Assuming the chest is beyond them, he starts to give up on it, and then turns to Kazan, expecting him to handle the lock. Kazan stares back in disbelief, baffled by the sudden request. The obvious implication lands at once. It is a treasure chest, and Kazan is the party's rogue. Kazan hesitates, admitting the man has a point but clearly struggling with a problem he cannot say aloud. The eager silver-haired adventurer insists that opening treasure chests is exactly what a rogue is for, pressing Kazan with cheerful confidence. Kazan realizes the request is reasonable, yet the one obstacle is his own inability to do what is expected of him. He bitterly thinks that if he actually knew how to pick locks, he would never have ended up in this humiliating position. Inwardly, he condemns himself as a bottom-tier porter pretending to be a rogue, someone with no business touching locks at all. Even so, he knows he cannot simply confess the truth and expose himself. The adventurer's hopeful face makes the pressure worse, because failure now would instantly reveal Kazan as a fraud. He imagines the contempt that would follow, with his lie stripped away and his worth dismissed. Cornered by that fear, Kazan freezes for a moment as the weight of exposure closes in. He forces a laugh and agrees to try, gambling everything on keeping up the act. As the adventurer watches closely, Kazan realizes he is being judged from behind and that failure could trap him here for good. He recalls the scraps of knowledge he picked up while working as a porter, trying to reconstruct how thieves handle these chests. Clinging to that memory, he steels himself and reaches for whatever chance he has. Accepting that this may cost him dearly, Kazan activates his skill, Cry of the Soul. The power surges, and Kazan senses something shift beyond ordinary perception. The silver-haired man suddenly notices movement and waits for the result. To Kazan's own disbelief, the chest opens. He tries to play it off with false composure, masking shock with smugness as he rests a hand on the open treasure. The nun is thrilled, praising him as the kind of exceptional thief who can really open treasure chests. The adventurer accepts it immediately and openly praises Kazan's skill. For Kazan, the impossible success shakes his self-image, making him wonder for the first time whether his life as a porter was truly all he could be. The group inspects the reward, and the adventurer estimates the haul is valuable enough to let an ordinary family live comfortably for months. Hearing that, Kazan quietly reaches a conclusion of his own. He asks to be entrusted with handling the rewards, and the adventurer agrees without suspicion. Kazan immediately takes one of the treasures for himself. As he examines the goblet-like item, the chest continues to glitter with riches, and someone starts to call out to him. Kazan suddenly screams in panic, as if struck by something he did not expect. When the others ask what happened, he desperately denies that anything is wrong, only making the moment more awkward. The interruption passes, and the party moves deeper into the cave. They advance together, with Kazan now walking among them as if he truly belongs in the group. Their progress stops when they find a field of bones and realize the dead are beginning to stir. The silver-haired adventurer quickly judges the threat and decides he can handle 3 of the 4 skeletons himself. The others are caught off guard by how calmly he takes command of the situation. With glowing eyes and a confident grin, he claims the last skeleton for himself. Kazan is startled to hear this treated as a real combat role for him, but he can only accept it. The armored man and the nun also fall in behind the plan, trusting the adventurer's decision. The silver-haired fighter steps forward to engage as the enemy fully awakens. One skull's eyes flare blue, confirming the skeletons have come to life. Kazan feels a familiar dread, because the sight of assembled bones unnerves him on a deep level. The whole group watches as the skeletons rise and orient themselves toward the living. The undead gather as a pack, turning the encounter into an immediate melee. The armored man and the nun silently ready their own abilities, golden energy circling them as support for the fight. Kazan also prepares himself, though his silence carries more tension than confidence. The battle begins as the skeletons rush straight at him. He meets the charge with a fast opening strike, cutting into the first attacker before it can overwhelm him. The remaining skeletons recoil only for a moment, then keep pressing forward. One of them slams into the silver-haired adventurer instead, catching even him off guard. Rather than retreat, he seizes the undead around him and declares that he will take them all on himself. Another skeleton swings wildly, trying to break through with brute force. Its attack crashes into the armored man's shield, showing the rest of the party has joined the fight in earnest. The armored man meets an incoming strike head-on and holds his ground under the pressure. The clash erupts with enough force to blast the space around them. At the same time, the masked rogue vaults past the skeleton, trying to break through the undead line. He follows with a fast slashing pass, forcing the skeleton back as he presses deeper into the fight. Watching the battle, the nun realizes something important is about to happen. She invokes Shadow of Confusion, unleashing a blinding spell meant to disrupt the enemy. The swordsman lunges through the opening her magic creates, committing to the attack. A vertical strike crashes down with overwhelming force, driving the assault into the cavern floor. One of the skeletons stumbles as the blow lands nearby. Its body starts to come apart under the impact. But the undead creature recovers almost immediately and surges forward again. Someone observing the exchange smiles, already judging the party. The white-haired barbarian openly praises the rare chance to witness another party's core abilities firsthand. He makes it clear that this kind of opportunity is unusual and valuable to him. To clear away a nuisance, he crushes something with casual, overwhelming strength. With the obstacle removed, he declares that the real entertainment can begin. The rogue keeps fighting through the skeletons, cutting and spinning to hold them off. He realizes the barbarian is not simply attacking them at random, but deliberately probing their limits. The nun reaches the same conclusion with alarm. The armored swordsman confirms it. The barbarian is testing the entire party. One skeleton pauses, as if confused by the sudden shift in the battle. For a moment, even the undead seems uncertain about what is happening. The nun steels herself with the rule that any weakness here will mean death. A skeleton collapses under a burst of force, buying the party a brief opening. The barbarian steps down heavily, asserting his presence over the battlefield. The party is left kneeling and winded, struggling to recover while he remains in control. Inwardly, they admit there is no doubt now, anyone who reached the snowfield had to be this strong. The barbarian remains calm and unreadable while they reassess him. They recognize that the third-floor skeletons have grown more numerous, though Ketel's leadership had let them advance without much trouble until now. The barbarian suddenly accelerates, moving to reveal what he considers the final test. The nun clutches her holy symbol, uneasy about what he is about to show them. The rogue turns toward him, bracing for the next revelation. He leads them to the deepest part of the dungeon. There, seated like a ruler, waits a far more dangerous undead presence. The nun identifies it in shock as a skeleton knight, and cannot understand why such a monster is here. The barbarian asks if this one differs from the others, and the answer comes back immediately: it is far stronger. The nun explains that a skeleton knight is a long sword and shield undead, and unless one is a knight-level fighter, victory is impossible. This is beyond what their party can handle. The barbarian coolly notes that if they retreat for that reason, the territory should approve reinforcements and judge the withdrawal reasonable. He smiles as if he has just offered them a fair choice. The others hesitate, and Ketel recognizes that his proposal is logically sound even if it feels like a trap. Before they can decide, the skeleton knight awakens in a surge of ominous power. It rises from the throne wrapped in dense purple energy, no longer a passive threat. The knight steps forward to confront them directly, forcing the issue. The barbarian notes with interest that this skeleton can preserve its own form, marking it as a more advanced undead. The skeleton knight draws its weapon and shield, preparing a serious attack. The nun realizes the danger a heartbeat before it strikes. The knight unleashes a massive wave of power, and a warning goes out as the blast races toward the party. The nun strains desperately to endure the impact. The force smashes through the ground and tears the area apart. As the explosion engulfs them, the armored man throws himself into defense while the others are driven back in pain. Inside the dungeon, the party is left reeling as one member collapses from the force of a devastating attack. Kazan turns and realizes something unexpected is happening. The shield-bearing fighter understands with dread that the enemy's casual strike carried overwhelming power. Facing them, the armored undead knight confirms their fear by radiating a level of strength the others know they cannot match. The monster fixes its gaze on Kazan and commits to a direct assault. It launches forward in a burst of dark energy, trying to crush him before anyone can react. Kazan remains completely calm instead of bracing in panic. He reads the attack with perfect composure, as if the outcome is already obvious to him. At the moment of impact, Kazan counters with a single punch that blows through the charging knight. The undead enemy is shattered and sent flying, destroyed by one effortless strike. The rest of the party can only stare in stunned disbelief at what they just witnessed. Kazan casually dusts off his hands, treating the impossible feat as trivial. He lightly asks whether that was all the dungeon had to offer. The others approach him carefully, now more unsettled by him than by the dungeon itself. Kazan calls for the rogue's attention, already moving on to the next task. The rogue answers nervously, unsure how to deal with someone this absurdly capable. A treasure chest appears as the dungeon's reward. Kazan asks if the rogue can unlock it, but the rogue admits the lock is too advanced for his skills. Kazan accepts the answer without complaint, while the others assume they will have to abandon the chest. Instead, Kazan steps in with a sudden decision that catches everyone off guard. The rogue jolts in alarm as he realizes Kazan is about to ignore the lock entirely. Kazan simply smashes the chest open, forcing it apart through raw strength. The party is shocked all over again by how casually he breaks another supposed impossibility. Kazan declares that the reward is theirs after all and leaves the rest for the party to sort out. As they follow, the others struggle to process that he can destroy even a magically secured treasure chest by hand. The rogue is especially baffled, wondering why Kazan asked about unlocking it if brute force was always enough. A bright light signals the dungeon's completion and their return to the outside world. The dungeon vanishes behind them, leaving only open sky and stone where it once stood. Kazan immediately asks what happened, sensing that something about the result is incomplete. The remaining structure collapses away, confirming there was nothing hidden left behind. The rogue explains that a perfectly clear dungeon disappears like this, so there was no secret room after all. Kazan seizes on the mention of secret rooms and asks whether such hidden areas really exist. When told they do, though rarely, Kazan becomes intrigued rather than discouraged. The rogue is left confused by how pleased Kazan seems at the idea of even more dangerous unknowns. Elsewhere, a guard is startled that the group returns so quickly from the dungeon. The scene shifts back to the city as they head to report the result. The official begins the entry review by asking how the dungeon expedition went. Kazan answers with cheerful satisfaction, making the whole ordeal sound routine. The guard proceeds with the formal admission process and has them enter one at a time. The nun reports that the mission was completed without any major problems. The official then raises the real concern, whether someone like Kazan should be allowed into the domain at all. The nun hesitates, because Kazan's nature is hard to explain cleanly even though he did not cause trouble. The official reminds them that the procedure is not just about dungeon success but about screening out potentially dangerous outsiders. The rogue awkwardly vouches for Kazan, insisting he does not seem like someone who would create problems. The fighter adds that although Kazan's strength is monstrous, he never harmed his own party and behaved unlike a typical brute. The group continues defending him, noting that Kazan even opened the locked chest and that Alexandro and the nun both contributed reliably in battle. The official finds their praise unusual, since forced parties normally emerge full of complaints about each other. After weighing their testimony, he finally decides to approve Kazan's admission. The group is granted entry with a warning that any misconduct will lead to expulsion. With permission secured, they are also handed the dungeon reward to divide among themselves. The barbarian accepts the reward with easy gratitude, though his companions can already tell he is about to do something unexpected. Instead of keeping the prize, he insists it should be divided fairly among everyone. The others immediately try to refuse, embarrassed and unsure how to handle his generosity. He presses the point, reminding them they cleared the job together, and that the reward belongs to the whole party. Once the matter is settled, he abruptly suggests they celebrate together with drinks at a nearby pub. The invitation leaves the others awkwardly forcing agreement, too intimidated to reject him outright. As they follow him, they silently wish they could escape, overwhelmed by his friendliness. Watching them go, a soldier reflects that this cheerful man is the same barbarian who felled a skeleton knight in a single blow. The observer judges that such strength is far beyond ordinary, at least knight level, and clearly abnormal for a barbarian. To him, the man resembles a legendary barbarian, an existence so exceptional he feels almost out of place in the world. With that conclusion weighing on him, the soldier turns and heads off with urgency. He leaves his men behind and goes to report the matter directly to his lord. That night, the report leads him to a grand domain under the stars. Inside, the lord's office is still active, lit for late work. The ruler grants permission for the report to begin. The captain enters and formally presents himself before his lord. Lord Luke Barkin asks at once what has happened. The captain reports that a barbarian has appeared within the Barkin domain. The news shifts the room from routine business to a matter of possible danger. Luke first asks whether this outsider had been granted permission to enter. The captain admits he allowed it, believing it would not become a serious issue. Luke demands to know why the situation should concern him now. The captain answers that the barbarian's strength alone makes him a potential threat. Luke narrows the question to the only thing that matters: exactly how strong. The captain explains that the man reportedly killed a skeleton knight with a single strike. That detail immediately shocks Luke, because a skeleton knight is no trivial foe. He recognizes that defeating such a monster in one blow implies power beyond what an ordinary knight should handle. In Luke's mind, the barbarian becomes the embodiment of brute strength taken to an extreme. He asks whether this means the man belongs among the highest class of warriors. The captain says that is very likely, and Luke pushes further by asking if he may be even stronger than that. Reluctantly, the captain admits he cannot rule it out. Luke realizes that a barbarian of that caliber could become a major political problem if rival powers reach him first. He orders the barbarian to be brought in immediately. When the captain warns that meeting such a man could be dangerous, Luke replies that a powerful unknown roaming his territory is a greater risk, and he wants to judge him personally. He adds that he will not face the matter alone, because his knight will stand beside him. That assurance catches the captain off guard. Luke turns to hear the knight's own opinion. The knight dismisses the barbarian as a mere brute with strength but no intellect. Confident in the swordsmanship he inherited from the great sword master, he declares the barbarian insignificant before him. Luke considers that arrogance for a moment in silence. Then he confirms the order, summon the barbarian, because he intends to speak with him himself. Elsewhere, the barbarian treats the party to a lavish spread of food and drink at the tavern. He eats heartily and without restraint, completely at ease. Across the table, the others sit with him in stiff silence, still unable to relax around him. Their discomfort only deepens as they struggle to match his casual mood. He cheerfully slams down another drink, keeping the celebration going. Pleased with the food and the quiet atmosphere, he tells them to enjoy themselves freely since he is paying. The group can do little more than laugh nervously and play along. The barbarian then turns to the armored man and recalls that he claimed to be a holy knight, putting him on the spot. He follows with a direct question about what kind of divine power the holy knight uses, noting that he never saw him use any during the dungeon raid. Ketil admits that although he follows a god, he is still in training and has not awakened any divine power. The answer disappoints his listener, while the others awkwardly try to keep the conversation moving. Ketil asks whether there is a nearby temple for the god Kaloja, wanting to learn more about the deity he was told of. The nun explains there likely is no temple, because Kaloja is not a welcome god. She reveals that Kaloja is the god of lies and deceit, a divinity rejected and cast out by the people. After hearing that, someone hesitantly turns to Mr. Ketil and asks how strong he really is. The sudden question catches both Ketil and the others off guard. Ketil pauses over his food, taking the question seriously despite his casual demeanor. He frames his answer through rank, wondering aloud how powerful a skeleton knight would be by local standards. The nun explains that even defeating a weak skeleton knight would require at least a second-rate fighter, and someone first-rate could likely beat one like Ketil did. Ketil accepts that this means he would be considered roughly second-rate in this land. The innkeeper, intimidated by the barbarian's presence, abruptly tries to end the gathering by claiming the shop is closing. Ketil politely apologizes and agrees to leave without making trouble. As they prepare to part, Ketil innocently asks whether everyone here lives by plans and schedules. The nun forcefully insists that they absolutely do, trying to push him away without offending him. The other man backs her up, loudly claiming they are far too busy to continue with him. Ketil takes the rejection at face value, decides not to press them, and cheerfully says they can meet again another time. In their imagination, that future meeting is so dreadful that they all silently wish never to see him again. Later, Ketil finally settles into a proper bed for the night. He relaxes with relief, pleased to experience a real bed for the first time since arriving here. He reflects that the dungeon reward has at least given him enough money to afford a room without difficulty. Compared with surviving the snowfields, the comfort of the inn feels like paradise. Lying there, he thinks about how long it took him to reach civilized lands and wonders what he should do next. He decides he wants a true adventure and starts imagining destinations worth exploring. His thoughts drift through possibilities like the sacred grounds of the elves, the magic tower, and the royal capital. With those ambitions in mind, he finally falls asleep. Morning arrives with sunlight spilling into the room. Ketil wakes groggily, still half lost in sleep. He sits up and gathers himself, realizing someone has come to his door. Outside waits the captain of the guard, who apologizes for disturbing him. Ketil recognizes the officer and asks what business has brought him here. The captain steels himself before delivering the message. He informs Ketil that the local lord wishes to meet him in person. Ketil immediately understands that this means the ruler of the territory, the master of the land, is summoning him. He accepts the invitation without hesitation. As Ketil goes to get dressed and leave at once, the captain is left wondering if they have really found the right man so easily. Soon they head into the city under the clear daylight. Passing through the streets, Ketil takes in the market and notes that he had only seen the territory vaguely when he first arrived at night. Now that he can see it properly in daylight, he finds the place unexpectedly interesting. The new surroundings quietly delight him. He grows openly excited, thinking this world may offer exactly the kind of fantasy adventure he has been hoping for. Meanwhile, the captain worries there is little time and tries to keep Ketil from drawing too much attention before the audience. At the lord's residence, the captain formally announces that he has brought the barbarian. The lord grants them permission to enter. Ketil is led into the grand hall to meet the ruler face to face. The lord greets him first and offers his hand in welcome. He introduces himself as Luke Barkin, the lord who governs this territory. Ketil accepts the handshake and acknowledges him as the lawful lord of Barkin territory. He then gives his own name plainly, identifying himself as the barbarian Ketil. The sheer force and size behind Ketil's handshake immediately startles the lord. The lord is caught off guard by what he is seeing. To his disbelief, the feared barbarian lowers himself and offers formal respect instead of defiance. He realizes this outsider understands that, in this world, rank governs everything, and that the man before him is far more perceptive than expected. Relieved by the display of manners, the lord drops his guard slightly and invites the barbarian to sit. The two take their places across the table while the lord keeps his knight nearby as silent protection. As the meeting settles, the barbarian takes in the noble luxury around him. He notes with curiosity that a lord's castle looks much like the medieval strongholds he imagined. That idle fascination breaks when he notices the armed guard standing watch. He recognizes the man as a true knight assigned to protect the lord. Instead of fear, the sight excites him, because a childhood fantasy is suddenly standing in front of him for real. The knight instantly senses something dangerous in that reaction. He mistakes the barbarian's intense interest for murderous intent and prepares for violence. Convinced the intruder means harm, the knight judges that exposing such hostility before the Lord is unforgivable. He silently resolves to kill the barbarian before he can become a threat. Before the situation erupts, the Lord calmly explains that he summoned the barbarian for a reason. He begins by saying there are several things he wants to confirm. The barbarian agrees to answer and waits to hear the first question. The Lord asks the most basic point first, where he came from. The barbarian answers plainly that he came from another place in this world, a land buried in white. The name White Snowfield shocks both the Lord and his knight. The Lord realizes the legendary barbarian of rumor may truly be sitting before him. Even so, he admits the claim is hard to accept at face value. The barbarian does not argue further, only states that the place was miserable and leaves belief to them. Rather than press the origin story, the Lord shifts to the question that matters more to him. He asks directly how strong the barbarian is. Behind that question lies the real concern: how dangerous this man's power might be. The barbarian says the question cannot be answered cleanly because he has no measure for this land's standards. The Lord considers that response carefully. The knight also studies him, still wary and unconvinced. So the Lord proposes a practical test, a spar with his knight, with a reward if he agrees. The offer catches the barbarian by surprise for only a moment. The Lord assures him it will be controlled, and not a fight to the death. That is all the encouragement the barbarian needs, and he accepts with obvious interest. What begins as an evaluation immediately becomes something he eagerly anticipates. To him, this is not just any opponent but a real knight. The chance to witness a knight's technique and mystical power up close thrills him. The Lord notices that, beneath the politeness, the barbarian's battle instinct is surfacing. He sees that the man cannot hide how much he loves the prospect of combat. That rising pressure unsettles both the Lord and the knight, confirming that this spar will not be ordinary. To settle the matter, they move from the audience chamber to an arena where the test can be held safely. In the ring, the barbarian and the knight face each other at a measured distance. The knight steadies himself and treats the match with full seriousness. The barbarian, by contrast, meets him with a calm, eager smile. From his seat, the Lord gives permission to begin and hopes the match ends without bloodshed. A bell signals the start of the spar. The knight draws his sword and frames the bout as an honorable display of his skill. The barbarian agrees, still sounding more entertained than threatened. That relaxed confidence offends the knight, and turns his caution into prideful anger. Determined to humble him, the knight unleashes his power at once. He charges forward intending to prove, in a single clash, the overwhelming gap in strength between them. The barbarian calmly invites his opponent to make the next move. The knight launches a green sword technique so fast it catches the barbarian's attention. He realizes the attack has split into 3 blades instead of 1. At first he suspects a trick, but the pattern feels too solid to be a mere illusion. He confirms all 3 swords are real and adjusts as the strikes close in from different angles. The knight presses the advantage with the technique known as whirlwind swordsmanship, trying to overwhelm him. The barbarian reads the attack and sees that his guess was correct. The knight smugly concludes that forcing evasions is the best the barbarian can manage. Satisfied that he has measured his enemy, the knight decides he has seen enough. The barbarian answers by tightening his fist instead of retreating again. He punches straight through the incoming assault, and breaks the knight's momentum in one blow. The knight is stunned, unable to understand what just happened. Before he can recover, the barbarian closes in and drives him to the ground. He seizes the knight's armor at the chest, taking complete control of the exchange. With brutal force, he hurls the knight away and smashes him across the arena. The knight tumbles through debris, crying out as the impact tears through his composure. Watching from above, the ruler can only stare in disbelief. The knight's gauntlet hand scrapes helplessly against the ground as he tries to stop himself. His body carves a long trench through the arena floor before finally coming to a halt. The result is undeniable. A top-tier knight has been dropped by a single strike. The ruler is shaken by the barbarian's monstrous strength and struggles to grasp what kind of power he is seeing. Meanwhile, the barbarian remains planted and unbothered, as if the exchange cost him nothing. He looks up at the throne and asks whether that was all they had. The ruler is left speechless, his authority momentarily hollowed out by what he just witnessed. He forces himself to recover and quietly accepts the reality before him. He judges that this is not merely unusual strength but power beyond ordinary human limits. Realizing how dangerous such a man could become, he decides this barbarian might upset the balance of the world. That thought leads him to one conclusion: this matter should be reported to the rare figure known as a sword master. He expects that man to arrive soon and wonders whether the barbarian will be enough to interest him. A voice immediately answers, revealing that the sword master has already heard him. The room opens to the newcomer's arrival. An elderly man enters with quiet authority, and the ruler is visibly startled by how suddenly he appears. The ruler catches himself, reminded that this visitor is not someone to treat casually. The sword master greets him with dry criticism, making clear their familiarity and his lack of deference. The ruler swallows his irritation, while the old man treats the situation almost like amusement. Identified as Sword Master Kane, the old man asks whether this is the matter that was supposed to interest him. The ruler composes himself and prepares to address him formally. He rises to offer proper respect and welcomes the great sword master, Lord Kane, despite the short notice. Kane listens in silence, already assessing more than the ruler has said. The ruler lowers his gaze, aware he is speaking to someone far above him in martial standing. Elsewhere, the defeated knight wakes in pain, still sprawled in bed after the fight. The room remains quiet for only a moment before someone enters. The ruler appears at his bedside and asks about his condition, startling him fully awake. The knight hurriedly apologizes for his failure and insists he will recover within days. The ruler tells him the apology should not be directed at him. Kane steps in and bluntly frames the humiliation for what it was. His student was beaten by an unknown barbarian. That judgment lands hard, instantly tightening the knight's fear and shame. As the knight looks down at himself, Kane points out a crucial inconsistency in the aftermath. The armor was shattered and the arena floor was gouged apart, yet the knight's body is completely unharmed, suggesting the barbarian held back on purpose. Kane concludes that the barbarian is no mindless brute but someone with precise control over overwhelming power, forcing the knight to reconsider who defeated him. An elder concludes that the barbarian's strength already surpasses a knight's and has reached at least a superhuman level. That assessment unsettles the men listening, who realize they may have badly underestimated him. One of them hesitates, struggling to frame his doubts. He cautiously admits that even if the barbarian is powerful, Lord Kane should still be superior. The elder agrees only in part, insisting that as a sword master he should still win against brute strength alone. Yet he immediately notes a contradiction. The barbarian did not seem to use aura, which should make such power impossible. That impossibility pushes them toward a troubling explanation, that his strength may come from the White Wasteland. Kane recalls rumors he once dismissed and begins to believe the barbarian truly came from those frozen lands. The elder turns the idea over seriously, recognizing the implication of a White Wasteland barbarian appearing here. He remembers legends of a being from that region who looked human but might not have been human at all. The elder decides the barbarian may belong to that same category of something beyond ordinary humanity. His suspicion is colored by memories of monstrous, otherworldly creatures tied to that power. He rejects that conclusion for now, unwilling to accept such an extreme possibility without proof. Instead, he revises his judgment, deciding the White Wasteland may simply produce beings far stronger than normal humans. Even so, he cannot ignore how strange the timing is that such a man has appeared now. When asked what troubles him, the elder keeps his deeper concern to himself. He brushes it aside as a matter for the emperor, hinting that the crown has made unusual demands before. His thoughts turn to an imperial order connected to the snowy mountains, suggesting a larger political purpose behind this interest. He tells Kane not to worry about that issue yet, and ends the discussion. Refocusing on the immediate problem, he asks whether the barbarian is currently staying in this domain and learns that he is. With that confirmed, the elder moves at once to investigate personally. He decides he will judge the barbarian with his own eyes. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the city as the barbarian is asked what he plans to do next. He admits he has no real plan, leaving the guard unsure how to handle him. The local lord gives him the promised gold for the duel and adds a more important concession. He declares that he will no longer interfere with whatever the barbarian does in his territory. The barbarian says he still lacks direction, but he does want some official standing so his presence will stop causing trouble. The guard explains that he could either find someone to vouch for him, or become a mercenary. He elaborates that mercenary work can build a public record and eventually earn formal recognition from the guild. Given the barbarian's strength, the guard judges that joining the mercenaries is the most practical path. The barbarian is intrigued to learn there is a system that could legitimize him. The guard describes mercenaries as people who take monster hunting requests, making the role sound ideal for someone like him. Interested immediately, the barbarian asks where he can sign up. The guard points him toward the guild hall. The barbarian cheerfully asks the guard to take him there himself. Caught off guard by the sudden request, the guard awkwardly agrees. On the way, the narration explains that mercenaries may seem romantic from afar, but in reality they occupy the bottom rung of society. Most of them survive by taking dangerous, degrading jobs that others want no part of. As a result, the lower ranks of mercenary life are notorious for being filthy, crude, and chaotic. That reputation proves accurate inside the guild hall, where a brawl is already underway. The fight spills across the room as one mercenary is knocked back through the disorder. Instead of backing down, the other man escalates and challenges him to keep fighting. The first mercenary answers with equal hostility, turning the scuffle into open entertainment. The bystanders treat the violence like a game, placing bets rather than trying to stop it. The guild staff can only watch in weary resignation as this kind of chaos repeats itself. At the reception desk, one clerk asks Rosa how the latest recruits are turning out. Rosa bluntly says they are terrible and that every one of them seems strange. She lists the current applicants as a suspicious would-be holy knight, a thief, and a nun who also seems untrustworthy. Her co-worker is disappointed, having hoped for at least one decent newcomer. Rosa sums up the guild's daily misery. No respectable people join, and the muscle-brained mercenaries never stop picking fights. A bored guild clerk daydreams about being rescued from her desk job by a perfect prince. That fantasy is interrupted when someone heavy steps into the guild hall. She immediately senses an unusual presence and snaps to attention. A massive figure looms at her counter, startling her out of her routine. The newcomer calmly takes in the guild hall, revealing himself to be a barbarian-looking man named Keatle. His appearance shocks the nearby staff and patrons, who can hardly believe a barbarian has walked in. The room's unease spreads as more onlookers stare at him in disbelief. In contrast to everyone's fear, Keatle presents himself with almost innocent simplicity. He states his purpose plainly. He has come to become a mercenary. The clerk, flustered but trying to stay professional, confirms his intent and asks why he wants the job. Keatle explains that he has several reasons, including hearing that mercenary work is a way to earn recognized status, and the clerk tells him that building accomplishments through guild work can do that. She begins his registration for a small fee, asks for his name and age, and learns that while his name is Keatle, even he is unsure of his age. Deciding not to press the issue, she fills in a reasonable age and completes the paperwork. With the process finished, she gives him a mercenary badge that will serve as proof of his status. Keatle pauses over the badge, treating the moment with unexpected seriousness. He accepts it with quiet satisfaction, as if this recognition matters deeply to him. Without wasting time, he asks what jobs are available and whether he can start immediately. The clerk brings out the list of requests that an entry-level mercenary like Keatle is allowed to take. Seeing how short and menial the list is, Keatle suspects that cannot possibly be everything. The jobs turn out to be the lowest-ranked tasks: gathering herbs, cleaning basements and sewers, street cleaning, and night patrol. Nervous about offending a proud barbarian, the clerk explains that these are the only jobs open to an F-rank beginner. As she starts to explain that harder missions come after building a record, Keatle cuts in and chooses a task immediately. His quick decision catches the clerk off guard. He points to herb gathering, selecting the simplest request on the board. When she hesitantly checks whether he is sure, Keatle makes clear he has no issue starting at the bottom. He simply asks where he is supposed to gather the herbs. The clerk tells him they grow just outside the village and shows him exactly what plant to look for. Keatle takes the sample image and heads out at once, leaving the clerk still trying to process how cooperative he is. As he leaves, she realizes he is far calmer and easier to deal with than everyone expected. Keatle exits the guild hall and goes straight to work. After he is gone, another worker rushes over, and the staff remain tense from the encounter. Outside the village, Keatle finds the herb patch without difficulty. Comparing the real plants to the sample, he confirms he has found the correct herb. He notes that the herb is used for treating wounds, though its appearance strikes him as odd. Rather than overthink it, he commits himself to the task. He improvises practical field gear to protect himself from the sun and happily gets to work, determined to begin his mercenary life properly. About an hour later, he returns to the guild with an enormous sack overflowing with herbs. He cheerfully asks if this is enough, while the clerk is stunned by how much he collected. She starts to object, expecting he must have done something wrong. But the herbs are in excellent condition, far better than usual, because he carefully uprooted them intact instead of roughly tearing them out. Keatle casually explains that he is confident in his delicate touch, leaving the clerk with little to say. Since the request was completed properly, she thanks him and pays out the reward, 1 silver coin. The payment is barely enough to buy the cheapest meal. Even so, Keatle treasures it because it is the first money he has ever earned through honest work. The experience genuinely moves him. Far from being disappointed by the tiny reward, he finds the work satisfying and immediately asks for another request. The clerk can only stare, increasingly bewildered by this barbarian. Watching him admire his coin and eagerly ask for more work, she starts to think his happiness makes no sense. Privately, she concludes that the new mercenary is a weirdo too. Still, she decides to continue with him and marks off more low-ranked chores for his next jobs. While taking on yet another cleaning job after herb gathering, he wonders if a barbarian's life in civilization is really going to be endless manual labor. Even so, the silver-haired barbarian presents himself calmly, making it clear he is willing to do the work. The receptionist awkwardly accepts his request, deciding to give him the task despite her doubts. At the warehouse, someone inside notices his arrival. The hooded warehouse owner cautiously checks the newcomer before dealing with him. Keatle states his purpose plainly. He has come to clean the warehouse. The owner is immediately alarmed by the sight of a barbarian and grips her tool like she may need to defend herself. When he asks if she owns the place, she nervously confirms it, still struggling to believe a barbarian has come as hired help. Once the work begins, his strength makes the warehouse job easy, and moving the heavy contents poses no problem at all. He moves on to street cleaning, and although handling his power takes some adjustment, he manages the sweeping without causing trouble. Instead of resenting the work, he seems quietly pleased to be doing it well. Watching from afar, an onlooker cannot make sense of what this barbarian is doing. The contradiction unsettles him. Keatle has the power of a monster from legend, yet he is spending his time on humble chores. What makes it stranger is that Keatle is not treating the work as beneath him. He throws himself into the cleaning seriously, as if the task itself matters. The observer is left even more confused by that sincerity. Keatle, meanwhile, finds genuine satisfaction in the labor, which only deepens the mystery of his character. A quiet pause passes before the day shifts onward. By the end of the work, fatigue finally catches up with him. He steadies himself after the long day's strain. Then he notices a small bag set out for him, and realizes it must be his pay. The reward sits waiting, simple but significant. The guild acknowledges his first day as a mercenary and pays him for completing all 15 requests. The amount catches him off guard. When the receptionist explains it is only 15 silver coins, he understands how little such exhausting work is worth in this world. Still, he accepts the money cheerfully and decides he will return the next day. With that, he resolves to begin his second day of life in civilization. Elsewhere, someone is in tears, overwhelmed by something off-screen. The people around her can only stare in stunned confusion at whatever has happened. The next day, Keto walks through town with the same composed confidence, drawing uneasy attention from ordinary townsfolk. He suddenly stops, having noticed something that interests him. A new idea forms as he focuses on the building ahead. He recognizes it as a library and decides to enter. He announces himself by ringing for service. The librarian begins a routine greeting before seeing who has come in. Keto politely asks whether he may read some books, but his sheer presence terrifies her before she can process the harmless request. Inside, the library offers him exactly what he wants: shelves of books and a place to learn. He settles in immediately and starts reading with focused interest. The librarian can only watch in speechless disbelief as the barbarian reads in silence. A hidden watcher is shaken as well, unable to reconcile the image of a barbarian with someone calmly reading books. He wonders whether barbarians from Snowfield might be different from the ignorant savages he expected. Then another possibility occurs to him: perhaps Keto alone is the exception. Keto begins with a history book, looking for a basic understanding of the human world. From it, he learns that the Empire ultimately defeated Snowfield after Milena's actions helped trigger war. The book explains that the Empire won and now dominates the region so thoroughly that Varkan is little more than a dependent state. Its expansion has already consumed half the human world and continues without restraint. The Empire's ambition is portrayed as nothing less than an attempt to swallow the entire world. Keto reflects on that scale of conquest with detached curiosity rather than fear. Deciding he has learned enough about human politics, he turns his attention to a subject he finds more worthwhile. He reaches for a book on non-human races, intent on learning about beings beyond humanity. While reading a bestiary of non-human creatures, the man realizes the book's supposedly fantastical entries describe places that truly exist in this world. It identifies one such place as the dwarven cave Mantamia, a vast cavern overflowing with rare ores and trash-like relics. The book also names Pisarapia, a village belonging to the fairies. It goes on to mention Lajamiria, the sky city of the Celestials, suggesting the world holds far more hidden realms than he expected. Most strikingly, it describes the elven sanctuary Elfo Sagrado as an unreachable sacred land whose location remains unknown even after rulers tried and failed to find it. That convinces him he may now possess the rare knowledge needed to reach the elves' sanctuary. But a sudden thought stops him as he realizes the implications are even bigger than that. He hurriedly checks further, wondering whether the White Snowfield was only one of many such extraordinary regions. The book confirms there are 5 major demon zones in this world, places hostile to humans and filled with twisted beings. One of them is the Silent Forest, a place where everything dies in stillness. Another is the Abyss, a corrupting realm that drags the world toward evil. A third is the Deep Sea, where intelligent non-human beings live underwater. A fourth is the Hollow Pit, a void where nothing exists. The fifth is the White Snowfield, which he now understands as part of a much larger pattern. The text adds that these demon zones are inhabited by monsters called aberrations, though they normally cannot cross into the human realm. Overwhelmed, he starts grasping just how enormous this world is. If the White Snowfield alone was vast, and there are several places like it. He pauses to think through what this new scale of the world means for him. Having gathered all the useful information he can, he closes out his research and prepares to leave. He sincerely thanks the librarian for helping him. The flustered librarian quickly accepts his gratitude, clearly nervous around him. As he exits, he shifts from research to practical matters and heads toward the request desk. There he casually asks Rosa what jobs are available today, catching the staff off guard by appearing in person. Rosa hands over the day's request forms, and he readily accepts them. Watching him, an older man concludes that this unusual mercenary needs to be confronted directly. The old swordsman Kane decides to stop observing from afar and test him himself. Night falls over the town as that decision sets the stage for their meeting. Later, the man walks through the streets alone. He feels satisfied after handling another batch of requests, and sees steady progress in his work. Even the small rewards seem worthwhile to him because they are gradually adding up. As he heads home, he grows confident that recognition as a true mercenary will come soon. From a doorway, Kane silently watches him pass, but the man senses the attention and stops. He turns toward the hidden observer, forcing Kane to reveal himself. Kane steps out from the shadows, now facing him openly. The two stand across from each other in the street as the tension hardens into a confrontation. The man immediately exposes the truth that Kane has been tailing him all day, catching the old swordsman off guard. He demands to know what Kane wants, while Kane is shaken that his concealed presence was detected at all. Kane cannot understand how someone noticed him when he had deliberately hidden himself from even sharp senses. Seeing no explanation, the man drops into a ready stance and starts treating Kane as a possible bandit. Kane is startled by how quickly the situation has turned against him. When Kane hesitates instead of explaining himself, The man takes that as confirmation and judges him to be a robber despite his age. Cain tries to deny it, but he doubts that claiming to be a sword master would sound believable now. The man presses the misunderstanding further, mocking the idea of an old man resorting to robbery and deciding the local situation must be worse than he thought. Then he pauses and considers how this could benefit him. He decides that capturing a supposed bandit would improve his mercenary record and openly embraces the opportunity. Cain is left stunned as he realizes he is about to be treated like a criminal. Recovering quickly, Cain decides to use the misunderstanding instead of correcting it, reasoning that this is a perfect chance to test the man's strength and identity. He prepares to engage seriously, choosing direct combat as the best way to measure him. The man answers by planting his foot and moving first, showing he is fully committed to the fight. Cain tenses at the sudden pressure, realizing this will not be a simple exchange. The man lowers his head and settles into a dangerous posture, signaling that the clash is about to begin. The cloaked old man is startled when his opponent suddenly vanishes from sight. He realizes the silver-haired barbarian has disappeared so completely that he cannot track him at all. Before he can recover, the barbarian reappears right in front of him and seizes the initiative. The barbarian reaches out to grab him at close range, forcing the old man into immediate danger. The old man quickly judges that standing still will let the barbarian catch him by the neck. He tries to evade with a burst of green mana, slipping around the attack instead of taking it head-on. The barbarian notices the maneuver and is mildly impressed rather than threatened. He openly praises the dodge, treating the old man's effort as a decent attempt. The old man is shaken that he nearly got caught despite reacting as fast as he could. What unsettles him even more is that he never sensed any aura from the barbarian at all. The barbarian's speed convinces him he is facing something impossible, a pure human body moving beyond reason. Deciding this is no longer a test, the old man resolves to fight seriously. He commits fully and dives in with his mana flaring at maximum output. The barbarian remains calm, showing no sign of strain as the attack comes. Then he vanishes again, leaving the old man momentarily unable to understand where he went. The barbarian appears behind him and catches his arm before the old man can respond. The old man is horrified that even after expanding his perception, he still could not react in time. Pain shoots through him as the barbarian's grip locks down with crushing force. He realizes this is not an ordinary hold but overwhelming physical power dragging his whole body with it. As the pressure intensifies, he is forced to admit the barbarian's raw strength is monstrous. Seeing that he cannot win through simple force, the old man decides to unleash his true power. He releases a full-force surge of mana at point-blank range to break free. The barbarian pauses, surprised that the old man has another move left. The blast tears the old man loose from the barbarian's grip. The barbarian is pushed back by the sudden release of power. A violent burst of green mana erupts between them and forces separation. The old man lands hard but regains his footing, creating distance at last. He checks the mana still flickering around his hand, confirming his power is active and under control. Even so, he stays tense, knowing the barbarian remains the greater threat. The barbarian casually remarks that bandits use all kinds of tricks, still convinced he is dealing with a criminal. The old man reflects that the barbarian has somehow reached a level where mana manifests around his body itself, something only the most elite should achieve. He is further baffled that the barbarian sincerely seems to believe he is just a thief. That absurd misunderstanding leaves the old man briefly speechless. He reviews the exchange and concludes that even mana strong enough to shred solid steel failed to leave a mark on the barbarian. The barbarian's body alone appears capable of enduring manifested mana with his bare hands. Unable to explain it, the old man admits he does not know what trick is being used, but decides the fight must end now. The barbarian prepares to finish things on his side as well. The old man reaches for his sword, intending to escalate to lethal force. Before he can draw it, he senses something is already wrong. The barbarian steps in and pins the sword in its sheath with a single finger, stopping the draw effortlessly. The old man is stunned that his weapon has been neutralized so casually at point-blank range. Panic breaks through as he realizes he has lost control of the exchange. He strains desperately against the blocked hilt, but the barbarian's finger does not budge. The old man sees the next attack coming and knows he cannot stop it. The barbarian raises his hand to strike, his killing intent now unmistakable. Certain he is about to die, the old man resigns himself to the end. The barbarian starts to bring his hand down for the finishing blow. At the last moment, he pauses as if reconsidering. Instead of killing him, the barbarian simply lifts the old man by the hood like a subdued nuisance and concludes that this fantasy world has some strange bandits. A nearby armored guard arrives, sees the scene, and is left baffled by what the barbarian has done. A silver-haired barbarian drags an elderly man in a cloak by the back of his clothes, leaving the old man sweating in humiliation. He arrives at the gate carrying the captive like a caught criminal, startling the guard with how absurdly casual he is about it. The guard panics, recognizing the old man as Sword Master Cain and fearing some disaster has already happened. When the barbarian calls the captive a bandit, the guard is too shocked to process it. The barbarian cheerfully assumes turning the man and will improve his mercenary standing, while Cain endures the disgrace in silence. The guard can only stare, unable to make sense of the situation. He tries to understand how a scene this impossible could even exist. In his mind, Cain is a superhuman swordsman of the highest rank, the kind of figure no ordinary fighter should be able to subdue. That only makes Cain's current state feel even more degrading. The guard finally blurts out that this man cannot be a bandit at all. Hearing that, the barbarian immediately suspects the guard might be connected to the captive. The guard steadies himself and chooses his next move carefully. He bows and formally declares his respect for Cain as the kingdom's only sword master. The barbarian is thrown off, while Cain looks even more uncomfortable under the recognition. The barbarian struggles to reconcile the title of sword master with the old man he just hauled in as a thief. Still convinced by his own experience, he insists the man attacked him for silver coins and therefore must be a bandit. The guard refuses to doubt Cain's identity and briefly wonders whether some kind of illusion could explain the contradiction. The barbarian dismisses that idea and, not understanding what a sword master even is, wonders if it is just another name for bandits. That answer leaves the guard completely at a loss. After confirming that Cain truly is a real sword master, the barbarian is left with nothing to say. Unable to resolve the matter himself, the guard decides to report everything to his lord. The report lands like a blow. The lord is stunned to hear that Sir Cain has lost. He erupts in disbelief, demanding to know how such a thing could happen. Brought before him, the barbarian apologizes for jumping to conclusions before hearing the full story. Cain accepts part of the blame, admitting that his own silence helped create the misunderstanding. The two men sit facing each other in a painfully awkward silence, both weighed down by the absurdity of what happened. Watching them, the lord struggles to understand how a duel Cain sought out could end in his defeat. Cain confirms the essential fact: whatever the details, he was defeated by the barbarian. That forces the obvious conclusion that this barbarian is stronger than a sword master. Cain tempers that claim by explaining that sword masters vary in level, but even so, defeating one is no ordinary feat. To the onlookers, that makes the barbarian seem less like a mere fighter and more like a dangerous force beyond easy control. Overwhelmed, the lord excuses himself and leaves the two to sort things out directly. Once they are alone, the room settles again. The barbarian suddenly realizes he is now face to face with the man he defeated, without anyone mediating between them. He sits upright across from Cain, uncertain but attentive as the older man prepares to speak. Cain admits the defeat is deeply humiliating, especially because he still cannot accept it as a clean loss and feels his pride resisting the truth. Then he composes himself, sets down his cup, and formally introduces himself as Sword Master Cain. He presents the title with deliberate seriousness, as if resetting the conversation on proper terms. The barbarian, taking the title literally, asks whether Sword Master is Cain's surname, and Cain explains that once someone reaches that state, ordinary family names no longer matter. Accepting that much, the barbarian asks whether the strange power Cain used earlier was a sword master's technique. Cain hesitates, realizing the barbarian truly has no framework for what he witnessed. He summons green energy into his hand to show exactly what he means. The barbarian immediately recognizes it as the same power from their fight. What he first dismissed as a trick now becomes something worth understanding once he learns it belongs to a sword master. Cain explains that the power is the embodiment of the arcane, also called aura. The barbarian connects this explanation to their battle and realizes that aura was what Cain had been using against him. His confusion turns into excitement, and he eagerly asks how he can learn to use it himself. Cain says aura is produced by controlling the arcane and manifesting it outward. Trying to fit the idea into terms he knows, the barbarian asks whether arcane is basically the same thing as mana. Cain begins clarifying that arcane is the mystical energy itself, and that when it is wielded as aura, it becomes the power of a swordsman. The old man explains that arcane power defines its user by how it is applied, and using it as mana makes someone a mage. The younger man realizes that swordsmen and mages are drawing on the same underlying force, arcane. He immediately asks to be taught swordsmanship, leaving the old man stunned by the sudden request. The barbarian presses the issue, admitting he is still learning and lacks knowledge, so he wants proper instruction. The old swordsman hesitates, unsure why someone stronger than him would need his guidance at all. The barbarian bluntly admits he knows nothing about arcane theory or swordsmanship and has only been fighting by instinct. That confession revives the old man's pride, and he decides to teach him in order to prove the greatness of true swordsmanship. He fully commits to the role, seeing this as a chance to restore his wounded dignity through teaching. At last, he formally accepts the request. He declares that he is fundamentally a swordsman, and without a sword he has been fighting as only half of himself. The barbarian immediately concludes that this is why the old man seemed so weak in their earlier fight. He even says the old man's previous level was too poor for a sword master, confirming he had sensed something was off. Then he adds that the old man might actually have won if he had used his sword, which makes the old man wonder if a blade really changes that much. The barbarian eagerly looks forward to learning, while the old man clings to the hope that this lesson will recover his self-respect. Beginning his explanation, the old man says he had learned swordsmanship before his regression. He clarifies that his style is fantasy swordsmanship, a strange discipline that manipulates arcane aura rather than ordinary technique. He explains that the core trait of this swordsmanship is the embodiment of illusion and reality, and asks what the barbarian saw when fighting his disciple. The barbarian recalls that the disciple's sword strike split into three, and all 3 attacks had felt real. He now understands that this was what the old man meant by embodiment. He concludes that the technique depends more on skill than raw power, and the old man confirms it. The old man defines swordsmanship as the art of merging sword and aura to wield arcane, with sword master being the level reached by those who perfect it. To demonstrate, he channels green aura into his blade. The barbarian excitedly recognizes that energy as aura, while the old man is still half disbelieving that he is truly teaching him. He gathers himself and prepares to explain more clearly. The old man admits the idea of embodying illusion and reality may sound abstract. So he decides to teach through direct demonstration instead of theory. He focuses and commits to the strike. His sword comes down with aura-infused force. The single attack blossoms into multiple green trajectories racing forward. The barbarian realizes the strike has multiplied before his eyes. He counts 5 separate slashes this time, more than the 3 he saw before. The attack tears into the far wall and leaves a cratered impact. The old man explains that many techniques can create illusions with aura alone. What makes this true swordsmanship different, he says, is giving those illusions substance so they become real attacks. The barbarian calmly judges the technique and says he feels like he could do it too. The old man is caught completely off guard by that claim. He dismisses the idea as absurd. From his perspective, swordsmanship is the result of a lifetime of talent and brutal effort, not something that can be copied after seeing it once. The barbarian ignores the objection and says it will be faster to show him. Instead of taking up a sword, he lifts his axe, shocking the old man. He plants his footing and prepares to imitate the technique with his own weapon. Then he launches into the motion with explosive confidence. His swing carves out a storm of repeated arcs. The old man stares in disbelief as the movement resembles the sword technique. But he quickly realizes the truth. The barbarian is not using embodied illusions at all, only overwhelming speed and brute force. Even so, the barrage rips straight down the hall and devastates the path ahead. The impact erupts in a massive explosion. The old man can only gape at the sheer destructive power. When the attack ends, the axe head is left smoking from the force of the strike. Pleased with himself, the barbarian casually asks how his attempt was. The old swordsman admits the young warrior's crude rush nearly fooled him because its sheer speed and force mimicked a true simultaneous strike. Even so, he insists the attack was only brute swinging without technique, though he concedes that in actual combat it achieved almost the same result. The warrior challenges that distinction, arguing that if the outcome is the same, that should be enough. The master hesitates, caught off guard by a point he cannot easily dismiss. He grudgingly admits the logic while privately smarting at the blow to his pride. Determined to reassert the difference, he draws his sword and prepares to demonstrate real technique. He unleashes a refined aura art that makes his movement and strikes seem to split into multiple bodies at once. The warrior is startled as the master's form appears to separate before his eyes. The technique erupts forward in a violent green surge. Its force tears through the surroundings and sends debris flying. When the attack settles, the floor around them has been blasted into a crater. The master explains that this is bodily separation, a feat made possible by extreme control of aura. He presses the point by asking whether the warrior can imitate something like this. The challenge lands heavily as the warrior shifts his footing in thought. Instead of answering, the warrior calmly steps forward with his axe in hand. He raises the weapon as if deciding to respond in his own language. With a single rapid spin, he whips up a circular storm of force around himself. The master instantly realizes this is becoming far more dangerous than expected. The spinning blow swells into a massive vortex of wind and power. That vortex intensifies into a towering destructive spiral. It drills into the ground like a purple tornado, dwarfing the master's earlier display. When the warrior stops, he simply asks for the master's opinion. The old man collapses in shock, overwhelmed by what he has just witnessed. He can only mourn that a lifetime of training has just been upstaged by this absurd display. In despair, he laments what this means for his swordsmanship. Unable to accept it, he trembles and insists this cannot be real. His composure breaks completely as he spirals into disbelief. The warrior, unimpressed, concludes that the master is more mentally fragile than he expected. He steps closer, forcing the old man to face him. At last the master regains enough honesty to admit the warrior's swordsmanship is extraordinary. The warrior downplays it, saying he only swung his axe quickly and that it was not true swordsmanship. The master corrects him, saying the understanding he showed afterward was genuine swordsmanship, while confessing that he himself cannot reach true arcane mastery. That admission revives the old man's pride as he clings to the value of his own art. He explains that true technique means embodying both illusion and reality as one substance within this world. Reassured, he decides the flaw lies not in his technique but in the warrior's monstrous nature. He dismisses the feat as something only a lunatic barbarian could do, not a standard any sane person should be judged by. He declares that moving so fast one becomes a blur without even using aura is beyond what a human should be capable of. Then, abruptly shifting from outrage to curiosity, he asks whether the warrior wants to learn what technique truly means. He quickly apologizes for losing control, and the warrior accepts the change in tone. After collecting himself, the master prepares to teach seriously. He begins with the foundation. True technique requires control of aura, and controlling aura first requires understanding the arcane. He explains that no mage, swordsman, or which can reach higher realms without awakening the arcane, while divine miracles come from a different source entirely. The warrior checks his understanding and asks whether divine power is therefore separate from the arcane. The master confirms that miracles are granted directly by gods and do not depend on the user's personal ability. The warrior takes that in, beginning to sort the world's power systems in his mind. The master defines the arcane as the mysterious power within oneself, and says everything depends on how well one wields it. He adds that aura use, mana gain, and even spirit control all begin with understanding this inner power. From there, he introduces the structure of arcane development. It has 5 stages. He names the first and most basic stage as arcane perception, the stage of sensing, awakening to, and recognizing the arcane. The warrior immediately questions that premise, noting that not everyone can even sense the arcane because without talent some cannot feel it at all. An elder explains that people capable of sensing arcane power are classified as third class. He adds that arcane aptitude is divided into 5 grades, with third class as the lowest recognized level. The broader hierarchy is laid out as third class, second class, first class, superhuman, and hero. The young warrior realizes this ranking explains something he encountered before. The elder warns that the system is only a rough guide, since differences within each rank are vast and the boundaries are unclear. Once the warrior accepts that much, the elder moves on to practical training. He declares that the first step toward arcane power is arcane perception. To awaken that perception, he tells the warrior to open his senses fully and feel everything around him. He begins guiding him through the world itself, starting with the wind moving past him. The lesson expands to the earth and every motion in nature, until the warrior is told to isolate a distinct presence within it all. The warrior sits down and tries to follow the instruction in earnest. He concentrates harder, attempting to sense what the elder is describing. But despite the effort, he admits that he feels nothing at all. The elder is genuinely surprised, having expected someone so strong to grasp it easily. He reflects that great physical strength often makes arcane sensing easier, though apparently not in this case. Unable to explain it, he wonders if the anomaly is connected to the White Wasteland. The warrior confirms that no one in his homeland has ever sensed anything like arcane power. Since direct sensing fails, the elder decides to channel energy into him and force open a path to the arcane. The warrior recognizes the method as something like aura transfer. The elder confirms that it is close enough to that idea. Told to brace himself, the warrior nervously agrees. The elder steps in behind him to begin the procedure. Placing a hand on the warrior, he orders him to relax completely and turn his awareness inward. He tells him to focus on the mana being channeled into his body. The moment contact is made, the elder is startled by the warrior's body. He is shocked by how inhumanly solid and resistant the warrior feels. To the elder, the warrior's flesh is less like a human body than compressed stone under immense pressure. The warrior notices the hesitation and calls the elder back to the task. Embarrassed by the distraction, the elder regains focus and starts in earnest. As aura begins to flow, he explains that the real goal is to awaken the hidden arcane path within the warrior. Almost immediately, something feels wrong to him. The elder realizes the process is not proceeding as it should. Even while pushing his aura deeper, he cannot locate any arcane path inside the warrior's body. Worse, he finds that he cannot even reach far enough inward to search properly. The attempt feels to him like sending his power into a bottomless abyss where nothing can be touched. He concludes that the method simply will not work. The abrupt judgment leaves the warrior baffled, and the elder awkwardly prepares to explain himself. The warrior immediately fears this means he lacks the talent for arcane power altogether. The elder denies that conclusion and clarifies that the problem is not talent but the failure of his aura to penetrate deeply enough. He explains that awakening the arcane requires reaching an inner path and stirring the dormant force there. The warrior understands the theory, but that does not answer what went wrong. Then the elder states the real issue plainly. He could not find any path to the arcane inside him. The warrior is stunned and asks if that means he cannot sense the arcane at all. The elder says even that remains uncertain, because he could not confirm whether such a path exists in him in the first place. Pressed for an explanation, he finally calls the warrior's body unnatural. He says the warrior's body is so dense that aura cannot travel deep enough through it to reach whatever lies within. The elder admits he has never seen raw physicality interfere with aura in this way before. The warrior bitterly realizes that even a sword master cannot help him. When he asks if that means he will never gain the arcane, the elder can only answer that he still does not know. In the end, the elder leaves him with the harsh uncertainty that he could not even determine whether an arcane path exists within him at all. At the castle, the old mage advises that if the swordsman wants better guidance with aura, he should seek out the mage tower. He apologizes for not being able to do more, but the barbarian accepts it without resentment. The young warrior decides there is still hope and that this setback is only temporary. Even so, he hesitates, as if there is still something left unsaid between them. He finally speaks with gratitude, admitting he has learned a great deal here and sincerely appreciates the old man's help. That unexpected sincerity unsettles the mage, who is not used to hearing such words from him. The mage reflects on why this matters so much. Every barbarian he has known was violent and impossible to restrain. In his memory, barbarians were outcasts who lived by plunder and brutality, feared by ordinary people. but he now recognizes this one as different, enough to consider bringing him into the kingdom. He offers a formal path, swear loyalty to the kingdom, and receive rank in return. To make it more tempting, he promises sponsorship and says the barbarian's strength could carry him high. The offer is rejected immediately because the barbarian refuses to be bound by anyone. The refusal clashes with the kind of ambition others project onto him, since men in power imagine he could help reshape imperial control. The mage presses once more, asking whether noble status truly fails to tempt him. The barbarian's faint smile makes clear he has already chosen his answer. He declares that what he values most is his own freedom. That answer leaves the mage shaken, because it confirms the man cannot be steered by ordinary rewards. He gives up on persuading him and awkwardly accepts the decision. The barbarian parts on good terms, thanking him again and promising not to forget his kindness. Left speechless, the mage can only watch him go. Afterward, the old man walks the corridor alone, turning the encounter over in his mind. He admits to himself that trying to recruit that man had been foolish. He realizes the barbarian may cooperate with others, but in truth he follows only his own judgment, and cannot be controlled for long. What troubles him most is that the man's thoughts remain unreadable. That uncertainty feels even more dangerous because the warrior is no ordinary human, but a being tied to the demon realm and the White Wasteland. With a weary sigh, the mage shifts from personal concern to the larger threat. He wonders what the Emperor is planning if he truly means to use such a figure in a campaign against the demon realm. In a later audience, he raises the issue before a high-ranking noble, who is stunned by the implication that the Emperor really intends to conquer the demon realm. The noble objects that people are already dying under the excuse of reconnaissance, and demands to know if this madness is real. The mage confirms it and suggests the Emperor may be trying to surpass the first Emperor's legacy, though the outcome lies in the future. He warns that humanity has not even secured all of its own lands yet. The noble grimly concludes that this means war with the demon realm may only be a matter of time. The mage agrees and urges preparation, noting that imperial territory could be drawn into the conflict at any moment. He adds that the world is already unstable, and the Emperor's half-demon son only makes the political strain worse. That remark pushes the noble to confront a rumor he has clearly been avoiding. He asks directly whether the stories are true. The mage confirms that the demons have begun to move. The answer hits the noble hard, stripping away any remaining doubt. The mage explains that abnormal dungeon outbreaks are one sign, even if the cause is not yet proven. Some suspect the demon realm's corruption is already leaking into the human world. If that is true, then something major is underway, and whatever it is will be disastrous for humanity. The mage then points out that amid all this, the strangest factor may already be inside their own sphere. The noble reluctantly agrees. When asked what he makes of the barbarian, he admits he still cannot read him. All he can say for certain is that the man does not currently stand as their enemy. Beyond that, the barbarian remains an enigma whose future role no one can predict. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a peaceful city under imperial banners. The barbarian now walks through its streets alone, apparently moving on from the castle and its politics. Something catches his attention and breaks his calm focus. He turns to see a child clinging to a woman in fear, leaving him puzzled by the reaction he has provoked. As Keto enters town in his fur and hide outfit, the locals recoil, making it clear his appearance is unsettling them. He pauses and starts reconsidering why people keep reacting to him this way. He concludes that the fear is probably caused by his clothes rather than by him personally. Misreading their disgust as a matter of etiquette, he decides they must see him as uncivilized because he is not dressed properly. That realization hardens into a simple plan. He resolves to buy civilized clothing and fix the problem immediately. With that goal in mind, he heads into a proper clothing shop. The store opens to him without issue, and he steps inside expecting a straightforward purchase. A tailor is in the middle of arranging a formal suit when he notices the enormous newcomer. The tailor is instantly rattled by Keto's presence. Keto calmly states that he wants to buy clothes, but his intimidating aura only makes the tailor more alarmed. Trying not to offend him, the tailor nervously claims the shop has nothing in Keto's size. When Keto presses the matter, the tailor offers a safer alternative by suggesting a custom order. Keto accepts at once, relieved that there is still a way to get proper clothes. The tailor hurriedly promises to contact him when the order is ready, eager to end the encounter without incident. Even after Keto leaves, the tailor imagines disaster if the finished clothes fail to satisfy such a terrifying customer. The thought leaves the tailor wondering whether he will survive the commission at all. On his way toward the guild hall, Keto notices something unusual on the road. A small blue orb is lying there, shining with an unnatural brilliance. He picks it up out of curiosity. Seeing it more clearly, he realizes it is some kind of gemstone or orb rather than an ordinary trinket. The object's polished, luminous surface makes it seem valuable and deliberately made. Keto studies it for a moment but cannot identify it on his own. He decides to ask the guild hall about it instead of guessing. At the guild hall, he presents the orb to the receptionist, Rosa, and asks if she knows what it is. He explains that he found it on the way there and hands it over for inspection. Rosa admits she does not recognize it immediately, and notes that it does not look like a normal gemstone. As she examines it, she observes that the surface is unnaturally smooth, as if it was carved or crafted by someone. She finds no markings, names, or identifying features that would reveal its origin. Yet the more she looks at it, the more she feels that the orb carries some kind of value or significance beyond its appearance. Without warning, the orb reacts and slips from her grasp toward Ketil. The sudden movement shocks Rosa. The orb ends up against her chest as she freezes, startled by what just happened. Ketil notices her strange reaction and asks whether she is all right. When he says she seemed entranced by the orb, Rosa is confused and does not understand what he means. Realizing she may not have noticed her own lapse, Ketil drops the point. Rosa regains her composure and admits the orb is difficult to understand, though she can sense a strange energy from it, then offers to have it formally appraised. Ketil declines, preferring to investigate the mystery himself because the uncertainty interests him. He then shifts back to practical matters and asks what jobs are available today. Rosa hands him a request form listing only menial labor, the kind of work beginners are usually given. Ketil accepts the list without complaint and looks it over. By the time the day ends, he has returned home with his pay and the strange orb still on his mind. After finishing his work, he relaxes and reflects on the day as satisfying overall. Even at rest, he cannot stop wondering what the orb really is. Remembering how intensely Rosa reacted to it, he starts to suspect the orb has some hidden function. As he focuses on it, something changes and his attention sharpens. He suddenly hears a voice from the orb calling him, which jolts him upright in disbelief. Inside his mind, the call repeats and seems to beckon him towards some destination. The orb begins projecting a route in his head, and Ketil realizes it is guiding him somewhere connected to domination magic. The summons continues insistently, confirming that the orb is not inert at all but actively trying to lead him onward. A silver-haired man quietly resolves to act. Sitting alone by the moonlit window, he decides he will go wherever the summons is leading him. He pushes through the forest, irritated by the voice in his head but following it anyway. His search continues deeper into the woods. He suddenly senses that he is close to something important. At the mouth of a dark cave, he realizes this must be the destination. Instead of hesitating, he shows a faint confidence. Inside, an unseen watcher notices his arrival with interest. The man answers the call directly and confirms he has come to the voice. A hidden presence welcomes him not as a guest, but as another sacrifice. The creature judges him as a crude barbarian, though at least a large enough offering to be useful. The speaker reveals itself as a skeletal mage and counts this newcomer as its 10th victim. The man struggles to believe what he is seeing, while the undead mage treats resurrection as an ordinary certainty. The story explains that long ago, during the Age of Great War, a powerful mage manipulated minds and emotions to plunge kingdoms into conflict and rule through chaos. When that cruelty finally provoked the world against him, heroes hunted him down, but before dying he transferred his soul into another vessel. That act turned him into a lich, an undead being that survives as long as its vessel endures. As a lich, the once world-threatening mage began plotting his return. Needing many lives to fuel that revival, he hid near a remote fief and spread enchanted orbs to lure victims in one by one. Each sacrifice brought his resurrection closer and fed his ambition to conquer the world again. What troubles him now is that this territory was chosen precisely because it was secluded, making an outsider like this barbarian an anomaly. The man, still taking everything in, becomes the center of that suspicion. The lich reasons that someone from the distant north would still make an acceptable offering because of his size alone. He recalls that the lure should only affect people ignorant of magic, which should make this man an ordinary victim. Seeing no obvious reaction beyond calm confidence, the lich dismisses it as a harmless fluke. Certain of his control, the lich calls the barbarian forward to become the foundation of his rebirth. The man follows the summons all the way to the sealed chamber and confirms he has reached the place. He steps inside without resistance. The moment he enters, he is startled by what he finds. The lich immediately focuses on him, recognizing that something is off. Rising to confront the intruder directly, the lich abandons any pretense of distance. The man identifies the being at once as a lich, proving he knows exactly what stands before him. He recognizes it as the kind of extreme dark mage usually found only in fantasy tales, and is shocked to face one in reality. The lich is rattled that his target understands what he is and demands to know how someone lured by the orb could possess that knowledge. The man quickly pieces it together. The orb was bait, and the scattered bones around the chamber are the remains of earlier victims. Unable to sense any magic from him, the lich concludes he must truly be just a normal barbarian. That contradiction forces the lich to invent another explanation, deciding the man must be carrying a powerful artifact that shields his mind and presence. When the man denies having anything like that, the lich takes it as a lie rather than innocence. Offended and impatient, the lich channels power through his staff and prepares to subdue him. He decides that since the spell failed to take the man quietly, he will break him by force instead. Magic surges into the bones on the floor, turning the dead into weapons. The lich summons his skeletal minions to attack. One skeleton lunges first, rushing straight at the man. At that moment, the man finally understands the situation fully and seems almost amused by it. The skeleton swings its blade, expecting an easy kill. The man counters with a single casual strike and shatters the attacker instantly. The lich is stunned by the effortless display of strength. The destroyed skeleton collapses into useless fragments. The man calmly notes that his body feels lighter and stronger than expected, as if this place is benefiting him. Alarmed but still determined, the Lich decides to test whether the man remains dangerous once his limbs are taken away. He sends more skeletons forward, caring only that the intruder be kept alive long enough to serve as a sacrifice. The silver-haired barbarian receives an order to kill and immediately faces the Lich's skeletal servants without hesitation. He steadies himself with quiet confidence, treating the threat as manageable. His first counterattack obliterates a skeleton's head in a single brutal swing. He follows through by driving his force into the ground, breaking the enemy formation apart. The shock of his attack tears through the surrounding undead and sends bones flying. As more skeletal limbs close in, he crushes them with sheer physical power. The Lich is startled to see its disposable undead being destroyed so easily. The barbarian confirms what he was told: these undead die once their heads are destroyed. He quickly reads the situation and concludes the Lich has only raised weak skeletons so far. That realization insults the Lich, which had expected its status alone to inspire fear. Fed up with being underestimated, the barbarian warns that he is done holding back. He seizes the Lich's staff, targeting the blue gem embedded in it. In response, the Lich channels power through the staff and summons a far stronger undead warrior. The barbarian immediately senses that this new creation is different from the others. A fully armed skeleton knight rises before him, reviving a more dangerous kind of opponent. He recalls that ordinary skeleton knights are formidable already, and one made by a Lich could be even more unusual. The summoned knight finishes forming under the Lich's magic. The Lich orders the new servant to kill him at once. Rather than panic, the barbarian grows interested and decides to test what this undead knight can do. The skeleton knight charges with sword and shield, pressing him with disciplined force instead of mindless swarming. The barbarian slips past the attack and lands a heavy blow before the knight can pin him down. He drives the knight downward with overwhelming strength. The impact shatters the armored skeleton into fragments across the floor. For a moment, the battlefield disappears into dust and scattered necromantic residue. Within the haze, movement reveals that the fight is not actually over. The skeleton knight surges back out of the smoke, still attacking despite the damage. The barbarian acknowledges that this one is much tougher than the earlier undead. The Lich pushes the knight further, forcing more mana into it to maximize its output. Empowered by that command, the knight launches another high-speed assault wrapped in blue energy. The barbarian remains calm, reading the attack instead of retreating in fear. The knight commits fully, trying to overwhelm him with a direct killing strike. As it dives in, the barbarian judges that even this enhanced knight still has limits. He tightens his grip, deciding to end the experiment. He intercepts the charge with a precise, crushing downward strike to the knight's head. The blow sends the undead body hurtling away, its structure already failing. He finishes it with another burst of raw force, smashing the knight apart for good. Seeing no further resistance, he pauses and waits for the Lich's next move. The Lich is visibly shaken that its stronger creation was destroyed so decisively. Dust and fragments settle around the barbarian's weapon as the room falls briefly quiet. He casually pins a remaining bony hand underfoot, showing how little threat the undead now pose. He concludes that the knight was unusual but not enough to matter, and asks if that was the Lich's best. Instead of answering directly, the Lich demands to know who he really is. The Lich studies him and realizes it cannot sense any arcane source, artifact, or external mana behind his power. That leaves only one explanation: the barbarian defeated a skeleton knight through pure physical strength alone. The discovery unsettles the Lich, which recognizes him as something exceptional. The barbarian is caught off guard by that sudden shift in the Lich's attitude. Having reassessed him, the Lich decides to stop relying on servants and fight personally. Dark power gathers as the Lich rises, declaring that being killed by it should be considered an honor. The barbarian looks up in surprise as the space around them begins to change. He loses his footing in the spreading darkness, realizing the Lich has begun a direct and far more dangerous move. A hidden presence tries to intimidate the barbarian and warns him that fear is the proper response. The hooded skeleton mage reveals himself and declares that entering his sanctuary will cost the intruder dearly. The barbarian calmly explains that he only came because the mysterious orb drew him there. That answer catches the Lich off guard when the barbarian points out that the orbs were his own doing. It becomes clear that everyone trapped in this place, including the barbarian, was lured in by the Lich's scattered orbs. Annoyed, the Lich silences him and grandly introduces himself as Kartos Bernilius Kessis, boasting of kingdoms ruined and heroes slain. The barbarian briefly recalls the elf queen Marzelia Hajian Kurija, but his main reaction is weary disbelief at how absurdly long names are in this world. Kartos begins a resurrection ritual and tries to force the barbarian into serving as a component of it. The spell crashes into the barbarian and starts pulling at his mind. Dark energy spirals around him as the mental attack takes hold. He remains standing, staring at the vortex instead of collapsing. Even his eyes show the spell's influence, suggesting the attack reached him. The narration explains that Kartos' specialty is emotion control magic that amplifies negative feelings until victims break mentally, a technique considered nearly impossible to resist. Confident in that advantage, Kartos dismisses the barbarian as someone too crude to oppose true arcane power. When the barbarian still does not break, Kartos realizes he is neither using artifacts nor showing any obvious countermeasure. Deciding to study this anomaly later, Kartos orders his magic to seize the barbarian first. A summoned skeleton warrior forms in answer to the command. The undead soldier fully manifests with a sword and rushes toward the barbarian. The barbarian plants his feet instead of retreating. The skeleton closes in under the lich's control, expecting an easy capture. The barbarian's expression hardens and a dangerous light rises in his eye. He bursts forward and meets the charging skeleton head-on. The undead is obliterated in a single strike before it can touch him. The barbarian barely treats the exchange as worth noticing. Kartos is visibly shaken that his controlled servant was destroyed so effortlessly. The impact tears through the area, making the barbarian's raw power impossible to ignore. Kartos panics because the mind control spell should have worked perfectly. The barbarian calls out the lich's tactic as predictable, noting that he merely stood there waiting for the same skeleton trick as before. He dismisses the whole attempt as boring. That contempt hits Kartos harder than the physical threat and leaves him reeling. The narration insists that all humans carry negativity, and therefore should be vulnerable to emotion control magic, yet this case is becoming an exception. The barbarian wonders why Kartos does not try something straightforward like fireballs, while Kartos remains baffled that his victim still looks completely normal. Abandoning subtle control, Kartos begins invoking a far more destructive spell. He calls forth a formless, murky wave meant to erase structure itself. The spell expands into a chaos field designed to swallow the world and drag everything into disorder. For a moment, the barbarian only watches with blank curiosity. The chaos surge engulfs him in violent darkness and light. Kartos declares that the barbarian will be consumed. Instead, the barbarian walks out of the collapsing spell untouched as the chaos breaks apart around him. The remaining energy peels away from his body without leaving any sign of harm. Kartos erupts in triumph too early, convinced he has finally won. His victory cry turns into choking laughter as his own body begins to fail under the strain. The lich doubles over, suddenly unable to maintain his composure. He admits he spent nearly all his mana on the attack and barely has enough left to keep his body intact, though he still hopes the barbarian should now be finished. A calm voice praising the effort makes Kartos realize the barbarian is still standing. He looks up in shock and sees his enemy unharmed right in front of him. The barbarian asks if that was really everything Kartos had. Kartos is horrified that even his strongest dark spell failed completely. He reflects that the attack was powered by his entire reserve and should have shattered even a great hero's mind on contact. Unable to understand what he is facing, Kartos demands to know what the barbarian truly is, while the barbarian admits he felt nothing from the supposedly impressive spell. The lich coldly assumes the barbarian has finished making his move. In answer, the barbarian tightens his grip on his weapon and prepares to act. He steps forward, taking control of the confrontation and signaling that his turn has begun. The lich studies him and realizes something important from that confidence. The barbarian, however, is still unsure what the lich has understood. The lich concludes that the intruder knowingly came to kill him, confirming his suspicion about the barbarian's purpose. That conclusion only leaves the barbarian more confused about the lich's line of thinking. Mistaking him for an imperial assassin, the lich mocks the empire for sending someone so physically minded after him. He boasts that even if destroyed now, he will return and eventually wipe out humanity. The lich recalls hearing of a hidden place where the empire raises exceptional human talent, and assumes the barbarian came from there. He frames the barbarian as a weapon forged by the empire specifically to kill him. Even so, the lich remains delighted, treating the encounter as proof of his own importance. He declares himself one of the empire's greatest threats, and vows to kill the barbarian before bringing the empire down. The barbarian can only wonder if his opponent has completely lost his mind. Instead of continuing the rant, the lich activates a strange vessel filled with magic. He launches the vessel's power at the barbarian and tries to force his soul into the man's body. The transfer strikes the barbarian directly, beginning the lich's possession attempt. For a moment, the barbarian is too stunned to understand what just happened. The lich's plan is to invade the barbarian's body, consume his mind, and live on inside him permanently unless he can become a lich again. Having no better option, the lich commits fully to this desperate body-snatching gamble. As the possession takes hold, the barbarian's body starts moving under the lich's control. Believing he has succeeded, the lich claims the body as his and prepares for what comes next. But inside the barbarian's mental realm, the lich immediately senses that something is wrong. He finds an inner world unlike anything he has ever seen and realizes the possession is not unfolding normally. Simply perceiving that mind begins to corrupt and collapse his own consciousness. At first he suspects the empire created some hidden defense or trap. As the damage worsens, he rejects that idea and understands this as something else entirely. He sees the barbarian's existence as a monstrous anomaly beyond even the empire's ability to manufacture. The realization leaves the lich horrified as he grasps the scale of his mistake. With his mind breaking apart, the lich can do nothing but recognize his own end. From the barbarian's perspective, the whole thing is bafflingly abrupt. The lich simply collapses after using his magic on himself, ending the fight without explanation. The barbarian pieces together only that some black current was involved and that the enemy had been a lich, though not an impressive one. He reflects that he had expected to see more remarkable magic from a lich's final technique. With the danger gone, he reaches down to collect the fallen spoils. He dismisses the lich as underwhelming and turns his attention to claiming his dungeon reward. Noticing the staff reacted when the lich casts magic, he wonders if it has practical value. That leads him to speculate that possessing the staff might let him use magic himself. The gem's response makes him realize the item may be more important than it looks. Deciding that is too valuable to reveal, he hides the staff away for himself. Then another thought occurs to him. Since the vessel belonged to a lich, he suspects it may be the lich's life vessel. Rather than guess further, he decides to have Rosa appraise it later. Satisfied that he has gathered enough loot, he starts to leave but senses something suspicious nearby. He immediately becomes alert to the new disturbance. A glowing magical symbol appears on the wall, hinting at a concealed mechanism or passage. He suspects the room hides another chamber, and moves in to test the wall. When he presses it, the hidden mechanism responds. The wall begins to shift open, confirming his suspicion. A secret entrance reveals itself, and the barbarian realizes he was right. A white-haired man arrives in a dark underground space, sensing he has found something hidden. As he studies the place, the people gathered there remain eerily silent and unresponsive. He steps closer, testing whether anyone will react to his presence. He realizes he is standing in Lich Kartos' hidden sacrificial chamber, surrounded by vacant survivors. The discovery confirms his suspicion that such a chamber truly exists. Even so, he keeps his composure and decides to assess the situation practically. Looking over the dazed figures, he wonders who these people are and what was done to them. He tries to get a response from one of the men, but the victim's mind is clearly gone. He calls out again to the others, only to find the same emptiness. Unsure how to handle this alone, he pauses to think through his next move. He decides the best option is to return to the estate and report what he found. He reasons that once he explains everything, the estate can send proper people to deal with it. Back at the estate, he enters and immediately draws attention. A young clerk notices his early return and greets him from her desk. She remarks that he is back unusually soon, expecting a routine explanation. He brushes it off at first, saying he had something to take care of. His vague answer only leaves her confused. He reveals that the matter concerns the strange orb he showed her the day before. She assumes he must be joking about whatever conclusion he reached. When he insists he is serious, she still cannot believe a lich could exist in such a remote place. To end the doubt, he produces the purple vessel he brought back from the chamber. He identifies it as a lich's life vessel and asks her to appraise it. The clerk freezes as the implication finally hits her. She realizes he was telling the truth all along. As dark energy leaks from the vessel, she panics and demands to know what is happening. He calmly explains that there were also people inside, but they were mentally broken, so someone should be sent to inspect the site. Her shock turns into a grim realization as recent events suddenly make sense. She recalls the recent disappearances in the territory, and understands they may have been the work of a lich harvesting victims. Alarmed, she immediately moves to summon help. A guard rushes in, stunned by the report that a lich may be involved. The white-haired man greets him casually, treating the crisis with disarming calm. He assures the guard the immediate danger is handled, and starts explaining what he found. When he names Kartos Bernayalas Kessis, the guard is shaken by recognition. Seeing that reaction, the man asks whether the guard knows the name. The guard admits he does, now fully rattled. He explains that Kartos was a sorcerer from a century ago whose magic manipulated emotions and plunged kingdoms into chaos. The thought that such a figure returned as a lich and appeared here leaves the guard horrified. He asks if the story can really be true. The white-haired man confirms it, adding bluntly that Kartos was not especially impressive and ultimately destroyed himself. The guard rejects that as absurd and presses for a clearer explanation. The man admits there is not much more he can say about the details. That answer leaves the guard at a loss for words. Deciding the matter is above him, the guard goes to report directly to his lord. When the lord hears that a lich was found near their territory, he is immediately alarmed. He questions whether they are certain it was truly a lich and not some other monster. The guard answers that the rescued victim's testimony and the physical evidence make another explanation unlikely. The vessel itself is presented as proof of the threat. The lord reflects that a lich operating so close to the estate without detection is a serious failure, especially with the Empire's investigators absent and the estate already under strain. Recognizing how dangerous and politically troublesome this is, he concludes the situation is a major headache. He orders that word be sent to the capital at once. A lord and his knight reflect that they narrowly avoided disaster. They conclude that if the barbarian had not found the threat first, their estate might have been its first victim. The danger is identified as Kartos, who was likely in the middle of becoming a lich when he was interrupted. The knight agrees the situation had clearly already gone far beyond normal. Even so, the lord judges the barbarian's intervention an extraordinary achievement worthy of reward. He intends to repay that deed, assuming his family still has the means to offer something adequate. Before that discussion can continue, activity stirs outside the room. Urgent cries announce that an exalted visitor has arrived. The commotion signals a sudden, formal interruption. The lord hastily composes himself and orders the visitor admitted. The doors open to receive someone of overwhelming importance. A servant breathlessly reports that Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God, has come to the estate. The Lord is stunned by the name alone. The knight immediately recognizes the gravity of the arrival. The Lord struggles to understand why such a figure would come here at all. Aquaz enters with the authority of the Sun God's church itself. The household shifts from alarm to formal reception. The Lord receives Aquaz in a private audience, both seated across from one another. He introduces himself respectfully and tries to recover control through proper etiquette. Aquaz accepts the courtesy without softening the pressure of the visit. She identifies herself as Aquaz, Inquisitor acting in the Sun God's name. Her reputation precedes her as a prodigy and a powerful enforcer who has already broken demonic workings on a massive scale. Her standing is so high that even imperial authority yields to the church behind her. To the provincial lord, she is not merely a guest but a force far above his station. Aquaz notes that the estate has been unusually noisy, making clear she already suspects serious trouble. The lord tries to minimize it as a small dungeon incident that has already been resolved. When he cautiously asks her purpose, she reveals that she came because of a divine oracle. But before sharing that revelation, she decides to test him by asking what has happened here recently. She presses for the truth first, withholding the oracle until she hears his account. The lord hesitates, realizing concealment may now be impossible. When the matter of the barbarian who defeated the lich is raised, Aquaz is visibly shaken. The lord confirms that the defeated being may indeed have been Kartos Bernilas Kizis. That name evokes the image of a terrifying undead power, underscoring what was overcome. Aquaz is alarmed enough to seek immediate confirmation that such a being was truly here. To prove it, the lord presents Kartos' phylactery. Seeing it, Aquaz realizes the situation is even more serious than expected. She instinctively clutches her holy emblem as if steadying herself against the implication. Her thoughts turn sharply back to the barbarian connected to all of this. She struggles to accept that someone capable of this is still inside the estate's territory. The lord confirms that the barbarian has not left and remains nearby. Aquaz begins to question whether a barbarian defeating Kartos should even be possible. The lord answers that it is, adding that the same man also defeated Lord Cain. Aquaz realizes a new power has appeared and demands to know what tribe this barbarian comes from. The lord says the man claims to be from the White Wastelands. That answer unsettles Aquaz further, because the White Wastelands are tied to the demon realm and should not produce someone like this. She concludes that this barbarian may be the very reason the divine oracle sent her here. The lord is left confused as her interest suddenly sharpens. Aquaz decides she must meet the barbarian in person. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a quieter room where someone is puzzling over an unfamiliar object. A blue crystal is examined closely, suggesting the barbarian is now dealing with Kartos' remains and trying to understand how to use them. A silver-haired warrior examines a strange blue crystal and concludes it is some kind of magic-supporting artifact, deciding he can ask a mage about it later. A sudden thought interrupts him, as if he has just remembered an important appointment. Looking outside, he realizes the time has come and prepares to leave. A church guard arrives with a formal summons. The Sun God's Inquisitor has requested to meet him at the church. As he answers the door, the guard warns him to show proper respect when meeting her. He responds with easy confidence, showing no concern about the warning. That casual attitude unsettles the guard, who senses he may be dealing with someone difficult. Still, the guard keeps to protocol and announces that everything is ready. He hesitates only long enough to gather himself before continuing. Now properly dressed, he agrees to head out at once. The narration explains that in this world the gods are real, can grant power directly, and even descend in person. Because of that, the church is not merely symbolic but the true seat of divine service and authority. When they arrive, the guard presents the destination plainly, but the visitor is immediately struck by it. Seeing the great structure up close, he begins to grasp whose domain he has entered. The sheer scale of the Sun God's church leaves him openly impressed. The guard leaves him to the church's care, saying someone inside will take over from here, and he accepts. He steps across the threshold and enters the sacred building. Inside, he steadies himself and takes in the atmosphere with growing focus. The holy imagery and radiant decor make the place feel unmistakably divine. Even the empty pews and sunlight-filled hall reinforce the church's solemn authority. A group of nuns formally welcomes him by name, confirming he was expected. One of them informs him that Inquisitor Aquaz is already waiting for him. He agrees without resistance when they offer to guide him to her room. Before the meeting properly begins, a courteous greeting reaches him from within. Aquaz introduces herself as the Inquisitor of the Sun God, revealing a young but composed religious authority. He returns the introduction politely, though he is clearly surprised by how young she is for such a position. Rather than dismissing her, he takes her youth as a sign that she must be exceptionally capable. His unreadable smile makes Aquaz uneasy, and she struggles to interpret what he is thinking. He cuts through the awkwardness and asks directly why she wanted to see him. Aquaz gathers herself, choosing her words carefully before answering. She explains that the meeting concerns the recent dungeon incident and the fallen enemy Kartos, whose crimes spread across the world. She adds that Kartos eventually became a lich, a threat so great that only heroes were meant to oppose him. He acknowledges the story but points out that the Kartos he personally encountered was already a lich who destroyed himself. When she seems doubtful, He calmly insists he is only reporting exactly what he witnessed. To verify his account, Aquaz asks permission to let her god directly witness their conversation. She explains that if he lies under divine observation, the god's reaction will expose it immediately. Aquaz expects resistance and even offers him a chance to refuse, assuming a barbarian would fear such scrutiny. Instead, he becomes genuinely excited at the chance to experience divine power firsthand and urges her to proceed. His enthusiasm catches her off guard, because he reacts to divine judgment like an eager spectator rather than a suspect. Still uncertain, she asks whether being watched by a god does not make him uncomfortable. He answers that it would not bother him at all, since he has nothing to hide. That blunt confidence leaves her with little room to object, and she realizes he truly believes he has told no lies. Accepting his answer, Aquaz decides to begin the rite. She offers a solemn prayer, calling on her god to look down upon them. As her invocation continues, the sun god's symbol manifests in overwhelming radiance above her. She commands the divine gaze to reveal any falsehood within the room. The church itself erupts with a descending pillar of holy light as the response arrives. The warrior is engulfed by the brilliance, and realizes this is far beyond a simple truth test. Within that light, he senses an immense presence that exists beyond ordinary radiance. What answers the prayer is not just a sign but a vast, indescribable being, suggesting the god's attention has truly fallen upon him. As the barbarian stands beneath the blazing divine presence, he senses that the god's attention carries a distinct emotion. He realizes that emotion is not anger or judgment, but confusion, as if even the divine cannot easily make sense of him. Inside the sanctuary, holy light pours down over the meeting place prepared for his questioning. The priestess confirms with relief that no divine backlash has occurred, meaning the god has accepted the exchange. Steeling herself, she decides to begin the interrogation. She declares that under this pillar no falsehood will be allowed, placing the entire conversation under sacred compulsion. The barbarian accepts the condition without resistance. So, under the sun god's direct gaze, the two begin a conversation in which lies are impossible. He first reports on the dungeon and confirms that Kartos answered exactly as before, with no sign of deception. That means Kartos truly possessed the means to damage a divine relic, and the barbarian was fortunate to stop him when he did. Satisfied that the truth has been established, he asks whether her doubts have now been cleared. She admits they have and politely apologizes for having treated him with suspicion, while he dismisses it lightly. With the formal matter settled, she asks permission to raise one final, more personal question. She hesitates, aware that what she is about to ask may be dangerous. Then she asks directly whether he truly comes from the White Wastelands. He answers plainly that he does, leaving her stunned that the impossible rumor is real. To her, that means he may be the Grey Barbarian from Imperial legend, a figure tied to the demon realm itself. Recovering, she is caught off guard when he immediately turns the questioning back on her. He asks why she came to this domain in the first place, forcing her onto uncertain ground. She tries to reduce it to private business, but her unease shows. He presses further and asks whether that business was to confirm that he is an unholy being. Unable to answer honestly without exposing herself, she weakly claims not to understand his meaning. He points to the divine gaze above them as the reason her evasion cannot hold. He explains that a god would not normally focus such overwhelming attention merely to detect lies, so something more must be at work. She realizes she cannot deny it any longer, because under a god's gaze falsehood is impossible. She admits he is right, and he concludes that she had marked him as her true target from the beginning. She denies that he himself was the target, and begins to explain what actually drew her there. She reveals that she came because of a divine revelation and initially suspected he might be the subject of it. She apologizes for hiding that intention from him. He lets the deception pass and asks only to hear the revelation itself. When he demands to know what the divine message said, she is visibly shaken, because such revelations are not meant to be shared freely. Even so, she prepares herself to speak it aloud. The revelation emerges in a form so sacred or restricted that its exact words are withheld, but it clearly carries enormous weight. Its impact is immediate enough to jolt even the barbarian into alarm. Later, the priestess stands alone by the window, still burdened by what the encounter has clarified. Someone approaches quietly from behind, interrupting her thoughts. She recognizes the arrival before turning, already tense. A high-ranking lord appears to hear her report. Seeing her troubled state, he prompts her to explain what happened. She says she met the man in question, but the meeting only deepened her uncertainty about what he truly is. Still, she confirms one fact with certainty. He really is a barbarian from the White Wastelands. The lord is startled, and she adds that while she learned nothing else about the Wastelands, that point alone is beyond doubt. He reflects grimly that he had hoped the story was false, because if this truth spreads, the entire world will be thrown into turmoil. He especially fears the Emperor's reaction, knowing the ruler has long been tied to the mystery of the White Wastelands. If the Emperor moves personally in response, the resulting chaos could be immense. The Lord quickly assures her that they will prevent that from happening. He says their side will deal with Kartos and also keep the barbarian's existence secret for now, which eases her concern. But one question still troubles him: whether all barbarians from the Wastelands are like this man. The answer is almost certainly no, because if they were all that formidable, the wastelands would already have overrun the world. In truth, many barbarians exist, and while they are generally powerful and physically robust, this man stands out as something far beyond the ordinary. A troubling thought arises that if top-tier barbarians also gain intelligence, the balance of power could change drastically. The Lord concludes that the current king of the barbarians, Supredal, possesses both overwhelming strength and a sharp mind. The oracle adds that the barbarian king of Barukan resembles Lich Kartos so closely that she suspects they may be essentially the same kind of being. The Lord recognizes that a clash between such monsters would be catastrophic, but the oracle coldly notes she would not mind seeing it. That answer unsettles him, making him realize how serious and detached her view really is. She explains that the bond between barbarians and the gods they serve is no joke, because their growing power has grave meaning. He turns back to the divine revelation and presses her to explain why it required a private meeting with the barbarian king. She says she needed to verify something for herself before speaking plainly. What she needed to confirm was whether that king was truly human, or merely something imitating one. At last she begins to reveal what the oracle actually told her. The revelation itself is obscured, but whatever she hears leaves her shaken and grim. The Lord is stunned by the implication and can barely believe it. The tense discussion gives way to a later formal audience in the Lord's chamber. Seated on his throne, the Lord receives Urin and greets him with deliberate courtesy. Urin answers casually, saying he is living comfortably in the domain and asking why he was summoned again. The Lord says he has something to tell him officially as the ruler of the territory. He first offers sincere thanks, acknowledging that Urin saved the domain from Lich Kartos. He admits that if Kartos had acted properly, the entire territory could have fallen at once. Then he unexpectedly apologizes, leaving Urin confused about what there is to be sorry for. The Lord explains that Urin's defeat of Kartos cannot be made public. He fears that if news of such an achievement reaches the Emperor, imperial power would intervene directly and strip the territory of its gains. Urin accepts that reasoning easily, and the Lord decides to compensate him with a private reward instead. With some hesitation, the Lord reaches for the item he prepared. Urin immediately senses that the reward may be far more valuable than expected. The Lord presents a small leather pouch as his chosen reward. At first glance, the gift seems absurdly ordinary, and Urin cannot hide his confusion. The Lord tells him the pouch is no ordinary container, and urges him to inspect it himself. Once it is in his hand, Urin realizes it may be something rare and extraordinary. He opens it to confirm his suspicion. The Lord reveals that it is a pocket-type artifact. He explains that the pouch can store objects inside a hidden space as large as the reception room itself. The idea of a magical storage artifact leaves Urin momentarily overwhelmed. He admits this is the first time he has ever seen such an item in person. The Lord adds that even objects larger than the pouch's opening can still be placed inside. Urin immediately decides to test that claim with his oversized axe. He doubts it should fit by normal logic, but tries anyway. To his amazement, the axe slips into the pouch without resistance. The Lord explains that retrieving stored items only requires reaching in while thinking of the object, and he frames the artifact as a reward for saving the territory. Thrilled, Urin gratefully accepts the gift, and the Lord is relieved to see him satisfied. With that matter settled, the Lord turns back to the more urgent issue raised by the oracle. He wonders what exactly is happening across the frontier territory. Reports say abnormal creatures from the demon realm are emerging, suggesting that something unnatural is spreading through the world. The Lord begins to suspect these events may be connected to the oracle's warning. He recalls her prophecy that a great evil would descend and spread across the world. He reviews how Barukan's villages were closely linked and maintained regular contact with one another. Then one village suddenly stopped responding, though at first no one treated it as alarming. When nearby villagers were sent to investigate after days of silence, they vanished as well. The Lord next dispatched guards, but they too failed to return. Only then did he understand that this was not an isolated delay but a real crisis. He is forced to accept that something dangerous and unknown is already unfolding. At the guild, an urgent request from a lord is brought forward. The job is to investigate a village that suddenly lost contact. The receptionist explains that it is a simple dispatch with unusually high pay, and sends the mercenary to check it personally. He immediately accepts, pleased by the terms. The receptionist is unsurprised that he took the lucrative mission without hesitation. Elsewhere, other adventurers wait around as participants gather for the assignment. A nun named Keto stands apart, quietly observing. Someone approaches her, drawing her attention. She realizes the newcomer as he eyes and is startled to see him. His familiar confidence makes clear he expected this meeting. Keto notices he has changed into newly made clothes. He explains that his old outfit was worn out from his recent time in the wasteland, so he replaced it. When she awkwardly praises the unusual design, he proudly reveals he chose it himself. Keto then asks whether he also accepted the same request. He confirms that he did, treating the mission as too interesting to pass up, which only reinforces how eccentric she finds him. He wonders why his usual companions, Alessandro and Kazan, are absent. Keto guesses the request reached them too and that they may simply have refused it. He starts reconsidering the situation more seriously. Looking at the turnout, he realizes far fewer people came than expected. Because the task sounds easy and pays well, he had assumed a crowd would appear, yet not even 10 people joined. Keto admits the mission may not be as simple as it sounds, despite the official description. She reveals a rumor that guards sent there never returned, suggesting the village investigation may be dangerous. Even knowing that, Hiei still thinks the turnout is too low and presses for the real reason. Keto hesitates, then admits another rumor has been spreading. She nervously tries to soften what she is about to say while Hiei waits for the explanation. A new presence enters the scene before she can finish. The arrival is Aqua, a striking priestess whose appearance immediately changes the mood. Keto reveals the source of the fear. Aqua is the solar god's heretic inquisitor and will accompany the expedition. Because of her reputation, many mercenaries are too afraid to join, fearing the inquisitor more than the mission itself. Hiei dismisses that fear at once, insisting Aqua is gentle and harmless. When Keto asks how he could know that, he casually says Aqua is his friend. That claim shocks Keto, who cannot believe he is close to someone so feared. Ignoring her disbelief, Hiei walks straight toward Aqua. He greets her warmly, but Aqua immediately rejects the idea that they are friends. Hiei cheerfully treats that as a minor detail and proposes they become friends from now on. Aqua studies him more carefully, her interest sharpening. She asks whether one of his companions also serves a different god, specifically Kaloja. Hiei realizes she is referring to someone he knows. He confirms it is a priest of Kaloja and asks whether that causes a problem. Aqua reflects that Kaloja's followers are not currently under persecution, and that only high-ranking inquisitors would normally know such details. That realization unsettles her, as if Hiei should not have known this so casually. She quickly retreats from the thought and decides it must be her own misunderstanding. Before the exchange can continue, another group arrives. Hiei notices the newcomers at once. They are armed kingdom guards led by their captain. Hiei greets the captain as an acquaintance, while Aqua watches in silence. Keto grows even more uneasy as Hiei's connections keep expanding in unexpected directions. The guard captain formally welcomes everyone and announces that, now that the participants are assembled, they will depart. The expedition finally begins moving out. As they set off, Aqua remains focused on Hiei, clearly still trying to understand who he really is. As the group gathers to investigate, the silver-haired man notes that the mission already feels like a raid. The white-haired priestess quietly weighs that unease as they face the village ahead. She asks whether his decision to move means the foretold moment has finally arrived. Her question makes him turn to her at once, sensing the gravity behind it. She admits she cannot answer that with certainty. All she knows is that the god never revealed an exact time, and the warning could have referred to something as simple as the village going silent. He seizes on that uncertainty as proof there may still be time to prevent the worst. But the priestess repeats the core of the prophecy: evil will descend. The silver-haired man narrows in on that phrase, treating the threat as something concrete and imminent. Before they can speculate further, the party reaches the village. The silver-haired man is caught off guard by what he finds. Even the young nun is visibly unsettled by the scene. From a distance, the settlement looks intact, making the silence even more unnatural. A soldier confirms they are standing at the village entrance. When asked what she senses, the priestess can detect nothing at all. The captain tries to explain it away by suggesting the villagers may simply have fled. Still uneasy, he orders his men to spread out and search for tracks. The party obeys, splitting up to inspect the area while the silver-haired man remains confident. As the captain surveys the empty settlement, he realizes it should be impossible for an entire village this size to vanish without leaving evidence. Convinced some clue must exist, he formally begins the search. Inside one house, the search reveals a meal and dessert left out as if the occupants had only just stepped away. A blonde soldier immediately understands that this detail changes everything. He calls the captain over, focusing the investigation on the abandoned food. The captain first assumes it was simply left behind during a hurried escape, but the soldier rejects that explanation. He points out that the food is still warm, meaning it was prepared only moments ago. That revelation shocks the captain, because it makes the disappearance impossible to explain normally. Faced with fresh food in an empty home, he begins to grasp how unnatural the situation really is. He recalls that contact with the village was supposedly lost several days earlier, and despite many people being sent here to investigate, not a single one ever returned. Even with that in mind, the latest report is the same. There is no sign of anyone leaving, hiding, or resisting. The captain falls silent as the contradiction sinks in. Unable to resolve it, he orders the search to continue for now. Everywhere they look, they find proof that life was continuing normally, but no trace of the people who should have been living it. As dusk deepens, the searchers grow more tense under the weight of that impossibility. One of the men calls attention to another area, hoping at last to find something different. But the report is the same everywhere in the village. There is evidence that people were present until very recently, yet not a single person can be found. The emptiness remains absolute, as if the villagers were erased rather than driven away. Running out of options, the captain asks Aquaz whether she knows anything that could explain this. Aquaz can offer no answer. The captain turns to the silver-haired man next, hoping his senses might reveal what theirs cannot. He admits he has found no real traces either, and cannot sense any presence in the village. The captain, frustrated and increasingly unnerved, calls the situation maddening and suggests questioning anyone who might know more. That suggestion confuses him at first, because he believes no one else is here. The silver-haired man points out that there is, in fact, another presence nearby. The captain demands clarification, struggling to understand what he missed. Only then does he notice a woman who clearly does not belong to the village, and he is shaken by the fact that she seemed to appear from nowhere. The mysterious woman, amused rather than threatened, remarks that his ability to notice her at all is unusual because she had concealed herself perfectly. The silver-haired man dismisses the idea that he merely reacted to a stranger appearing, making clear he sensed something deeper than a simple arrival. She confirms that under normal circumstances her presence would not even be perceptible, implying that his awareness of her is extraordinary. A suspicious woman notes that even the sun god's inquisitor failed to notice the hidden presence around them. The silver-haired barbarian is told he seems to have awakened to strange mysteries, drawing him deeper into the exchange. The woman presses him to identify himself, treating him less like a bystander and more like an unexpected factor. He realizes he has stumbled onto something valuable, though he still does not understand what he is facing. Before anyone can settle the matter, a sudden disturbance alerts the guards that a real threat has appeared. A knight immediately orders everyone to spread out, trying to contain the danger before panic takes hold. The soldiers obey at once and rush to carry out the command. The Inquisitor Aqua is called out, but her attention turns inward as she tries to sense the source. To her shock, Aqua admits she can detect nothing at all, despite her divine authority. That confession stuns the knight, who understands how abnormal the situation must be. A nun realizes that if even the highest church inquisitor cannot perceive it, the enemy is far beyond ordinary evil. The implication becomes clear: either the force is not demonic at all, or it is so exalted that normal detection is useless. The darker possibility takes shape as an overwhelming evil presence reveals itself. The suspicious woman laments that she would have liked to follow the barbarian and inspect his domain, but abandons that thought. Instead, she decides he is entertaining enough to keep, and her true malice begins to surface. Her body twists into something inhuman right in front of him, confirming the threat. The transformation completes as demonic power spills out into the village. Now fully revealed as a demon, she gleefully declares that she will drag the barbarian to hell as her slave. She gathers a mass of violet power in her hand, preparing a large-scale spell. The spell swells into a violent sphere of demonic energy while the others can only watch it form. She rises above them and unleashes her power over the entire area, asserting total control. The barbarian, the nun, and Aqua all grasp at once that the situation has escalated beyond a normal fight. The knight orders everyone to flee immediately, prioritizing survival over resistance. Someone desperately tries to trigger an escape route before the demon's power seals them in. The soldiers shout to open it, hoping they can still get the villagers out in time. But the demon's barrier closes over the village faster than they can respond. She announces that the entire village is now her domain and that no one inside will escape. With predatory delight, she claims everyone trapped there as her prey. As panic spreads over the revelation that a demon is present, Aqua identifies the crucial detail: this one possesses a name. Terrified, the nun begs Lord Kaloja to save her, clinging to prayer in the face of certain death. The barbarian interrupts her panic and forces her to steady herself. He reassures her that he is on her side, offering calm where faith has failed. His composure breaks through her fear enough to make her listen. He asks what it means for a demon to have a name, focusing on the one fact that seems to matter. The nun hesitates, knowing the answer makes the threat far worse. She explains that not every being called a demon is truly powerful. Many are merely evil creatures given that label for convenience. True demons, however, are born from darkness itself and choose names by their own will. A named demon is therefore a genuine high-order monster with enough power to shake a kingdom. The barbarian confirms his understanding. The enemy before them is exactly that kind of demon. The nun adds that the horned demon has already erected a barrier, the kind used by ancient demons to isolate entire regions. He tests the barrier and realizes it cannot simply be broken from inside. She confirms that the village is already the demon's territory, and the barrier will remain until the demon is defeated. Accepting that, he calmly shifts from escape to confrontation. When he reaches toward the barrier, a strange black force lashes back at him as if trying to mislead or unsettle him. He pauses and studies the reaction instead of forcing his way through. Then, to the nun's confusion, he starts acting foolishly on purpose, as though indulging the barrier's deception. A new voice cuts in and exposes the truth. The demon had only been playing tricks. A white-haired woman confronts the demon directly, mocking her for relying on cheap illusions to satisfy her curiosity. She points to the false signs of ordinary life left around the village and explains that they were staged to make the place seem recently inhabited. Her conclusion is blunt: the demon created the whole scene for no reason beyond toying with people. A horned demoness emerges with open confidence, already treating the situation like a game she controls. The onlookers can only stare in uneasy silence as the threat becomes undeniably real. It is revealed that this is no ordinary fiend but a named demon, one whose summoning should require a sacrifice far beyond a single village. For such a being to seize territory unnoticed should have been impossible, making her presence here a deeply alarming anomaly. Under a blood-red moon, the demon mocks the idea that she arrived by accident and makes clear that her descent was intentional. A white-haired holy warrior answers with immediate condemnation, refusing to treat the demon as anything but corruption invading sacred ground. The demon laughs off the accusation and twists it into ridicule, showing she is amused rather than threatened. She directly insults the warrior as a servant of the gods, turning the confrontation into a challenge of faith. Then she presses the real provocation, questioning whether the warrior's god can actually save her. She declares that the world itself is breaking apart, and insists that this land no longer belongs only to gods and humans. To justify that claim, she invokes ancient history, recalling the age when gods and humans fought evil together. That old war ended with divine victory, and evil was cast out of the world. Now she reveals the reversal. The sealed hells have opened again, allowing darkness to return. She names herself Asatar, the demon of gravity, formally announcing the power behind the invasion. Asatar vows to erase the old defeat and spread evil across the world once more. The holy warrior rejects that claim outright, insisting the world still belongs to gods and humankind, not demons. She begins a sacred rite, and commands the demon to return to where she came from by force if necessary. Calling divine power into herself, she starts transforming into a vessel fit to confront Asatar. Golden armor and a holy weapon manifest around her as the ritual completes. An observer realizes Asatar is deliberately allowing the transformation, confident enough not to interrupt it. The warrior's equipment fully forms, grounding her divine power in armor and shield. She steps forward in full battle form, radiating authority and holy force. Now fully armed, she faces the demon with calm resolve instead of outrage. Asatar finds the transformation interesting, treating the warrior's power as something worth testing rather than fearing. She gathers a dense mass of violet force into her hand, preparing to weaponize gravity itself. With a delighted grin, Asatar forms that power into a massive hammer and welcomes the fight. The holy warrior answers the taunt by launching herself forward, refusing to let the demon dictate the pace. Asatar sharpens her focus, reading the incoming attack with predatory attention. Their first clash detonates violently, holy light and demonic force colliding hard enough to tear through the surroundings. The warrior stays locked in, pushing through the blast with unwavering intent. The impact erupts across the village, showing that even a single exchange between them is catastrophically destructive. Asatar is driven back and briefly rattled, while the holy warrior lands ready to continue the assault. The demon's weapon shifts and extends, revealing that her gravity-forged armament can change form mid-battle. Recovering instantly, Asatar mocks the warrior's understanding of battle and claims even combat must submit to gravity. The warrior's patience runs out as she prepares to answer arrogance with force. She slams down and bursts forward again, using explosive momentum to close the distance. Wrapped in golden energy, she drives into another attack before Asatar can fully settle. Asatar stands her ground and begins drawing in power around herself, as if setting a trap rather than merely defending. Her body blurs and distorts, signaling a sudden manipulation of space and weight. The holy warrior senses the shift too late, and realizes the demon has changed the terms of the exchange. Asatar appears at a new angle behind the attack line and announces that her real move has begun. The warrior turns in alarm, caught off guard by the demon's impossible repositioning. When Asatar's hand touches the shield, dark gravity ripples through the holy defense and starts corrupting or overwhelming it. Seeing the disruption take hold, Asatar smiles with cruel satisfaction. She follows up immediately, ordering the warrior to be crushed under the full force of her power. Asatar drives a devastating gravity strike downward, trying to pin and pulverize her opponent in one blow. The holy warrior braces and anchors herself instead of yielding, using sheer strength and footing to resist the pressure. She catches the descending attack on her shield, turning the attempted execution into a deadlock. Asatar increases the force by driving down with her own body, trying to break through by raw pressure. Still holding the line, the holy warrior invokes a scripture-like technique, preparing to answer demonic gravity with divine law. A sinister presence reveals itself and turns the battlefield tense at once. A radiant holy power descends with the promise that no one may trespass upon its brilliance, and the divine warrior meets the demon's assault head-on. The winged demon woman spins away from the holy strike and repositions with predatory speed. The golden-armored servant of a god stands firm amid the burning ruins, radiating sacred authority. Facing her enemy, the demon notes with interest that someone so young can already read and invoke holy scripture. She treats that talent as an amusing surprise rather than a threat. The divine warrior answers by citing a verse that exalts the overwhelming aura of sacred karma. She raises her staff and calls down a towering column of holy light. That scripture manifests as a force meant to burn away all wickedness. The holy blast surges toward the demon in a direct attempt to erase her. The demon narrows her eyes and prepares to counter instead of retreating. The divine warrior presses in, expecting her sacred momentum to decide the exchange. She sweeps out a blazing arc, trying to keep the demon pinned under divine pressure. The demon slips through the attack with a grin, refusing to be overwhelmed. She answers with a heavy purple strike, and the two powers collide violently in midair. The demon follows through with another slash, forcing the holy warrior onto the defensive. Their expressions harden as the duel becomes a direct contest of conviction and killing intent. They launch at each other again, either willing to yield ground. At close range, staff and demonic blade lock together as both fighters strain for advantage. Their opposing energies explode outward, sacred gold and demonic violet tearing through the street. The clash batters the surroundings and sends debris flying across the ruined town. A nearby nun panics as the shockwave reaches the civilians. The townspeople break into terrified flight and beg for help as the battle spills toward them. Unwilling to let the demon reach them, the divine warrior drives forward with another punishing blow. The demon absorbs the hit and immediately retaliates, keeping the holy servant locked in combat. Watching from nearby, a silver-haired man named Ketel admires the spectacle instead of fearing it. The nun recognizes him and desperately asks him to save Lady Aquaz. Ketel casually admits he could intervene, but questions why he should. His indifference leaves the nun stunned and speechless. He bluntly says he has no reason to ruin such an interesting fight. He adds that he does want to fight a demon himself someday. For now, though, he chooses to stand back and observe the battle rather than interfere. The nun realizes his attitude is completely at odds with the crisis unfolding around them. Meanwhile, the holy and demonic powers keep crashing together without pause. The fighters separate for a moment, each still fully committed to the kill. The demon lands lightly and gathers herself for another exchange. Aquaz immediately lunges again, determined to keep the initiative. Though irritated, the demon judges that she still surpasses Aquaz in raw power and mocks her as a god's hunting dog. Aquaz answers with another forceful strike, refusing to be shaken by the insult. Ketel observes that the matchup itself favors Aquaz, because demonic beings are inherently disadvantaged against the divine. Even so, he notes that the battle could drag on for a long time at this rate. The demon reaches the same conclusion and decides she needs a different method to win. She resolves to seize victory through a more cunning tactic rather than a fair contest of power. Aquaz senses a change and becomes wary. The demon suddenly turns her attention away from Aquaz and toward another direction. That direction is the cluster of vulnerable townspeople, and the danger becomes obvious at once. A divine flash tries to intercept before she can act, but the demon dives through the chaos and keeps pressing toward the civilians. One of the townsmen stumbles in terror as the threat closes in. The demon unleashes a barrage from above, forcing Aquaz to shield rather than pursue. The civilians are thrown into panic and pain by the spreading shockwaves. Aquaz realizes too late that the demon has successfully shifted the battle onto the people she must protect. She blocks another descending strike, but every defense now costs her freedom to attack. Furious, Aquaz condemns the demon as a filthy creature. The demon only laughs harder, delighted that her cruelty has broken Aquaz's rhythm. She openly mocks the very idea of expecting a demon to fight honorably. Driven into resolve, Aquaz invokes another scripture, this time one tied to the material world itself. She creates a brilliantly shining golden domain, establishing holy ground around herself. The sacred field expands outward in a blazing ring. Aquaz orders everyone nearby to enter the sanctuary she has created. The civilians rush toward the protected zone and thank her as they flee inside. The demon watches this with amused contempt. Seeing Aquaz use sacred scripture to shelter mortals, she questions whether such mercy is really acceptable in battle. Aquaz ignores the taunt and stays focused on protecting the people. She snaps back for the demon to be silent and throws herself forward again. The demon is pleased to see Aquaz finally fighting with anger instead of restraint. Aquaz's frustration deepens as the demon keeps dictating the emotional pace of the fight. The demon dives once more, still smiling as if the whole battle is a game. Aquaz braces, trying to read the next attack. A sweeping holy arc cuts upward to stop the demon's approach. The demon flips above her and coldly reminds Aquaz that death is only death, stripping martyrdom of any meaning. She presses in close and warns that no one will even remember Aquaz's noble sacrifice. As Aquaz swings upward, the demon argues that losing here would only disgrace both Aquaz and her god. She continues the temptation by suggesting there is a better outcome if Aquaz simply defeats her and returns alive. The demon twists that argument further, claiming Aquaz's prestige and her god's influence would both grow if she abandoned the people standing on the holy ground. Aquaz immediately recognizes the proposal as manipulation and rejects it as a trick. The demon presses harder, asking whether Aquaz truly intends to die here. Aquaz cuts off the conversation and refuses to hear another word. The demon's smile widens at Aquaz's refusal. Dropping persuasion, she declares that Aquaz can die as a martyr after all and unleashes a massive demonic pillar. Aquaz meets the blast with her shield, but the force drives her back. The demon swells the attack into a vast vortex of violet power. Her killing intent sharpens as she commits fully to crushing Aquaz. Aquaz looks up in alarm as the demonic storm gathers above her. The demon appears right in front of her through the chaos, closing the distance before Aquaz can react. Aquaz senses the sudden movement too late. A violent burst erupts at point-blank range and knocks the holy warrior off balance. Aquaz is hurled away through the purple blast, struggling to recover mid-fall. She skids across the ground, badly shaken. Realizing the danger, Aquaz tries to regain control before the demon can finish her. The demon dives after her like a predator chasing wounded prey. She traps Aquaz inside tightening rings of demonic energy, cutting off escape. The prison closes around Aquaz from every direction. Aquaz tries to invoke the power of her shining sanctuary to dispel the darkness surrounding her. Instead, the demonic rings deepen into a spiraling cage that swallows the holy space. The demon abruptly halts Aquaz's attempt and seizes control of the exchange. Her eyes harden with open contempt for Aquaz's reliance on scripture. She declares she has had enough of hearing her enemy recite a god's words and slams down with brutal force. Aquaz is pinned and choked, her body forced helplessly to the ground. The demon looms over her, one hand at her throat and the other still holding her weapon. Aquaz's hand twitches weakly as she tries to resist. The demon batters her shield again, making sure resistance remains futile. A final crushing impact drives Aquaz deeper into the ground and leaves her exposed. Aquaz strains desperately, but her defense is visibly failing. The demon enjoys the moment, savoring Aquaz's helplessness. She blasts Aquaz at close range and tears through what remains of her guard. With a gesture, the demon reshapes her power into binding restraints. Those restraints spread around her like a prepared execution ground. Aquaz is bound in place by the demonic chains and left unable to fight back. Outside the sanctuary, the protective golden barrier begins to crack under the strain. The civilians watch in horror as the holy protection above them starts to fail. Despair spreads among them as they realize they may all die if Aquaz falls. The demon relishes their fear and promises to devour them after she is done with Aquaz. Before turning to the others, she decides to savor Aquaz first. She restrains Aquaz from behind and mocks the taste of a god's noble hound, treating her like prey. Just as she is about to bite, a calm voice orders her to stop. A gloved hand suddenly grips the demon's face and interrupts the attack. Ketel has stepped in at last and tells her that this is enough. The demon is genuinely startled that anyone dared interfere at that moment. She turns in disbelief toward Ketel, unable to understand when he got close. The three now stand together, with Ketel between the demon and her captive. For the first time, the demon admits she never sensed his presence at all. Ketel answers by hurling her away with effortless force. She crashes hard into the ground, driven back by a single throw. Ketel casually offers Aquaz a hand and asks if she is all right. Still stunned and breathing hard, Aquaz can barely process what just happened. She remembers that Ketel is the overwhelming fighter who once defeated Swordmaster Cain, yet his intervention still feels unreal. The demon's shock turns quickly into murderous anger. Both Ketel and Aquaz sense her hostility rising again. The demon brands Ketel an insolent barbarian for interrupting her feast. She demands to know how he dared interfere with her meal. Ketel answers simply that Aquaz is his friend, and that alone is enough reason to save her. The demon abandons any thought of sparing him and decides he will die too. Ketel calmly refuses the role she imagines for him and treats her threat almost lightly. The demon's smile returns as she asks whether that is really his answer. She tests him with a probing strike, measuring his reaction. Finding no hesitation, she accepts that she will have to kill him outright. Aquaz urgently tells Ketel to step back before he commits himself. She warns him that this demon cannot be defeated by ordinary strength. When Ketel insists he is stronger than he looks, Aquaz corrects him that strength is not the issue. She explains that only divine power can banish a demon from this world. According to the ancient law between gods and evil, and especially within the demon's own territory, no miracle from any other source should be possible. Ketel asks whether that means only a god can truly stand against a demon, even if that rule is absolute. He falls silent for a moment, considering what that claim really means. Aquaz, exhausted but resolute, says that as a servant of her god she must be the one to finish this, no matter her condition. Her body trembles under the strain, but her will does not break. Watching her determination, Ketel wonders whether this unwavering resolve is what it means to serve a god. He places a reassuring hand on her head and praises her conviction as impressive. Then he steps forward and tells her to leave the rest to him. Aquaz can only stare at him in confusion as he takes responsibility for facing the demon himself. A silver-haired warrior eagerly welcomes the chance to fight a demon he has been seeking. The demon woman answers with confidence, insisting he has no chance of defeating her. Instead of backing down, he treats her claim as something he wants to verify himself. She reveals a crueler motive, wanting not just victory but to watch him break in pain. With that, she launches a sudden aerial assault through a vortex of dark energy. She dives straight at him from above, using the swirling portal to amplify her attack. But just before impact, her certainty falters as she senses something is wrong. The warrior's grin makes it clear he has already seen through her move. He meets her charge head-on with a bare fist instead of magic or a weapon. She continues driving in, expecting her power and regeneration to carry her through. His punch lands first and detonates against her head with overwhelming force. The blow tears through her skull and interrupts the momentum of her attack. A watching divine figure can only stare in blank disbelief at what just happened. She realizes he shattered a demon's skull through raw physical force alone. Even he seems mildly intrigued, as though he has just confirmed an unusual property. The demon is hurled away, her body spinning from the impact. For a moment, the warrior is caught off guard by the result of his own strike. Then the demon's damaged head begins rapidly knitting itself back together inside the vortex. Her body stabilizes as regeneration restores what his punch destroyed. He calmly concludes that even a shattered head is not enough to keep her down. Now unsettled, the demon demands to know what kind of being he really is. He considers the question as if her fear has finally made the conversation interesting. Then he answers with disarming simplicity, calling himself nothing more than a barbarian. She refuses to let him come any closer, no longer speaking from superiority but alarm. As she studies him, she realizes the source of her unease. He carries no trace of aura or magic at all. That contradiction pushes her to test him more directly. She opens another dark portal behind him, preparing a fresh surprise attack. Deciding observation is not enough, she resolves to confirm his nature through combat. He notices the shift too late to fully turn before she strikes. She bursts from the portal above him and commits to a killing blow. He recognizes the awkwardness of hitting someone in human form, but accepts that he has no choice. So instead of evading, he drives another punch upward into her at point-blank range. The counter catches her cleanly and lifts her body with brutal force. For the first time, real fear overtakes her as she understands she is being overpowered physically. The impact sends her flying and smashes her down hard enough to crater the ground. Even as she crashes, violent demonic energy surges through her body. She erupts into a more monstrous state, wings spread wide as her power spikes. In that transformed state, she screams with rage and pain, bearing a fully demonic maw. She lands amid rubble, shaken and struggling to reconcile what just happened. From the ground, she can only call the result impossible. Her disbelief deepens because the attack that broke her was not enhanced by any mystical force. The warrior confirms it matter-of-factly. It was only a punch, and her body simply regenerated afterward. She glares at him, now forced to confront a threat that does not fit her understanding of power. He, in turn, becomes absorbed in the mystery her regeneration presents. Trying to grasp the principle behind it, he studies his own fist and the ruined ground around them. Then he stomps down with force, using the earth itself to create a violent upheaval. The shock tears through the street and blasts debris upward toward her position. She reacts in surprise as the battlefield itself becomes part of his attack. She tries to answer with crackling demonic power, gathering energy to strike back. But he is already on her flank, closing in with another punch before she can recover control. The silver-haired fighter narrows his eyes as he senses a chance to strike. He launches himself forward with sudden force, driving into the demon before she can recover. His blow lands hard enough to rattle her body and break her momentum. He follows through with a crushing downward attack that slams her into the ground. The demon crashes through the stone, leaving a smoking crater behind her. For a moment she lies sprawled in the wreckage, apparently overwhelmed. But dark purple power begins coiling around her body, signaling that the fight is far from over. Seeing the energy gather, the man realizes she is about to reveal another trick. The demon rises inside a burst of power, restoring her presence as if the damage barely mattered. He watches with a faint smile, already piecing together how her body works. He concludes that destroying her head is useless because a new one simply forms, which fits a demon of her level. That leads him to wonder whether her true core is hidden somewhere else. The demon mocks him for thinking brute force alone could defeat her. She presses the insult further, suggesting he is not even taking her seriously enough to use his full strength. She demands to know whether he truly believes she can be beaten so casually. His blank confusion makes it clear he does not even understand why she is offended. With a predatory grin, she introduces herself as Asishur, the demon of heaviness. Asishur proudly challenges him, outraged that he would keep facing her with nothing but raw physical power. He pauses in silence, considering her complaint more than her threat. Then he admits that, from his perspective, she really has not seemed that impressive. That blunt dismissal shatters Asishur's pride more completely than any blow. While she erupts in fury, he remains genuinely puzzled by her outrage. Humiliated, Asishur throws herself back into the fight with murderous speed. She dives from above, gathering a massive weight-laden attack to crush him outright. Her killing intent sharpens as she commits everything to the strike. A huge gravity-charged mass descends toward him, meant to flatten him where he stands. He calmly raises one hand and catches the attack instead of dodging. Asishur is stunned to hear him acknowledge that the attack is indeed heavy, as if he is merely evaluating it. He holds the condensed weight in his hand, proving he can bear what should have been impossible. Then he turns that same mass against her and smashes her out of the air with it. Before she can recover, he closes in with another brutal strike. His upward blow launches her violently skyward, overpowering her own momentum. As she tumbles away, disbelief sets in because her defining power has failed to dominate him. She detonates more purple force around herself, trying to reassert control through sheer output. Even while rearming herself with power, she clings to her identity as the demon of heaviness. Asishur explains that at full power she can load a hammer with the weight of fortress walls. What truly shakes her is that he blocked and even broke such force barehanded despite being, in her eyes, a mere barbarian with no mystic talent. He barely reacts to her crisis, instead idly wondering again whether demons naturally possess immortal bodies. His detached curiosity only deepens her refusal to accept what is happening. Unable to bear the contradiction, Asishur unleashes a larger and more desperate surge of power. She forms a colossal descending hammer of heaviness, and sends it down with the intent to kill him. He answers by tightening his fist, meeting her ultimate attack head-on. His punch collides with the falling force and stops it through raw strength alone. The impact drives a shockwave through the attack, splitting and unraveling its structure. Asishur can only stare as her signature power is torn apart in front of her. The shattered force erupts into a massive explosion that tears through the battlefield. Elsewhere, another observer catches sight of the blast and is left unable to make sense of the overwhelming phenomenon. The narration reveals Asishar's legend. Centuries ago, she was a mighty demon who single-handedly brought down a kingdom. Yet despite that fearsome history, the same demon now faces an opponent who can break through her power at close range. The exchange ends with his attack crashing into her again, proving that her legendary heaviness still cannot stop him. A silver-haired fighter batters a demon with raw punches, astonishing the observing holy woman because brute force alone should not be enough to overwhelm a demon. Even while being crushed into the ground, the demon's dark power coils around her, showing she is still dangerous. Standing over her, the man realizes the creature is surviving far longer than expected and starts reassessing what he is facing. He concludes that ordinary physical strength cannot truly kill a demon. The demon answers his realization with a confident grin, pleased that he understands. As he strikes again, he senses an oppressive force from her unlike anything he has felt before, a power far beyond normal comparison. Pinned beneath his boot, the demon laughs off the beating and demands to know what kind of being he really is. He downplays himself and claims to be nothing more than a simple barbarian. She mocks that answer as absurd and refuses to believe someone like him is ordinary. Still, the punishment seems to have revived her, and she decides there is one test left to settle his true nature. Her demonic energy suddenly lashes outward, catching everyone off guard. The power gathers overhead into a concentrated, violent mass as she prepares a decisive attack. Both the man and the holy woman realize at once that the threat has escalated beyond a simple exchange of blows. The holy woman understands too late that something catastrophic is about to fall. A charged demonic core forms in the sky, crackling as debris rises around it. The demon commits fully, declaring that this attack will pierce straight through the barbarian. Her intent is absolute. She means to kill him with everything she has left. She spreads her wings and unleashes the full weight of her demonic power. A storm of electrified demonic spears rains down toward him. Instead of panicking, he calmly recognizes this as demonic power and studies it with interest. Watching him remain composed, the holy woman realizes the situation is far more dangerous than she first thought. She admits she cannot defeat him through physical force, but believes divine power may still be able to stop him. The demon drives the attack harder, commanding her thorn-like projectiles to strike and kill. The barrage plunges toward the man in a concentrated killing rain. He stands in the center of the assault without losing his nerve. Then he releases a burst of blue force that tears through the incoming demonic spears. The shockwave shreds the entire barrage around him, leaving him untouched. Seeing her ultimate attack erased so easily, the demon finally panics and recognizes him as something monstrous. He immediately closes the distance, spinning into a brutal counterattack. The two rush past each other in a split-second clash that decides the fight. In that instant, the demon realizes she has been completely outmatched. At the same time, the holy woman invokes a sacred verse and channels divine radiance meant to purge evil. That divine power gathers into a glowing golden axe in the barbarian's hand. He is briefly baffled by the holy weapon and wonders if this is what the power of a god feels like. The holy woman reveals that she and her side have lent him divine power, and urges him to bring the demon down now. He decides the fight is over, though he would have liked to observe the demon longer. Calling the battle enjoyable, he swings the divine axe to finish her. The demon is stunned that he can wield holy power against her. His strike lands cleanly, cutting through her with sanctified force. As the blow takes effect, the demon accepts that she has lost. Holy energy erupts through her body, overwhelming her demonic form. She crashes into the ruined ground, her body already breaking apart under the divine damage. Demonic essence begins leaking away from her as she lies defeated. The barbarian crouches beside her and remarks that, despite everything, the fight was entertaining. The dying demon bitterly admits she is being dragged back to hell, though she is disappointed it ended this way. Even so, she says the battle was not meaningless because she has confirmed that someone like him exists in the world above. Before disappearing, she asks his name, and he simply tells her he is Ketil. The holy woman suddenly tries to stop him from answering, alarmed by what that might mean. Ketil is left confused by her reaction, not understanding why giving his name matters. With a delighted, predatory laugh, the demon uses his name as the start of a message to those in hell, signaling that news of Ketil will spread below. In a nightmarish realm, a voice orders Ketil to remember the name of the barbarian confronting him. A holy woman in golden armor is overwhelmed as the force bearing down on them turns vicious. The darkness tries to devour Ketil's memories and claim his very identity for itself. As the mass of eyes closes in, it identifies the barbarian as the being known as Ketil. Ketil faces the assault in confusion, as if he does not grasp what the darkness is trying to do. The monstrous stream of eyes plunges straight into him, expecting to consume him from within. Watching eagerly, a demon declares that from this moment on the barbarian should belong to their side. The invading darkness drives deeper, certain it has already taken hold. Instead, something in Ketil remains utterly still and unreadable. The darkness suddenly destabilizes from the inside, as though it has struck something it cannot process. Rather than tearing through Ketil, the corruption is forced back out of his body in shock. It slips free completely, leaving Ketil untouched except for the sense that something strange just happened. The rejected fragment retreats, unable to stay inside him. Ketil narrows his eyes and quietly takes stock of himself. His bafflement turns almost blank, as if the attack failed so completely that he can barely register it. He concludes that something entered his body, while a nearby demon is stunned by the result. The demon cannot understand how the darkness failed when it should have ripped him apart. Keto casually stamps the lingering corruption away, dispersing it like smoke. The golden-armored woman is left utterly speechless by what she has witnessed. Another observer reacts with the same disbelief as the impossible outcome sinks in. With the threat gone, the scene breaks apart and the crisis ends. Keto stretches amid the fading residue, treating the ordeal as if it were barely worth noticing. Satisfied, he decides the job he came for has been completed. Elsewhere in the kingdom of Gehent within Barkan territory, ordinary life continues under looming tension. That calm is broken as urgent reports begin racing through the streets. News spreads that there is an update about the village with which contact had been lost. People gather around the written report, trying to understand the scale of the disaster. The document reveals that after the Lich, a demon named Asishur was also involved. Officials are shaken that a mere frontier village was struck by calamities of such magnitude. The implication grows worse when they realize the demon's name is one preserved in history itself. As rumors spread across the territory, the leadership is forced into emergency discussion. Their only comfort is that the sun god's heretic inquisitor managed to drive the demon back. Even so, the rulers know they must think carefully about what comes next. Back in the quiet room, Keto notes that the whole territory seems unsettled by the incident. The recovering inquisitor dismisses the political turmoil as a minor matter, and worries instead about the burden on her superiors. Despite her weakened state, she gets out of bed with resolve. Keto urges her not to leave immediately and tells her to rest properly before setting out. She refuses, insisting there is no time to waste because the matter must be reported to the Holy Land without delay. Seeing her determination, Keto accepts that he cannot stop her. Before leaving, she hesitates and addresses him by name. Keto turns to her, waiting for what she truly wants to say. She bows and sincerely thanks him for saving her from becoming the demon's plaything. He brushes the gratitude aside, treating his intervention as nothing special. Keto explains that he acted only to rescue a friend. He even says it lightly, as though their friendship is already obvious. That unsettles her, because a barbarian calling a servant of the sun god a friend crosses every expected boundary. She reminds him that she is a heretic inquisitor of the sun god and asks whether he still means to befriend her. Keto answers with simple confidence, asking why that should matter at all. She can only falter, unable to give a real reason beyond habit and doctrine. Keto smiles and makes it clear that if there is no true reason, then nothing should stand in the way of their friendship. A pale-haired priestess begins to answer with quiet certainty, as if deciding to explain something important. She agrees with his earlier point and prepares to address a deeper concern. The warrior shifts the conversation and asks about a rumor he has heard concerning demons and their names. When she invites the question, he asks whether speaking a demon's true name is forbidden. She explains that the danger comes from what is called the mark, forcing him to ask what that means. According to her, a demon can carve a seal of darkness into a human soul through its name, drawing evil toward that person. Anyone bearing that mark becomes prey, like bait that attracts predators. She adds that throughout history the marked either survived only through divine baptism or were eventually hunted down by evil. The warrior wonders if that means he has been marked as well. She reassures him that he has not been marked. Still, she warns that his name has likely reached the ears of Hell's denizens. Without the mark they cannot easily track him, but they may still know who he is and attack if they encounter him again. So unless he crosses paths with evil once more, she believes it should not become a serious problem. He accepts that answer but points out that the creature he fought could not have been defeated by strength alone. She tells him that this is simply the true nature of demons. She begins recounting ancient history, saying the gods once shaped humanity. Early humans were foolish and instinctive, yet the gods did not directly interfere in the human realm. That distance ended when beings from beyond took interest in humanity and began slaughtering people. Unable to endure it any longer, the gods descended, named those invaders demons, and drove them back. In the aftermath, humanity founded a church to honor the gods, and civilization advanced under divine protection. But over time the demons returned and once again began meddling in the human world. To oppose them, the gods chose followers and granted them divine power, because demons can only be defeated by such power. She confirms that demons do not truly belong to this world in the first place. The warrior realizes that if such beings could appear freely, the world would be in grave trouble. She clarifies that a named demon cannot manifest so easily. Even so, the boundary between realms is being disturbed, with dungeons forming irregularly and evil beings surfacing. She reveals that this worsening instability began about a year ago. That timing startles him and immediately connects to something in his own past. He recalls that a year ago was when he completed his last quest in the snowfield, hunting a white snowfield werewolf. Deciding the discussion has gone far enough, he brings the meeting to a close and thanks her. She politely sees him off and tells him he would be warmly welcomed if he ever visits their church again. He accepts the invitation with an easy smile. Soon after, he departs, leaving the church behind. Once alone, the priestess remains seated in uneasy thought. Though still recovering, she decides she cannot delay and must report this matter to the Holy See at once. Yet one thought continues to trouble her. She cannot understand why the sun god has shown no prophecy at all regarding that barbarian warrior. Elsewhere, an elderly man walks through a grand imperial corridor on his way to an audience. He prepares himself to speak with the emperor. He reflects that meeting the emperor always leaves him tense, no matter how often it happens. Before he can continue, someone notes that he seems to have endured a difficult time. Startled, the old man turns toward the unexpected voice. He finds a refined, ominous nobleman in red and black waiting there with quiet confidence. The old man recognizes him and falls silent for a beat. The newcomer is identified as the Great Tower Lord, head of the Grand Magic Tower where the world's sorcerers and mystics gather. The Tower Lord calmly asks what has brought the old man here. He says he is only delivering his usual report, then asks the old man the same question. The old man answers that he has come to report the outcome of his mission. The Tower Lord recalls that it was a reconnaissance mission in the demon realm, specifically the Forest of Silence where all things fall still. When the old man confirms it, the Tower Lord immediately presses for the result. An old man recalls a place beyond ordinary law, admitting the demon realm was terrifying. He explains that in the forest of the White Snowfield, all sound and even his own senses seemed to fail, as if the world itself rejected detection. As he pressed on, soldiers began vanishing one after another, and the unnatural silence only deepened his dread. He concludes that the demon realm is profoundly hostile and unknowable, perhaps hidden even from those who rule the world. His listener agrees that the demon realm remains shrouded in mystery. Rather than fearing that mystery, the elegant noble admits he finds it personally fascinating. The old man makes clear he wants no part in such matters and would rather keep living an ordinary life. Ignoring that wish, the noble casually triggers a spell. In an instant, the old man is seized by spatial magic and dragged into a conjured space before he can resist. The two now stand on a vast magical platform suspended in a void, isolated for a private exchange. Realizing he has been forcibly relocated, the old man identifies the technique as spatial magic and demands an explanation. The noble stays relaxed and assures him there is no need for alarm. He hints that the old man recently encountered someone extraordinary and wants to discuss that meeting. The old man immediately suspects what this is about. The noble's pleased expression confirms that suspicion. The old man realizes he had been marked with the eye of observation and angrily asks when it was attached. The noble cheerfully reveals he planted it during their previous meeting, treating surveillance as one of his harmless amusements. Since he has already seen everything, he presses the old man not for facts but for his judgment. He narrows the subject to the barbarian from the White Snowfield, a figure so unusual he once seemed fit only for legend. The old man admits he still has not fully decided what to make of that man. The noble lays out the implications. If a barbarian from the frontier truly defeated the insect-like sword master Kartos, then the threat is real. The old man is stunned to learn that Kartos was defeated, while the noble is surprised he had not heard. The noble explains the news has not gone public yet. Still, rumors are already circulating quietly within the tower. According to those reports, Kartos, the mage who once shook the continent, tried to resurrect himself in the frontier and was beaten there. The noble claims he visited because Kartos had once been one of his few true friends. He mourns that loss, though his grief is filtered through his eerie, inhuman nature. The old man acknowledges that even someone like him can value friendship, and the noble agrees before turning back to the real issue. He notes that one artifact from Kartos' lair was never recovered, despite the rest being found after his death. That missing item troubles him most, and he wonders where it ended up. Setting the artifact aside for now, he returns to the question he actually cares about. He asks directly whether the old man truly believes that barbarian could have defeated Kartos. The old man answers that if they are speaking of that particular barbarian, it may indeed be possible. The noble immediately understands why this assessment has not been reported to the emperor. The old man sees no reason to tell him, because the mad emperor would only treat such a man as another tool to throw into the demon realm. He warns that if the emperor learned of a barbarian strong enough to act on his own will, conflict would be inevitable and the whole empire could be dragged into it. That possibility clearly intrigues the noble rather than alarming him. He presses further, asking whether the old man thinks the barbarian could stand against the empire by himself. The old man cannot answer that, but admits the barbarian gave him the same overwhelming impression he once felt upon meeting this noble. That comparison catches the noble off guard. The old man clarifies that he is not calling the barbarian a hero, only admitting he cannot properly measure what he is. The noble concludes that such a person would be immensely useful. As the old man realizes the noble may now be targeting the barbarian, the scene shifts elsewhere. In the Gehenna Kingdom's barbarian territory, daily life continues in a busy market. A young blonde woman notices a large armored figure beside her and startles. She loses her footing in the crowd. As she begins to fall, confusion flashes across her face. Someone catches her before she hits the ground. Her rescuer gently warns her to be more careful. She finds herself held by a silver-haired warrior, and the sudden closeness leaves her flustered. A young woman is startled when an unexpected encounter catches her off guard. The silver-haired mercenary realizes he may have mishandled the moment, and awkwardly tries to soften it. Expecting her to flee in fear, he is surprised when she simply thanks him and bows before leaving. He watches her go in silence, unsettled by how normal the exchange felt. The lack of fear around him finally registers, and he begins to question it. As he stands in the street, he feels that something about people's behavior toward him has changed. When another woman approaches without hesitation, his confusion deepens. He pauses, trying to make sense of why no one is avoiding him anymore. The answer dawns on him as he directly confronts the contradiction. The scene shifts to a formal meeting where he is about to learn what happened in his absence. A noble checks on his condition and brings up the report that he was nearly branded by a demon. Keto dismisses the concern and admits he does not even understand what that branding means. The noble notes that while Keto was always strong, the atmosphere around him has clearly changed. Keto asks what exactly has changed around him. The noble explains that he means the estate's people and their altered attitude toward Keto. He attributes it to rumors that spread after the battle. According to the story, the guards and mercenaries who survived carried the tale everywhere. After Aquaz fell, everyone else lost consciousness, leaving only one person still standing. When the others woke, Keto's axe was shining with a divine aura. From that sight, people concluded that Aquaz had granted Keto divine power, and he became known as the warrior who fought beside the one who defeated the demon. Keto calmly pieces the whole misunderstanding together. The noble apologizes, explaining that by the time he tried to correct the story, the rumor had already taken hold. Keto accepts it, and realizes this false legend is why people no longer fear him. The noble confirms that most now see him as a demon foe rather than something ominous himself. Keto quietly turns that new title over in his mind. He repeats the label to himself, considering what it means for his place in this world. Soon after, the guild informs him that his status has been raised all the way to C rank. Keto is taken aback by how sudden the promotion is. When he asks if that means he jumped 3 full ranks, the clerk confirms he earned it. That answer satisfies him immediately. The clerk adds that he will also receive a newly made mercenary tag tailored specifically for him. She explains that C rank means the guild now officially recognizes him as a proper mercenary, and will treat him accordingly. With that rank, he gains access to most places across the kingdoms. She clarifies that capitals and churches should be manageable, though the imperial capital is a different matter. Entry there requires formal recognition from a noble. She admits that little reliable information comes out of the imperial capital, only troubling rumors, making it even harder to understand than the demon realm. Keto realizes the empire's situation may be more serious than he expected. The clerk cuts off that line of thought before it drifts too far. Returning to business, she explains that as a C-rank mercenary he can now accept nearly any request and even enter A-rank dungeons if he joins a party. Keto immediately sees the practical value of the promotion and starts thinking about the new opportunities it opens. A small smile shows that the advancement suits his plans perfectly. Later, over drinks with companions, the aftermath of the demon battle comes up again. One of them asks whether everything was properly resolved, and Keto answers that the demon was defeated and the Sun God's Inquisitor was present, so there should be no issue. The group is relieved to hear that the matter seems settled. But when someone praises the Inquisitor's supposed feat of defeating the demon, the nun abruptly rejects that version of events. She reveals that she never lost consciousness that day and saw what really happened. From her perspective, Keto was the one who completely overwhelmed and toyed with a named demon. Furious at the false narrative, she insists Aquaz merely arrived at the end and took the credit. As the others absorb that revelation, one companion asks Keto what he intends to do now that he is C-rank. Keto answers that nothing about him will change, and he will simply continue doing his work as a C-rank mercenary. After hearing the others out, the dark-haired man quietly signals that he understands the situation. The nun, however, is inwardly alarmed that everyone is treating the white-haired man too casually, convinced he is something far beyond human. The white-haired man cuts through the unease and asks the group what they intend to do next. The dark-haired man admits they have no real plan yet and can do little for the moment. Pressed to be honest, he confesses he had mostly intended to drift through life uselessly. He even frames that aim as following the example of Keto, while the older mercenary silently judges it as the mindset of a loafer. That answer immediately irritates the older mercenary, and the white-haired man turns to him for a more serious response. Before the tension can worsen, the nun politely interrupts. The white-haired man explains that he simply follows the will of Lady Kaloja, then recalls hearing from Aquaz that Kaloja's followers are mostly inactive right now. The nun is caught off guard by how casually he brings up information she did not expect him to know. He continues, stating that the faith is in a resting period and only its highest ranks are currently active. Put on the spot, the nun can only nervously agree. She hurriedly downplays herself as nothing more than an ordinary priest, and he accepts that claim without pressing her. Even so, she panics internally, wondering whether he already knows the truth and is waiting for her to admit it. Her anxiety spirals further as she starts to suspect he may simply be toying with her. All that leaves her shaken and genuinely afraid of him. Later that night, the scene shifts to the mercenary guild. At the front desk, paperwork signals the end of the receptionist's shift. Rosa happily looks forward to finally going home. That hope ends the moment someone arrives at the desk. She instantly realizes her night is not over after all. A hooded older man requests to post a job, forcing her back into work mode. Though drained, Rosa asks what kind of request he wants, while privately noting how unsettlingly blank her own exhaustion must make her seem. The man gathers himself before giving the details. He asks for an escort for 2 travelers, himself and a young woman. Rosa records the request and asks where they need to go. When he answers that the destination is the Danyan kingdom, she stiffens. He clarifies that they need to reach its capital. Rosa immediately recognizes how extreme the request is, especially for such a remote branch. As she studies him, his careful speech and shabby disguise make her suspect he is hiding his identity. Still, she proceeds formally and asks him to verify who he is. The hooded man pauses, considering how to respond. He places a metal credential on the desk as proof. The moment Rosa sees it, she realizes it is no ordinary token. She recognizes it as a guild emblem, the kind not given to just anyone. That confirms her suspicion that this client is far from a common traveler. After checking it, she accepts the identification as valid. With that settled, she asks for payment. The man reaches into his robe without hesitation. He decides to cover the fee immediately. He sets down a solid gold coin, expecting it to be enough. Rosa shocks him by saying it will only hire a single mercenary. He blurts out his disbelief, thinking she must mean one team rather than one person. Rosa clarifies that escort work is priced per mercenary, not per mission. She explains that a personal guard over such a long and dangerous route to the Danyan kingdom is costly by nature. She adds that the journey could take months, so the commission is far above the usual rate, and he reluctantly admits that makes sense. Even so, he asks if she can somehow arrange at least 2 escorts. Rosa says that is possible, but only if he accepts lower-ranked mercenaries. When she specifies that dependable escorts should really be D rank or higher, he understands the trade-off. He resolves the matter by telling her to hire the most skilled escort his money can buy. An old retainer reports that among the available hires, 1 mercenary seems like the only realistic option, though he still hopes for some better solution. The young woman immediately senses how unusually desperate he sounds and wonders what is driving him to settle so quickly. The broker explains that on this remote frontier even finding mercenaries is difficult, and while she will keep trying, a second candidate is effectively impossible. Realizing they have no leverage, the retainer reluctantly accepts and leaves the matter in her hands. The payment is meager despite being all in gold, and even the coins are worn, making it obvious that the clients are scraping together the last of their resources. The broker concludes that these people are burdened with a dangerous and troublesome request. That night, the retainer returns to his lady's lodging. He quietly announces himself at the door rather than barging in. Inside, the young woman answers cautiously, unsure who has come. He reveals himself as her longtime servant, trying to reassure her. She opens the door and lets him in. Princess Elena receives Aaron with concern, already bracing for news of the commission. He steps inside to deliver his report. Elena anxiously asks how the negotiation turned out. Aaron tells her the commission was accepted, and her relief quickly turns into the practical question of how many mercenaries they can actually afford. His hesitation gives away the answer before he says it. They can only pay for a single mercenary. Ashamed, Aaron apologizes and admits their remaining funds are nearly gone. Elena refuses to blame him, trying to spare him from guilt. When he blames her earlier naivety for their losses, she insists the disaster could not have been avoided and that even he might have been deceived. For a brief moment, they share the bleak absurdity of how badly things have gone. Then Aaron breaks down in front of her, overwhelmed by frustration and helplessness. Elena stops him before his self-reproach spirals any further. The two fall into a heavy silence. Elena asks how long it may take to find someone trustworthy, and Aaron can only say that securing a reliable mercenary may take time. She accepts that they have no choice but to wait patiently. Trying to steady him, Elena suggests they rest for the night and praises Aaron for doing all he could. He withdraws obediently, still weighed down by failure. Left with the delay, Elena realizes another day has been lost while Aaron continues to torment himself. The next concern emerges at once. If no one is willing to take the job soon, their situation will become even more dangerous. Aaron admits they are running short on food and may have to endure hunger, blaming himself again for their decline. Elena immediately rejects the idea that he is at fault. Even so, Aaron refuses to inform the local lord of their true condition. His alarm shows that the very suggestion feels dangerous to him. Elena agrees that they cannot trust anyone here and that asking for help could expose them to even greater risk. She reminds Aaron why they fled their kingdom in the first place. They never even learned who their enemies were. Worse, no word has come from home since their escape, leaving them cut off and uncertain whether anyone loyal remains. Aaron apologizes for wavering, ashamed that fear and exhaustion have weakened his resolve. Elena's thoughts turn to Danyang, and she quietly wonders whether that kingdom will truly be a safe refuge. Aaron assures her that it will, because the king of Danyang once swore an oath to protect her from the day she was born. He adds that Danyang may even help her pursue vengeance once she reaches safety. That reminder hardens Elena's purpose. She must survive, because if the princess falls, her kingdom's last hope dies with her. Even with that resolve, she cannot shake her unease about entrusting her life to an unknown mercenary. Aaron insists the gold should secure a dependable recommendation and urges her not to worry. Elena still wonders what kind of person will end up becoming her guard. In her imagination, that protector takes the form of a striking, heroic-looking swordsman. She lets herself hope, a little embarrassed, that the mercenary might truly be someone noble and handsome. Elsewhere, The actual man who may take the job lounges idly in a shabby room, deciding he has nothing better to do. His thoughts drift to the rough companions he has been traveling with, and what they might be doing without him. He recalls those uncouth white snowfield barbarians as the only people who never kept their distance from him, hinting that his future involvement may be far less refined than Elena imagines. Lying around in his now uneventful life, he idly wonders whether the people from his past are still living as freely as ever. That thought leads him to a more pressing realization. Perhaps his mysterious quest system has finally disappeared. He recalls that from the moment he first awoke in the white snowfield, a glowing quest window had always accompanied him. Back then he dismissed it as a dream, but the brutal cold and the monsters made its demands impossible to ignore. In that frozen wasteland the quest had effectively guided his survival, yet once he left the snowfield, they stopped appearing altogether. With no new missions for a long time, his peaceful routine has become so quiet that it borders on dull. Still uneasy, he tests a possibility, and wonders if the system only functioned inside the white snowfield. The idea sharpens his attention as he waits for some sign that his suspicion is right. He admits he cannot be certain, but the silence from the system seems to support that conclusion. Soon after, he heads to the guild and is presented with a new job request. The receptionist cheerfully introduces the assignment, expecting a routine exchange. He asks what kind of request it is before committing himself. She explains that it is a simple escort mission. 1 woman and 1 old man must be delivered safely to the capital of the Dinyang Kingdom. When he asks if that is all, she adds that the trip will take several days and every bit of preparation will fall on the mercenary. He immediately judges the task as more troublesome than it first sounded. The receptionist admits that is true, but hints that the unusually high pay comes with a reason. He presses her to explain what is wrong with it. She warns that the request feels suspicious and likely hides something dangerous, so he can refuse it if he wants. Instead of backing off, he dismisses her concern and makes clear that the risk is exactly what catches his interest. The danger only makes the mission more appealing to him. As he continues reading, another detail suddenly grabs his attention. The destination, the Dinyang Kingdom, stirs a memory he did not expect. He pauses, sensing that the place is tied to something important from his past. A woman with long blue hair comes to mind at once. He recognizes her as Milena of the Akasha household. She was the daughter of a merchant family he once met on the frozen plains. He remembers that she had welcomed him to visit if he ever came to her homeland. Taking that coincidence as enough reason, he decides on the spot to accept the escort request. The moment he commits, the long silent system abruptly activates again. The sudden return catches him completely off guard. At the same time, the clients arrive at the guild. He turns toward the disturbance while the glowing interface forms beside him. The system identifies the job as his 785th quest and orders him to escort the targets to the Dinyang Kingdom. He is stunned that the quest window has appeared here at all after being absent for so long. While he stares at it in disbelief, the receptionist nervously calls out to him. The newcomers step fully into the room. A blonde young woman notices the commotion and looks toward the guild counter in confusion. Her elderly companion follows close behind. The old man, Aaron, arrives looking worn and burdened, and the receptionist recognizes him immediately. The blonde woman anxiously asks what is wrong and even fears they may have been tracked. Before the worry can grow, Aaron is informed that their request has already been accepted. He is astonished that a mercenary took the job so quickly, especially one of unexpectedly high rank. The young woman brightens at once, thrilled by the news and eager to know if it is true. Aaron reassures her that she can relax for the night because she will meet their escort tomorrow. Watching this, he keeps his composure outwardly, but the situation is clearly unsettling him. The quest window remains hovering before him, repeating the same escort objective. He starts analyzing the pattern, wondering why the system stayed dormant for so long only to react now. Retreating to think in private, he studies the floating screen more carefully. A troubling possibility begins to form as he reconsiders everything he believed about the system. He concludes that the quest window may never have been tied only to the white snowfield, and that something about these targets has triggered it again. A silver-haired mercenary senses that something about his next assignment is different. While a storm rages outside the guild hall, the meeting that will decide his job continues inside. At the desk, the clerk prepares the contract as the clients wait tensely. The young noblewoman lowers her gaze, trying to steady herself before meeting the escort she requested. She and her elderly guardian sit across from the guild clerk to receive the mercenary assigned to them. Eileen wonders what kind of man will be protecting her. She first imagines a hardened, intimidating veteran shaped by battle. Her thoughts turn to someone even rougher, a scarred brute of a fighter. Yet despite herself, she feels certain the man will somehow be cool rather than frightening. Before she can dwell on it further, someone arrives at the guild hall door. The entrance bell rings, announcing the mercenary's arrival. The clerk calmly confirms that the person they were waiting for has come. The door opens as the room's attention shifts toward the newcomer. Eileen turns with nervous anticipation, convinced the long-awaited moment has finally come. Instead of the elegant figure she imagined, an enormous, rough-looking warrior appears in the doorway. The sight shocks Eileen so badly that her mind goes blank. Backlit by the open door, the mercenary's imposing presence overwhelms both clients at once. His heavy approach makes Eileen instinctively recoil, while her guardian stiffens beside her. As he introduces himself, Eileen realizes this terrifying man may truly be the escort assigned to her. She can barely process that this is supposed to be the mercenary sent to protect her. The shock is so intense that her elderly guardian has to catch her, as she nearly faints. Recovering enough to speak, the old man demands to know who this stranger is and protests the match. The mercenary notes the region has been tense lately and dryly recalls that he recently killed the demon everyone had been avoiding. Trying to make sense of the situation, he asks whether these two are the employers who hired him. The clerk confirms it, and formally begins the introduction. She reveals that this man is the escort assigned to their contract. Then she names him Ketel, the Ashen Barbarian, leaving him visibly taken aback by the title. The old guardian erupts in outrage, declaring that assigning a barbarian is absurd and demanding a replacement immediately. The clerk coolly reframes his protest as a challenge to the guild's judgment. With a sharp stare, she makes clear that insulting the assignment means insulting the mercenary guild itself. The old man immediately tries to backpedal, but the clerk does not let him escape the implication. She warns that if they distrust the guild's decision, the contract can be cancelled and their payment returned. Ketel realizes the argument has turned him into a dangerous point of tension in the room. To cut through the dispute, he simply agrees to take the job. Eileen gathers her resolve as the decision settles. When her guardian tries to object again, she steps forward instead of retreating. Ketel pauses, surprised that she is addressing him directly. Eileen offers her hand and signals that she intends to accept him as her escort. She introduces herself properly and welcomes the partnership. Later, on the road through the forest, Ketel leads while the clients follow behind. Eileen and her guardian keep an unusually large distance from him as they travel. Noticing the gap, Ketel finally decides to address it. He asks whether they are staying too far away from him. From well behind him, they nervously suggest that this distance is better. Flustered, they insist they are perfectly comfortable where they are. They awkwardly justify it by claiming there is no one else nearby anyway. Ketel accepts their strange preference, even if he does not understand it. With that, he turns back to the path and resumes the escort without complaint. Still unsettled by him, Eileen and her guardian watch as he walks ahead alone. The journey continues with Ketel in front and his wary employers trailing at a safe distance behind. A blonde woman reflects that the outcome before her began with a choice made the previous night. At the mercenary guild, she sealed an agreement by taking the hand of a mercenary escort. The man introduced himself as Ketel and greeted the partnership with easy confidence. She accepted nervously, clearly unsure whether entrusting herself to him was wise. Ketel reassured her that as long as he was her escort, her safety was guaranteed. Though still uneasy, she forced herself to agree. Even as they stood together, she privately doubted that hiring him was truly their best option. Once they were on the road, Ketel decided they would stop and spend the night where they were. He presented the halt as a simple necessity, and expected no objection. He pointed out that they had left too late, and that the road was already too dark to continue safely. She reluctantly accepted his judgment. Ketel noticed her fear and realized she was more frightened of barbarians than he had expected. Left to himself for a moment, he reflected that winning her trust might take longer than he thought. Still, he moved on to practical matters and said he would prepare a place for her to sleep. Instead of rough camping, he produced a tent through an artifact, instantly changing the situation. The sight stunned both travelers, who could hardly believe a barbarian possessed something so valuable. Ketel seemed puzzled by their shock. He explained matter-of-factly that he had earned it through honest mercenary work. That answer only left them more speechless. He then added one condition: there was only one tent, so they would have to share it. To him, that was a luxury already far beyond what he was used to, since he normally slept outdoors without complaint. He even offered to stay awake all night on watch, treating the hardship as trivial compared with his past ordeals. Ketel insisted the night would be easy for him and urged them to rest without worry. The woman, unsettled by how hard he was pushing himself, objected to the idea. She proposed that they take turns standing watch instead. The older man immediately backed her, making it clear they would not let him bear everything alone. Faced with their insistence, Ketel gave in. Even so, he remained wary and admitted he had hoped to earn their trust, since distrust could become dangerous once everyone was asleep. Morning arrived peacefully, with the camp still intact. The woman woke exhausted, having spent the whole night unable to sleep. She noticed that Aaron, the older man, looked just as worn out. As she stirred awake in the tent, the new day offered no relief from her fatigue. What she felt most clearly was hunger after the uneasy night. Ketel immediately picked up on that need. He told her it was only natural after missing proper meals and asked her to wait while he handled it. Without hesitation, he announced that he would cook for her. He began preparing food with practiced efficiency. The ingredients were cut and readied with surprising skill. Soon he was cooking over the fire with the ease of someone who knew exactly what he was doing. The woman could only stare, struggling to reconcile the sight with everything she believed about him. Watching a barbarian calmly cook was so strange to her that it felt almost impossible. Both she and Aaron were left visibly shaken by how thoroughly Ketel defied their expectations. Aaron finally blurted out the question they were both thinking and asked whether Ketel had really learned to cook. Ketel answered simply that cooking was just a hobby of his. He contrasted himself with the Snowfield tribes, saying they usually only butcher monsters and eat them raw. Unlike them, he had taught himself to cook the beasts he killed. He explained that the ingredients he worked with were so dangerous that he nearly died more than once while learning, but he persisted through endless trial and error. By his standards, even making fire and preparing a meal in the wilderness was effortless. So while the others saw something extraordinary, Kido regarded the whole task as absurdly easy. At last he finished the meal and presented it, leaving the two travelers staring at him in stunned silence. At camp, the knight serves an unexpectedly appetizing pasta dish, leaving both the princess and her elderly attendant visibly shaken by how tempting it looks. The princess is especially rattled, caught between hunger and alarm at wanting food prepared by the barbarian escort she distrusts. Trying to preserve her dignity, she refuses the meal and claims she dislikes greasy food. She clutches the dried rations she brought instead and insists those will be enough for her. Aaron, unwilling to admit he is just as tempted, awkwardly backs her up and declines as well. The knight accepts their refusal without offense and guesses they would rather live on dried meat. He calmly starts eating the pasta himself, making their decision immediately harder to maintain. Watching him enjoy it, the princess nearly gives in and admits to herself that she wants some. But her prejudice wins out for the moment, and she convinces herself she cannot trust food made by someone she sees as uncivilized. By the third night of the journey, that stubbornness has consequences. The princess's bare feet and weakened state show how badly the trip is wearing her down. She lies curled up in bed, clearly sick and exhausted from the journey. Aaron rushes to her side in alarm, fearing her condition has worsened. He realizes 3 days have already passed with too little proper food. Blaming himself, he reflects that a sheltered princess was never prepared to endure such hardship. He sits by her bed regretting that he was not more attentive before she collapsed. When she wakes, the princess tries to ease his guilt by assuring him she is fine and apologizing for worrying him. Aaron denies being troubled, though his strained expression gives him away. Even while ill, she notices his fatigue and worries that he has been overworking himself to guard her. She reaches out to him gently, trying to comfort the one who has been protecting her. He brushes it off with a weak joke that old men like him do not need much sleep. Grateful for his care, she quietly thanks him. As she falls back asleep, Aaron's pity deepens into sorrow for how fragile her situation has become. He remains at her bedside through the night, keeping watch. In that vigil, he renews his resolve to protect her even at the cost of his own life. The next day, the knight prepares a more substantial meal over the fire, grilling fish and meat. He works with practiced ease, turning the food into something far better than rough travel fare. From a distance, Aaron and the princess stare in silence, both clearly drawn in by the smell. Their hunger becomes impossible to hide, and both of them struggle not to drool. They try to endure with their dried rations, but the comparison only makes their misery more obvious. At last the princess abruptly stands, driven by a need she can no longer ignore. Too embarrassed to admit her real motive, she claims she is only stepping away for a moment. The knight innocently asks if she means the lavatory, which mortifies her. Realizing he has embarrassed her, he immediately apologizes. The princess is stunned that the man she dismissed as a barbarian would apologize so readily and politely. Thrown off balance, she hesitates, no longer sure how to treat him. Aaron quietly stops her, sensing the moment matters. She withdraws a short distance, leaving Aaron to address the knight directly. Aaron begins carefully, still conscious of the princess's rank and the tension between them. He admits openly that the princess does not trust the knight. Even so, he reminds him that he is her escort, and therefore responsible for her safety. What he asks for is not submission, but enough trust to believe he means to do that duty properly. The knight answers with calm humor, reminding Aaron that he is human too and not some invulnerable brute. That simple response catches Aaron off guard and forces him to see the knight more plainly. Flustered, Aaron can only concede awkwardly. Before the old man can recover, the knight offers a practical peace gesture. He presents a plate of venison and asks Aaron to take it. The offer is straightforward and generous, with no mockery in it. Aaron freezes at the sight of the rich, steaming meat, overwhelmed by both temptation and surprise. Faced with undeniable hunger and unexpected kindness, his resistance finally begins to break. A cloaked young woman pauses by a stream, exhausted enough that even breathing feels difficult. The quiet water offers no relief as she struggles to steady herself. Hunger and fatigue hit her all at once, leaving her visibly drained. She admits to herself that she is starving. Her aching legs make it clear she has already pushed herself too far. Even so, she refuses to give in and forces herself to endure. She keeps moving by reminding herself that Aaron must be suffering even more than she is. That resolve breaks when she suddenly notices something hidden nearby. The smell of cooked meat reveals that someone is close. She discovers 2 men resting in the woods, one of them calmly eating while the other sits guard. The older man realizes who she is and is instantly alarmed. The woman recognizes the silver-haired warrior and calls him Aaron. The older man is stunned by that recognition. His meal slips from his hands as the situation turns serious. He panics, blurts out that she is a princess, and desperately insists there has been a misunderstanding. The warrior stays silent, watching the exchange. He coolly considers the old man's excuse instead of accepting it. The woman straightens herself and questions the title they just used for her. She presses the old man to explain what kind of misunderstanding he thinks this is. She recalls that he warned her to be wary of the barbarian and claimed they should protect one another from him. The old man tries to deny it, but she is no longer willing to let him evade the point. Under pressure, he weakly argues that the warrior does not seem as dangerous as he first assumed. She rejects that as a worthless excuse. A calm voice interrupts before her anger can escalate further. The silver-haired warrior steps in, drawing her attention away from the old man. She realizes his distance was not indifference but the result of distrust toward him. Both she and the old man are left awkwardly exposed by that conclusion. The warrior quietly wonders how to resolve the damage between them. He reflects that this world's prejudice against barbarians runs so deep that suspicion may have seemed inevitable. He knows that even denying his origins would not make others believe him now. He decides the only answer is to tell the truth himself. He begins by saying there is one thing they have misunderstood. The three of them face each other in tense silence, waiting for what comes next. He declares that he is not a barbarian in the way they assume. He lets that statement hang long enough to unsettle them further. The old man and the woman can only awkwardly agree while clearly not understanding. He clarifies that he was born among barbarians, but he was not raised according to their ways. The listeners are left speechless by the distinction. Their confusion only deepens. He explains that his tribe was annihilated a week after his birth. An adventurer found the infant he had been, and raised him as his own son. He abruptly admits that part of that story was fabricated, but insists the exact details are beside the point. What matters, he says, is that a lie can sometimes serve as a remedy, because though his blood is barbarian, he grew up as a civilized man. He knows that claim is difficult to accept, but asks them to hear him out. He says he hopes they will see that he is no different from them, even if the whole idea sounds absurd. Then he points out that despite everything, they are already beginning to sympathize with him. The woman starts to understand how easily her feelings shifted. She realizes they recoiled the moment they heard the word barbarian. That fear made them reject both his food and his goodwill. Yet she remembers that he never answered their prejudice with hostility. Instead, she reflects, he treated them with respect, as if he understood the suffering caused by lifelong discrimination. Ashamed, she apologizes to Lord Keetle and admits she had never truly trusted him until now. He accepts the apology without resentment. His easy understanding catches her off guard. Privately, he notes with satisfaction that his story worked perfectly. The woman is mortified by how completely she misjudged him. Trying to make amends, she says she will rely on him from now on. He responds by offering his hand, inviting that trust to become real. He waits with a composed smile for her answer. She looks up at him, startled by the gesture. Then she accepts with a bright, sincere yes. As their hands meet, an unseen observer notices that the two have suddenly grown close. That watcher is revealed to be the Grand Magic Tower Master, the Lich, spying from concealment. Using the eye of observation, he can see them clearly but cannot hear their words. Even without hearing, he concludes Kane was right that Keetle is highly unusual. The Lich finds the contradiction troubling. He cannot reconcile Keetle's barbarian origin with how much more civilized he seems than other barbarians. Curiosity drives him to move closer. He decides to close the distance himself. At that same moment, Keetle's instincts flare as if he has sensed something unnatural. The hidden watcher is shocked when it seems their eyes meet across the concealment. Keetle turns sharply toward the presence, and the woman asks what is wrong. He states with certainty that someone is there. When she panics, he orders her to stay where she is. He promises he will return and moves to intercept the intruder. He launches forward with explosive force. His charge tears across the clearing like a projectile. The forest blurs as he closes the gap almost instantly. He descends on the hidden man before the latter can react. The intruder is caught completely off guard by Keetle's speed. He throws up a barrier in desperation, but Keetle crashes through it anyway. The impact detonates through the woods. The intruder stares in disbelief that his defense failed. He cannot understand how a barrier meant to stop even a ballista bolt was broken so easily. Keetle pins him down before he can recover, overwhelming him with raw force. The intruder is horrified that such a barrier accomplished nothing at all. Keetle kneels over him in the shattered ground, fully in control. He warns the man not to attempt anything foolish. Keetle's expression hardens as he waits for the slightest sign of resistance. He threatens to snap the man's neck instantly if he makes any suspicious move, and the captive hurriedly swears he only admires him. That answer leaves Keetle baffled rather than reassured. He asks if the admiration is really directed at him, and the captive confirms it. Keetle demands a name, and the trembling man gives Patrick. Keetle drags the captive back to the others, who can only stare at the absurd sight. Patrick wonders through tears whether Kane had been this intense as well. The woman asks Keetle who this person is. Keetle admits he has no idea, only that the man followed them and then suddenly professed admiration. She is too confused to make sense of that explanation. Patrick insists that is exactly what happened. He explains that since childhood he has wanted to become a great adventurer. For someone like him, Keetle's feat of helping an inquisitor slay a demon made him a legendary figure. He says Keetle became his aspiration and idol. Patrick admits he scouted the area first, but his real goal was simply to get close to Keetle, and he considers even this disaster a partial success. Keetle asks if that admiration is truly why Patrick followed him. Patrick eagerly says yes and confesses he acted without thinking because he admired Keetle so much. Keetle considers the claim but decides he still cannot just release him. Without proof that Patrick is harmless, Keetle remains unconvinced. Then Keatle suddenly thinks of a practical solution. He decides Patrick himself will serve as the proof he needs. Patrick has no idea what that means and grows uneasy. The narration reveals that Patrick is actually the Lich, one of the greatest mages alive, wearing a human shell to observe Keatle. His Patrick identity had been carefully prepared long in advance. Keatle binds him tightly with rope. Satisfied, Keatle judges that this precaution will be enough. He announces that they should leave at once, taking the bound Patrick with them. Patrick is left speechless by how casually he has been captured. The group starts moving through the forest with Keatle leading. The woman walks in troubled silence, still processing everything. Patrick reflects that he has never been put in such a humiliating position before. Yet he is perversely pleased that he can now observe Keatle from right beside him. Even so, he struggles to accept Kane's claims while witnessing Keatle's impossible strength firsthand. He analyzes Keatle as a being of speed beyond comprehension, and of physical power so overwhelming that it can shatter magic itself. Though confined to a homunculus body, Patrick believes he can still defeat most superhuman foes, which makes Keatle all the more unsettling. He begins to consider a possibility he had not wanted to entertain. Patrick wonders whether Keatle might truly belong to the realm of heroes. Before that thought settles, the woman finally asks to speak to Keatle. He turns, and she hesitates under the weight of what she has hidden. Keatle realizes she is ready to stop avoiding the truth. She is startled that he already seems to know what she means. He explains that their secretive night departure and indirect route made it obvious they were concealing something. The woman understands that he had noticed all along. Rather than accuse her, Keatle says he understands how hard it must have been to trust him at their first meeting. She begins to explain that her silence came from fear and caution. She apologizes sincerely and offers to tell him everything now if he will allow it. She adds that if, after hearing the full truth, he no longer wishes to fulfill their request, she will accept it. Before she can continue, she abruptly senses something wrong. Keatle confirms that another unwelcome visitor is approaching. Movement stirs through the brush around them. The woman realizes this new arrival is not the same hidden observer as before. Armored footsteps emerge from the undergrowth. A squad of knights steps into the clearing. The old man grimly notes that these men have come for her. The woman is shaken because their appearance should have been impossible. Their captain, Lucento Adenheimer of the Azure Knights, formally addresses her as Eileen Maverick Ludian, first princess of the Ludian kingdom. Patrick is startled by the sudden mention of the Ludian kingdom. The knights advance with disciplined purpose. Lucento says they searched for the missing princess for a long time and asks her to return with them immediately. He adds that the king is gravely worried for her, leaving the princess stunned that her identity has been fully exposed. An armored captain confronts the silver-haired mercenary and confirms that the person under his protection is the kingdom's first princess. He presses the issue, questioning why the princess is out here after recently leaving the palace with her most trusted attendant. That detail jolts the mercenary, because it clashes with what he knows about the woman beside him. The captain tries to take control of the situation and declares that the princess now falls under the knight's authority. Before the mercenary can yield, the princess flatly rejects the claim. Shaken but resolute, she reveals that she no longer recognizes the man calling himself her knight and demands to know who he really is. The captain is caught off guard by the accusation and asks what she means. She singles him out directly, making clear that her suspicion is not vague fear but certainty. Looking him in the eye, she insists that the identity he presents is false and demands the truth. The captain answers with his name and rank, trying to reassert the official identity she is denying. She explodes in anger, insisting that she knows the real Lucento and that this man is only wearing his face. She accuses the impostors of replacing everyone in the royal castle and pretending to be her friends and family. In her mind, the horror is total. The people around her have all become copies with the same familiar appearances. Driven by panic and grief, she demands to know what these beings are and where her true father, mother, and the others have gone. The mercenary watches in silence, his attention sharpening as the situation turns stranger. Nearby, a bound young man is revealed, suggesting the mercenary has already captured someone connected to the threat. The captain stands in the middle of the accusation, now under pressure from both the princess's terror and the mercenary's scrutiny. The princess realizes the captive is at least human, which only deepens the mystery of who among them is false. Trying to make sense of it, she begins to put the pieces together. She concludes that whatever has infiltrated the palace intends not only to consume her but to seize the entire kingdom. Even through tears, she vows she will not let that happen and swears to avenge everyone who has vanished. An older white-haired man echoes that vow, promising that the missing will be avenged. The mercenary remains composed, listening rather than interrupting. The captain falls briefly silent, weighing the outburst before choosing his response. He exhales and turns away from the emotional force of her accusation. Then he dismisses everything she said as delusion and frames her condition as a medical problem. The princess recoils in disbelief, outraged that her warning is being treated as madness. The captain doubles down, arguing that her story is irrational because she alone claims everyone else has changed. His logic unsettles her for a moment, because he is attacking the only evidence she has, her own memory. He presses the advantage by insisting she must be taken away for treatment immediately. To make that demand concrete, he extends a hand as if offering calm and authority. He politely orders her to come with the knights, turning coercion into a formal invitation. She instinctively resists, knowing that going with them would mean surrendering herself to the very people she fears. Despair nearly overwhelms her as she begs for help and refuses to accept that this is how her story ends. Her plea reaches the mercenary, and she notices him moving. He steps in front of her, silently placing himself between the princess and the knights. The captain orders him aside, making it clear that he is now an obstacle. The mercenary refuses without hesitation, declaring that he will not allow them to take her. The princess is stunned that someone has finally chosen her side. The captain warns that if the mercenary keeps blocking him, he will use force. He acts on that threat at once, launching himself forward to break the standoff. The mercenary meets the charge head-on and counters with overwhelming force. In a single exchange, he sends the captain and the nearby knights crashing away, instantly reversing the power balance. The surviving knights stare in shock, unable to believe their commander was beaten so easily. They demand an explanation, but the mercenary remains calm and unapologetic. He states the matter plainly: the knights attacked first, and protecting his employer from enemies is exactly his job. The captain tries to recover, bracing himself through the pain. Bent over and shaken, he struggles to stay upright after the blow. Even injured, he returns to the same line of attack, insisting the princess is unwell and asking whether the mercenary truly believes her claims. He ends by dismissing her story as absurd, refusing to accept that her terror might be telling the truth. The silver-haired mercenary coldly insists that trusting the employer is only natural, making clear where his loyalty is supposed to lie. Eileen is unsettled by how calmly he says it, sensing the danger in his detachment. An older knight breaks in and condemns the whole situation as madness, refusing to accept the mercenary's stance. The mercenary dismisses the knight's outrage as irrelevant to him. He turns to Eileen and draws her into the exchange, forcing her to answer him directly. He points out the real issue: these knights arrived without any detectable presence, which should have been impossible. Eileen, confused and anxious, asks what he means. He explains that they did not approach normally at all, but seemed to appear out of nowhere. That realization shocks Eileen, because it suggests something deeply unnatural about their arrival. A hidden observer with red eyes silently confirms the mercenary's suspicion. The mercenary presses the knights, demanding to know how they managed such an abrupt appearance. The knights hold formation instead of answering, showing discipline and hostility rather than openness. Their leader rejects the question as unimportant, signaling that he has no intention of explaining himself. He claims their only concern is that they tracked Her Highness here, and accuses the mercenary of stalling with baseless suspicion. The mercenary immediately recognizes that the leader is dodging the point and calls him on it. Since the knights refuse to answer, he declares that he will personally escort Eileen to Denayan and will not step aside. Eileen's composure breaks as she begins to confess a painful truth. She admits that no one has ever truly trusted what she said, revealing the loneliness behind her hesitation. The knight leader abandons further discussion and reaches for his weapon. He decides words are useless now, making violence the only path he intends to pursue. Sensing the shift, the mercenary orders everyone to fall back for the moment and takes control of the field himself. Eileen anxiously warns Ketil to be careful, revealing both fear and reliance on him. The knight leader reminds his men that they are the kingdom's elite and steels their resolve. At his command, the knights draw their blades and prepare to overwhelm the mercenary together. Ketil meets their readiness with amused contempt, treating the threat as beneath him. The hidden red-eyed watcher judges the knights to be inferior. Even so, that observer notes that the knights can handle strange threats, while Ketil stands on an entirely different level. The leader accepts that difference and orders his men to kill the barbarian even at the cost of their own lives. The knights launch themselves forward without hesitation, committing fully to the suicidal command. They converge from every direction, trying to bury Ketil under a coordinated assault. Ketil remains motionless until the last instant, showing complete confidence in the face of the encirclement. He breaks the first attacker with a brutal counter, turning the charge back on them immediately. Without losing momentum, he hurls one knight aside and cuts through the next wave of attacks. He gathers force into a single explosive motion, preparing a wider counterstrike. That burst of power slams into multiple knights at once and tears apart their formation. In one sweeping exchange, Ketil sends armored bodies flying across the clearing. He dryly acknowledges that a simultaneous assault is troublesome, but only in the most minimal sense. Refusing to let fear spread, the leader orders his surviving men not to stop and to attack in perfect unison. The knights obey and descend on Ketil again from all sides, trying to overwhelm him through relentless pressure. Ketil crashes through them head-on, using sheer speed and strength to break their approach. He spins through the melee and flings more knights away, reducing their coordinated attack to chaos. The battlefield erupts as his counter sends bodies scattering into the air and through the trees. Driven to fury, the leader charges personally and denounces Ketil as a monster. He commits to a killing blow, aiming to finish Ketil himself. Seeing the strike coming, Eileen panics and cries out a warning. Her fear spikes as she realizes the attack may actually reach him. The leader's blade slices across Ketil's face, finally landing a hit and momentarily turning the fight. For an instant, the knight leader is stunned that he succeeded at all. That success only triggers something feral in Ketil, whose expression twists as his power surges violently. Ketil retaliates with monstrous force, seizing the Knight Leader with his teeth and smashing him into the ground. Keto, still processing the aftermath of the clash, is asked whether he wants the defeated side to continue. Instead, the surviving knights collapse and surrender, too broken to keep fighting. Their commander orders a full retreat, abandoning the confrontation entirely. The enemy withdraws at once, leaving the field to Keto. Keto is startled to hear his own name called from behind him. He turns to find the rescued group safe, and the old man reassures him that no one has been harmed. The old man formally introduces the princess as Eileen, making clear who she is. Keto agrees to honor their arrangement, but insists on hearing the full truth before going further. Eileen accepts immediately and prepares to explain everything. As the story begins, Keto reflects that aura is a force beyond ordinary understanding, something that cuts through both matter and sorcery alike. By all common logic, nothing in the current age should be able to resist it. Yet Keto himself endured that power through sheer physical force, proving his body can suppress even mystery. That realization hangs over the conversation as he listens for what happened to their kingdom. The implication is unsettling. Keto's body may itself be an impossible phenomenon. Later, beside a campfire, he asks them to explain what exactly took place. The four settle in for a serious account, with the old man taking the lead. He begins with the blunt truth that their kingdom was overtaken. Keto understands at once that the kingdom was supplanted rather than merely conquered. The old man explains that by the time he and Princess Eileen recognized the change, the realm was already collapsing beyond recovery. Keto reduces the situation to its practical outcome: they fled. The old man confirms it, saying that staying would only have led to them being replaced as well. He adds that this distortion first began about a year earlier. That timing catches Keto's attention immediately. He suspects the date may connect to other warnings he has heard before. He recalls Aqua's warning that the sealed demon might still be influencing the world, causing abnormal dungeon activity and more malicious beings to emerge. What he dismissed then now seems significant, because those disturbances also began around a year ago. He also remembers a strange creature from his final quest whose dying words may have hinted at the same hidden problem. What seemed like meaningless ravings now feels like another clue he failed to recognize. Returning to the present, he notes that even they could not identify where the corruption came from. The old man says he and the princess sensed something was wrong and sought help from magi and mystics, but none could explain it. Worse, those experts were soon replaced too, cutting off any hope of understanding through them. Keto quietly weighs the pattern, seeing the threat as something systematic rather than random. He presses them on how they alone managed to uncover the truth. The old man admits he cannot explain it neatly, only describe what he felt. Whenever the replaced people gathered, the atmosphere around them felt subtly wrong. Though they behaved exactly like themselves, something beneath the surface was deeply off, and that dissonance kept eating at him. Keto recognizes that the old man is describing instinct rather than evidence. The old man agrees, saying he doubted the princess at first until stranger incidents began to pile up. To illustrate, he recounts his oversight of the palace servants. Among them was Cassie, a timid maid so easily frightened that ghost stories alone could ruin her sleep. He used to tease her for that harmlessly, because her fearful nature was so obvious and consistent. But over time, something in her demeanor began to change. Cassie stopped reacting the way she always had. At first he told himself she had simply matured past childish fears, but the unease remained. The real warning came through her work caring for the palace statues. Because those statues were huge, Cassie had always been visibly anxious about being crushed while tending them. Then the very accident she had always dreaded finally happened, and a statue fell on her. She survived with only minor injuries, despite coming close to death. But instead of terror, she showed only worry about being punished for the incident, and that was when the old man understood something was terribly wrong. He realized the girl before him might look like Cassie, but she was no longer Cassie at all. By the campfire, Keto reflects that a once timid, fragile child had suddenly become someone who no longer feared death. He recalls that Cassie outwardly remained the same, carrying on with her usual smile and routine as if nothing had changed. Yet beneath that normalcy, he felt she had become someone else entirely, no longer the Cassie he knew. To confirm his suspicion, he quietly tested others in the palace after that. What he found alarmed him. Many of them had already undergone the same transformation. Fearing he would soon share their fate, he fled, and the others conclude that his escape was driven by the belief that staying meant losing himself. When asked why he came specifically to Dinyang, Keto explains that if they want true protection, only certain places can offer it. He reveals that only the king of Dinyang can invoke something called the Human Declaration, startling the princess. Pressed to explain, she begins with ancient history, saying humanity once lived alongside other races. But one man desired a realm for humans alone, and sought out an unknown god to make that wish real. That god granted him a singular authority. It was the power to distinguish humans from non-humans. Using that authority, he founded a kingdom. Keto identifies it as Dinyang, and the princess confirms that this is exactly how their kingdom began. She adds that those of Dinyang's royal blood can still invoke the Human Declaration. Keto receives the revelation with amused fascination rather than disbelief. He judges the plan sensible, use that inherited power to uncover who has been replaced. Seeing his strange composure, the princess hesitantly asks whether he is truly all right. Keto brushes off her concern and insists that nothing about his role has changed. He reaffirms that he will continue guarding her exactly as promised. Relieved, the princess thanks him with sincere emotion. She goes further and vows that once this request is over, she will grant him whatever he wants. Ketil immediately accepts the offer and makes clear he intends to collect on it. Her attendant is shaken by how boldly the princess has committed herself. A brief silence settles over the camp as the fire crackles and everyone absorbs what has just been said. Then the young man in green asks Ketil whether he truly believes the princess's story. He steps into the exchange directly, challenging Ketil from across the fire. Ketil answers that he does not trust the words completely, but he believes they may still contain truth. The young man argues that the Azure Knights are human, and Ketil, who fought them himself, should know that better than anyone. Ketil agrees with that point without hesitation. The young man addresses him more seriously, preparing a warning. He tells Ketil that by involving himself in this matter, he has effectively set himself against an entire kingdom. Even if the princess is telling the truth, he warns, that truth alone is dangerous enough to get Ketil killed and silenced. He presses further, asking whether Ketil really accepted this escort merely out of duty to a contract. Ketil pauses instead of denying it. He admits the contract is only part of the reason. That answer catches the young man off guard. Ketil reveals the deeper motive. He finds the whole mystery irresistibly compelling. To him, a story this intriguing is not something he could simply walk away from. The young man can only stare, baffled by such a reckless answer. Ketil makes it plain that all of this is, in essence, entertainment to him. With unsettling delight, he asks what more reason he could possibly need. The young man realizes that Ketil is driven by the pursuit of fun above all else. Ketil's interest sharpens further as he fixates on the idea of a being replacing others unnoticed, treating the danger as something fascinating to examine. The young man senses that Ketil's curiosity has turned toward him personally, as if he has become the next object of study. Ketil internally resolves to dissect what Ketil is, piece by piece, and understand how he works. By morning, the group resumes its journey through the forest with Ketil leading them onward. As they travel, the young man remains behind him, burdened by the realization that Ketil is still intent on unraveling his nature. He concludes that Ketil is like a demon of the realm itself, a being moved only by amusement, and decides to keep the rest of what he knows to himself for now. Before that thought can settle, a sudden violent disturbance erupts and shatters the moment. The silver-haired fighter keeps moving through the forest with a captive young man in tow, calm despite being surrounded. He casually raises a short spear-like weapon, signaling that he has already decided how to handle the ambush. Behind him, the princess and her older escort tense in alarm as they realize violence is about to erupt again. He makes clear that he is not acting as some official force, but simply as someone personally interested in Ketil. Seeing knights close in from all sides, he treats their approach as a predictable attempt at harassment rather than a real threat. He pivots toward the attackers while the bound youth watches in shock, unable to follow his confidence. He coolly judges the enemy's hit-and-run approach as sensible, which only underscores how little he fears it. The first charging knight is met head-on and swatted aside before the attack can even begin. The blow caves in the knight's armor, instantly proving the gap in strength. The man inside spits blood as the impact tears through both steel and body. More knights are launched away, and their assault collapses almost immediately. Badly shaken, the survivors call for retreat and denounce him as a monster as they scramble back. He pauses, almost puzzled, as if their weakness raises a question rather than satisfying him. The princess marvels at his overwhelming power, but he turns the remark back on her, suggesting the issue is not his strength. That implication unsettles her, as she begins to sense he has noticed something she has not. She asks why he spared the knights, assuming he might be showing mercy for her sake. Trying to be polite, she frames their survival as a possible consideration for her and her companion. He denies that immediately, saying his choice had nothing to do with protecting their feelings. The princess awkwardly accepts that she misunderstood him. He reveals that he left them alive because he wants to verify a suspicion. Looking over the drop swords in the battlefield, he explains that there is something specific he needs to confirm. Before he can elaborate, another squad of knights appears and again demands the princess be surrendered. He notes with mild interest that the attackers keep returning, which fits the pattern he is tracking. The knights escalate their accusation, insisting he is a barbarian who must release the princess at once. He studies them in silence, focusing less on their threat than on what they might reveal. One knight suddenly panics as the fighter seizes him by the throat with effortless force. Holding the man aloft in front of the others, he turns the encounter into an inspection rather than a battle. He points out that this armor was shattered only hours earlier, so seeing it intact again should be impossible. The princess and her escort can only stare, caught off guard by the direction of his reasoning. He identifies the same scratches on the breastplate, proving it is the exact same armor restored, not a replacement. That confirmation interests him, and he presses further by checking the knight more closely. Once released, the knight crumples to the ground, powerless to resist the examination. The remaining knights withdraw into the trees again, repeating the same strange pattern of attack and escape. The older man demands an explanation, sensing that the fighter has uncovered something important. He concludes that the knights are not simply receiving fresh equipment between encounters. Instead, he explains that their broken armor and weapons are somehow being fully restored. The older escort wonders if magic could do that, though he notes such complete restoration should require major preparation and time. That objection strengthens the fighter's suspicion, because what he saw happen should not be possible through ordinary magical repair. He thinks through the contradiction, assembling the pieces from the repeated clashes. At last he begins to understand the mechanism behind the knight's persistence. He realizes that when he chases them, their presence vanishes entirely after they reach a certain distance. Then they appear again elsewhere in formation, as if the same group has been reset rather than reinforced. With that theory in mind, he decides there is only one final thing left to test. Right on cue, the knights return once more with the same demand for the princess, unknowingly offering themselves for his experiment. He fixes on them with complete focus, no longer treating this as a rescue skirmish but as a puzzle to solve. He calls the princess, drawing her attention because she is likely connected to whatever is happening. She stiffens at hearing her name, suddenly aware that she may be central to his next move. As the knights advance in the distance, he quietly grips his axe and prepares to act on his conclusion. His expression hardens, showing that he has chosen a ruthless method to confirm the truth. The blood on his axe reveals what kind of test he is willing to perform next. A knight lies dying, confirming that the clash has already turned lethal. The silver-haired warrior studies the corpse and suspects the man hesitated because he recognized something in his attacker. He decides to test that suspicion, while the princess and the old scholar watch uneasily. He moves to put his theory into action. The princess braces herself, already troubled by what this may uncover. He asks her directly whether she knew the dead knight. She admits that she did. She recalls seeing him train from afar in the past, back when he was still part of ordinary life. That memory includes a younger, living man rather than the thing they face now. She explains that the person she knew is gone, and what stands before them now only wears his form. The memory sharpens into the moment everything changed, when she tried to stop the attack. The knights had demanded that the barbarian surrender the princess, revealing the conflict that led to the killing. One of those armored men had fixed on his target with unnatural resolve. The princess and her companions realize the silver-haired man has reached the same conclusion they feared. The old scholar is shaken by where this realization is leading. The princess recognizes that the silver-haired warrior has identified the truth. He confirms it aloud, satisfied that his suspicion was correct. Later that night, the group settles into camp under a tense silence. Around the fire, the earlier death becomes the center of a more disturbing discussion. The silver-haired man states plainly that the knight they fought had truly been dead already. He stands by that judgment without hesitation. What they remember of the knights now feels less human and more like something wearing armor as a disguise. The princess shudders at the thought that such beings had been living among them unnoticed. He waits for her to continue, letting her reasoning unfold. She cites earlier evidence. Cassie, a child known for fearing death, had shown no fear even when nearly crushed. From that, she says her suspicion grew that these beings might be immortal. As he hands her food, she pushes the idea further and insists that whatever they are not human. He asks if she can identify what they might actually be. She admits she has no certainty. All she can say is that no known records describe anything like them. Still, she reasons that creatures able to return from death cannot be ordinary living beings at all. Pressed to name the most likely answer, she gathers herself and commits to it. She declares that they are beings from the demonic realm. That answer catches the silver-haired man's full attention. He repeats the claim, testing its weight in the silence around the fire. She explains that the demonic realm is a place beyond human understanding, warped by its very nature. If these entities came from there, she says, their unnatural traits would finally make sense. The idea also makes the silver-haired man connect this crisis to the mysterious quest that appeared before him. He masks that realization behind a calm expression. Privately, he wonders whether his quest system activates only when the demonic realm is involved. The old scholar rejects the princess's conclusion at once. He insists that beings from the demonic realm cannot cross into the human world. The silver-haired man challenges that certainty and asks what the old man means. The scholar answers that history has never recorded such a crossing since the realms were separated long ago. The silver-haired man dismisses that as confidence built on precedent rather than proof. The princess supports him, reminding the scholar that the world has been behaving strangely for some time. The old man concedes that much, though he still hesitates to abandon what he knows. The silver-haired man presses further, asking whether the distortion that began a year ago could have affected the demonic realm as well. The princess absorbs the implication, realizing this possibility could explain the impossible. He concludes that a breach involving entities from the demonic realm is, at the very least, a real possibility. The silver-haired warrior realizes the creatures crossing over again is a serious sign. The young man with him confirms he likely knows exactly who is behind it. Before they can pursue that thought, armored pursuers catch up and demand the princess be handed over. The group faces the soldiers on the forest road, with the princess and her elderly escort behind the warrior. Instead of being alarmed, the warrior greets their return with amused recognition. He cuts them down so quickly that one lies dead almost immediately. As he walks on, he notes this is already the third time these same enemies have died. What interests him is that they keep returning unharmed each time. The princess, shaken and disgusted, can only think of them as monsters. The warrior starts questioning what these beings are really trying to accomplish. The princess assumes their goal is to consume the kingdom and quietly multiply inside it. She extends that fear into a larger theory that they mean to use the kingdom as a base to conquer the continent. The warrior considers her explanation but remains unconvinced. He decides the situation is more complicated than simple invasion. He points out that if conquest were the goal, they would have killed or abducted the princess long ago instead of repeatedly failing. He reminds her they have had many chances over the past year to finish the job. Recalling their attacks, he notes they always strike at night. From that pattern, he concludes they rest like ordinary humans do. As he effortlessly throws aside another assault, he adds that even their weapons and tactics feel strangely human. Their habit of attacking in tiny groups makes no sense for true monsters, since a swarm would overwhelm targets and revive any losses. The princess is unsettled by the implication that these enemies do not behave like monsters at all. The warrior pushes the idea further, saying their words and actions are so human that he can almost believe they once were. That thought gives him a new plan. The princess and her guardian tense up, unsure what he is about to do. One captured knight, bound on the ground, angrily demands to be released. The princess and the old man watch him with fear and suspicion. The brown-haired companion stays quiet, following the turn in the conversation. With cheerful confidence, the warrior announces that he is going to talk to the captive. The bound knight is baffled by the idea, while the observer silently concludes the warrior is dangerously unhinged. The old guardian openly questions what the warrior thinks he is doing. The warrior insists he only intends an honest conversation. The guardian protests that speaking with a monster is madness. Even the captive is stunned by being treated as something other than a monster. He blurts out that he is human, not a beast. The princess immediately rejects that claim with fury. She denounces him as vile for daring to call himself human. Having watched him die and return repeatedly, she refuses to accept his humanity. The captive pleads that proving what they are is not the urgent issue, insisting they truly are human. The princess remains unconvinced and prepares to dismiss him entirely. She lashes out at being treated as irrational while standing between the warrior and the kneeling captive. Her anger spills into the deeper accusation she has been carrying all along. She accuses these beings of devouring her father, replacing him with one of their own, and plotting to seize the kingdom and then the continent. The captive denies all of it and says she will stay exactly as she is now. That strange assurance leaves the princess confused rather than reassured. The brown-haired companion grows more thoughtful as the captive's words sink in. For the first time, even the warrior looks caught off guard by what he has heard. Pressed for an explanation, the captive admits he does not know the full truth, only that the princess must return to the kingdom. The princess cuts him off, dismisses his words as nonsense, and decides there is no point reasoning with someone she still sees as a monster. Yet even as she turns away, a flicker of doubt crosses her face. Noticing her hesitation, the warrior quietly asks what has just troubled her. The silver-haired man becomes intrigued as he starts reassessing Eileen. He abruptly tests her with a pointed question, asking whether she truly considers herself human. Caught off guard, Eileen answers as if the truth should already be obvious. His gaze sharpens with suspicion, as though her answer only deepens his doubt. Eileen realizes he may be comparing her to the inhuman beings around them and begins to respond defensively. A sudden realization hits her before she can finish the thought. Fear floods in as she senses what his suspicion might mean. In the next instant, the confrontation turns violent. The man stands over her with cold certainty, having acted without hesitation. Eileen looks down in shock and sees that she has been fatally struck. As her consciousness fades, she hears Aaron calling to her as princess. She jolts awake in bed, gasping from what feels like a nightmare or memory. Aaron rushes to her side, relieved that she has regained consciousness. He urgently confirms that she is truly awake. Disoriented, Eileen recognizes Aaron and struggles to understand where she is. Then the memory of being stabbed crashes back into her mind. She instinctively checks the wound, convinced it should still be there. Instead, she finds herself whole, and another voice calmly notes that she has finally awakened. Startled, Eileen turns toward the speaker. The silver-haired man is there, composed and unthreatened, as if he has been waiting for this moment. His expression makes clear that he already knows more than he has said. Eileen braces herself, wary of what he is about to reveal. She demands an explanation, insisting that Ketil had clearly killed her. He confirms that her understanding is correct. Ketil states plainly that she suffered a wound no ordinary human could survive, yet she is alive anyway. The implication lands on Eileen with immediate dread. Unable to accept it, she asks what he is really trying to say. Ketil answers that her body restored itself as though nothing had happened. He compares her recovery to the unnatural regeneration of the knights, forcing Eileen to confront the possibility herself. Aaron reluctantly adds that while she was unconscious, he confirmed that he shares the same condition. Eileen begins to break, recoiling from what that means for both of them. She realizes that if this is true, then she may already be one of the monsters she feared. Ketil watches her collapse into that conclusion without softening it. Later, he steps outside the tent, leaving Eileen to process the revelation. A young man by the campfire looks up, waiting for his report. He asks after Eileen's condition. Ketil says she is physically fine, exactly as expected, but he notes that the truth has left her mentally shaken. The young man presses him on when he first understood what she was. He asks directly when Ketil realized she was one of them. Ketil considers the question rather than denying it. He says his suspicion began from the very start. That answer surprises the listener, who had not expected Ketil to have known so early. Ketil explains that the first time he saw Eileen, he felt a strange familiar energy around both her and Aaron. Seeing the corrupted knights later confirmed that the same presence surrounded them as well. The young man reflects that he sensed nothing himself and wonders if Ketil detected some resonance tied to the abyss. Ketil says that was only one of several irregularities. He recalls that Eileen initially feared him and refused the food he offered. Even so, she endured for days on almost nothing while keeping pace with a march that should have broken her. Ketil concludes that a princess raised in comfort could not have survived that ordeal through willpower alone. By the campfire, the silver-haired man reflects that someone had been watching the princess from an unusually close distance. He admits the more he sees of her, the harder it is to believe she was ever just an ordinary barbarian. A faint sound from outside the tent interrupts the quiet, and his attention shifts to the hidden presence nearby. He turns fully alert, already certain someone is there. The young man by the fire follows his lead, sensing the tension rise. The blonde woman steps out and abruptly declares that it is time to leave. She reveals her destination without hesitation, the Damien Kingdom. The silver-haired man greets the decision with a knowing smile, as if he had expected her to finally choose a direction. But instead of letting her go, he focuses on the unseen observer first. He openly challenges the hidden watcher to stop lurking and come forward. The princess is startled, realizing there really is someone else with them. The forest air stirs as the concealed figure begins to reveal himself. The silver-haired man notes that he sensed no magic at all, which makes the concealment even more unusual. He brushes it off as instinct, making clear he detected the intruder through experience rather than spellcraft. An elderly mage emerges, his invisibility broken. The princess freezes in shock while the young man lowers his gaze, recognizing the gravity of the arrival. The silver-haired man reacts with brief surprise, amused to discover the trick was simple invisibility magic. The old man plants his staff and formally identifies himself as Adamant Lagesh. He further declares that he is the chief mage of Ludian and a senior figure of its magical order. He insists he has not come to attack, only to speak. The silver-haired man tests that claim at once, asking whether this is truly a negotiation rather than a fight. Adamant calmly says violence will not be necessary. He makes clear that he already knows the truth about the princess's situation. Then he addresses her gently as the runaway princess and urges her to return home. He warns that crossing the border would turn her into a diplomatic disaster for the kingdom. That argument barely reaches her, because she no longer believes her political value matters. She bitterly reduces herself to a monster merely wearing Eileen's skin. Adamant seizes on that self-condemnation instead of denying it outright. He admits that she may indeed have changed, but insists that does not make her any less his liege. He reaffirms his loyalty by naming himself again as the chief mage of Ludian. To him, whatever has changed in her has not diminished her claim. He goes further, saying the change has only made her more complete. He declares that she is still the princess of Ludian, and in his eyes she is destined to become their perfected queen. To explain himself, he invokes the paradox of the ship of Theseus. He describes a vessel whose old boards are gradually replaced as they decay. Even when each rotten plank is removed and exchanged for new wood, the ship continues to be treated as the same one. His point is that identity can survive total transformation, just as a ship remains itself after every part has changed. The silver-haired man listens in silence, weighing the argument rather than interrupting. He concludes that the kingdom of Ludian itself now resembles that paradox. The princess listens, shaken, as her own existence is folded into that idea. Adamant presses on with unwavering conviction. He steps forward, closing the distance, and trying to draw her back under his authority. With that, he asks the princess to come home with him. He insists Ludian is the only place where she truly belongs. She falters, caught between fear, guilt, and the pull of the identity he is offering back to her. The silver-haired man cuts in and forces the choice back onto her, asking what Eileen herself wants. He adds that if she chooses to leave, he will stop Adamant from taking her. That open challenge jolts the old mage into dropping his calm facade. Adamant warns the barbarian to stand aside, arguing that someone of his kind has no right to interfere. The silver-haired barbarian dismisses the old mage's challenge and demands a reason to care. The blonde woman makes clear that whatever he is, her concern is only stopping him. She explains that she stands against him solely to protect the man she serves. That declaration stirs a painful realization in her. She admits that despite appearances, she is not truly Eileen. Struggling to define herself, she falters under the weight of that confession. The barbarian cuts through her doubt and insists that to him, she is Eileen. He says the past identity before her means nothing compared with the woman who has been beside him all this time. To him, the real Eileen is the one standing before him now, trying to protect him. He leaves the choice in her hands and asks what she wants for herself. With quiet certainty, he calls her Eileen again, giving her an identity to stand on. Overwhelmed, she stares at him as his acceptance sinks in. Still trembling, she tries to answer. Her hesitation hardens into resolve. She finally chooses for herself and declares that she will not go back. The barbarian is pleased that she has made her decision. He steps forward and tells her she has heard her employer's will. The old mage realizes the situation has turned against him. He exhales in resignation, recognizing what must come next. Accepting the confrontation, he prepares to fight in earnest. The barbarian watches closely, ready for the mage's move. He orders Patrick to protect Eileen while he handles the battle himself. As the others withdraw behind him, he places himself between them and the mage. The mage accuses him of enjoying this standoff. The barbarian openly admits that he is. The mage senses overwhelming magical power from him and grows curious. He wonders what kind of magic such a monster will reveal. Threatening consequences, the mage launches the fight with a spell. He begins casting, drawing blue energy into a focused attack. He commits fully to the incantation, expecting to strike first. Before the spell can finish, the barbarian closes the distance in an instant and attacks. The mage is caught completely off guard by the sudden rush. The barbarian tears into him with brutal force before the magic can protect him. Blood sprays across the ground from the impact. Grinning through the violence, the barbarian states the first rule for fighting a mage: kill them before they can cast. But as he pulls back, the blood on his hand begins to break apart unnaturally. The mage's body dissolves into red particles instead of collapsing like a normal corpse. The barbarian immediately understands that his first strike was not enough. The mage reforms within a red aura and notes that ordinary methods will not kill him. Even he is shaken by what just happened, realizing the barbarian nearly ended him instantly. He admits to himself that the barbarian moved so fast he could not even react. The barbarian presses the point by asking whether the mage's regeneration has any limit. Then he senses a new attack and turns. The mage answers with earth magic, erupting stone around him to crush or trap him. Rather than panic, the barbarian recognizes that the mage can use more than one kind of power. The stone formation detonates violently under the force of the clash. The mage follows up aggressively, now fighting with monstrous intensity at close range. His staff transforms into a whipping wooden strike driven by magic. The elongated wooden blow lashes across the battlefield at high speed. The attack coils and twists around its target, turning the mage's staff into a constricting weapon. An old mage opens the fight by trying to reduce his opponent to ash. He pours huge amounts of mana into a fire spell, wrapping the target in blazing force. The attack detonates violently across the clearing, as if it should end the battle at once. The onlookers panic and call out, fearing Ketil has been caught in it. One of them realizes the mage is burning through absurd reserves of mana and worries he may not even be in his original state. The old man's power is recognized as something dangerous enough to cause chaos if the world learned of a mage with effectively limitless mana. But Ketil remains calm, already seeing the flaw in the situation. He decides the mage chose the wrong opponent and cuts through the inferno instead of being consumed by it. The old mage is shaken as his sure victory suddenly fails before his eyes. Ketil appears behind him with overwhelming speed and pressure, making the mage realize he is facing something beyond measure. Rather than fear, Ketil treats the clash as entertainment and mocks the idea that mages are supposed to be this strong. His enjoyment only deepens the mage's unease. Ketil strikes with brutal force, his blow carrying a dark, crushing power. The hit tears through the mage and sends blood flying, turning the duel decisively in Ketil's favor. Ketil pauses, looking at his bloodied hand as if he has noticed something unexpected. For the first time, his expression shifts from easy confidence to curiosity. He concludes the old man is no ordinary human at all, but some kind of monster. The wounded mage, rattled and exposed, demands to know what Ketil really is. Ketil answers with a smile that he is merely an ordinary barbarian, making the reply sound like a joke. The mage rejects the mockery and decides there is no point probing further. He breaks away from close combat and prepares to end the exchange on his own terms. Blue currents of power begin to gather overhead as he rises into the air. From above, he declares that Ketil will be crushed by a full-force spell and nothing will remain. Ketil looks up with anticipation, pleased that the fight is finally becoming interesting. The forest air twists as the spell takes shape. The nearby companions throw up a protective barrier, bracing themselves for the scale of what is coming. Ketil watches the display and acknowledges that this is the work of a truly experienced mage. A massive magical storm forms, powerful enough to resemble a natural disaster. Even Ketil admits the spell is impressive as the torrent engulfs the battlefield. He thanks the mage, genuinely pleased to witness something worth his attention. Then he lowers his stance, preparing to answer magic with raw force. Ketil slams down with monstrous power, sending a violent shock through the ground. The impact erupts upward and tears into the storm itself. The mage rushes forward through the chaos, trying to maintain control and press the attack. His confidence falters as he realizes the impossible is happening in front of him. The storm begins to break apart into smoke and scattered remnants. The barrier team watches in disbelief as the magical catastrophe is neutralized. One of them realizes he never sensed mystical energy from Ketil at all and starts to understand this was not magic. The truth becomes clear. Ketil disrupted the spell simply by stomping the ground hard enough to destroy its effect. When the dust settles, he is still standing untouched amid the wreckage. The mage can barely accept that his magic has been overpowered in such a crude, direct way. Ketil remains composed while the old man struggles with the humiliation of being beaten by someone like him. The mage insists it cannot be real, even as the evidence surrounds him. Ketil closes the distance again before the old man can recover, driving the pressure even higher. Only then does the mage fully grasp the danger bearing down on him. Keto crashes another devastating blow into the ground and the battlefield buckles under the impact. Red power and debris surge through the crater as Keto studies the result without panic. From within the destruction, the mage concedes Keto's strength but refuses to admit defeat. He declares that brute force alone will never be enough to kill him. Keto accepts that point at once and decides he will need something beyond normal methods to finish the fight. The silver-haired man studies the torn skin on his palm and prepares a countermeasure. He challenges the old mage to respond, turning the confrontation back on him. The mage narrows his eyes, sensing that the younger man has understood something important. The man closes his hand, committing to the move. A burst of dark power erupts around him as he forces the hidden effect into the open. When the surge settles, he calmly checks his hand instead of showing fear. He realizes the attack has left behind a trace he can identify. In his palm, a small crystalline residue reveals the true nature of the mage's power. The mage immediately understands that his trick has been exposed. With a faint smile, the man asks if this residue is the mage's real essence. The accusation enrages the mage, who drops any pretense of composure. Unshaken, the man invites him to keep fighting if he dares. He warns that from this point on, the mage will be gambling with his life too. The mage hesitates, suddenly less certain of his advantage. Unable to press on, he retreats in fury and vows revenge. His red presence withdraws, leaving the man alone in the ruined battlefield. The man remains expressionless, treating the encounter as a problem he has already solved. Later, he travels with his companions toward the kingdom of Penyan. As they near the border, the group slows, aware they are about to part ways. The man confirms that this is where their road ends. They arrive before Penyan's gates, the destination of their shared journey. The brown-haired companion explains that he cannot go farther because entering a foreign country would be troublesome for him. The man accepts the explanation without offense. The companion says he expected to stop here from the beginning and is satisfied simply to have traveled with them. The man parts from him warmly and hopes they will meet again. The companion assures him they probably will. He adds that their reunion may come sooner than expected. The man watches him leave, taking note of the promise. The princess and the older retainer remain with him as they face the gate alone. A border guard blocks them at once and orders Princess Barbarian to stay back from Denian's border. The man stands at the front while his companions endure the insult behind him. He recognizes the hostility as exactly what he expected. Before the standoff can worsen, a new order comes to open the gates. The princess steps forward beside him, ready to assert herself. She formally identifies herself as Eileen Mavrochi, first princess of the kingdom of Ludian. She declares that she has come to seek an audience with King Barbosa Denayan, leaving the guard shaken. With her status established, the way into Denayan's royal seat is opened. Soon after, the man is installed as a guest in the royal castle. Relaxing on a lavish bed, he reflects that Eileen has handled matters well enough to secure him comfortable treatment. For the moment, he allows himself to enjoy the result. He then turns his thoughts back to the quest he has just finished. A system notice confirms the completion of his 75th quest. When another notice announces that rewards will be distributed, he wonders what form they will take since he has never received anything directly before. The unexpected message catches him off guard. His attention shifts when Eileen arrives at his room in formal dress. She asks for a moment of his time, approaching with clear purpose. He welcomes her in and invites her to sit. Eileen takes a seat, visibly composed but carrying the weight of recent events. He gets straight to the point and asks how the negotiations went. Eileen tells him that an audience with King Barbosa has been arranged for the following day. The silver-haired man warns that once the coming event happens, everything may be over. But he immediately doubts that finality, considering that it may instead mark the beginning of something new. The blonde woman accepts that his grim possibility could be true. She addresses him by name, Ketel, and prepares to hear him out. She presses him to explain what he thinks has happened to their kingdom. Ketel admits he only has suspicions, not certainty. He asks her to define what their kingdom has actually become. She turns the question back on him, asking what he believes it has transformed into. In answer, he reveals a strange shimmering substance in his hand. The sight of it unsettles her, and she demands to know what it is. Ketel explains that this substance is what has replaced the people. She is shaken, unable to recognize anything like it. He clarifies that he forcibly compressed countless tiny units together because they are normally too small to see. She falls silent, struggling to process the claim. Ketel wonders whether she can grasp an idea drawn from a world far beyond her own understanding. He compares the particles to microscopic life and genetic matter, concepts from his original world that require tools to observe. To his surprise, she calmly says she understands. She relates his explanation to mana and aura, which are also invisible but can be perceived through concentration. Ketel is impressed that she bridged the gap so quickly and realizes this world's magical logic makes the concept easier to accept. With that foundation established, she asks him to continue. He tells her to imagine a person's entire existence being converted into a mass of these tiny particles. He stresses that the change would include every part of a person, from body to blood to mind. The thought makes her physically recoil in disgust and fear. She hugs herself tightly, overwhelmed by the image he has put in her mind. Seeing her distress, Ketel checks whether she can continue. She apologizes for faltering, and he acknowledges that the idea is naturally horrifying. Once she steadies herself, she asks the crucial question of whether these particles are dangerous. Keto says they are harmless for now because their functions are suspended, though strong physical force can break them apart. He gives them a name, nanos, to frame the explanation more clearly. He describes each nano as an independent entity that only gathers into a human-shaped collective, meaning bodily damage would not kill them in the usual sense. To make the point plain, he compares them to water that remains water even when struck. She concludes that such beings would effectively be immortal, and Keto agrees that this may be why he himself has such a weak concept of death. That answer only deepens her alarm, because unlike him, she is still afraid of dying. Keto realizes that if his theory is right, she may no longer be able to understand death the way she once did. He concedes that her objection is valid. Thinking it through further, he admits he is still only guessing. His best conclusion is that she has probably undergone a mutation. The word leaves her stunned and anxious. Time passes over the kingdom as the conversation ends. Later, Keto lies alone in his room, turning the discussion over in his head. He begins wondering what the king is doing at this very moment. His thoughts settle on the king with growing curiosity. He recalls the king as a figure who seemed to stand above the world itself, almost like a source of supreme authority. Rather than fear him, Keto finds himself wanting to meet the man. That idle thought is interrupted when someone enters his room. A single word, Barbarian, snaps Keto to attention. A blonde knight named Maximus, the Sword of Denian, announces that His Majesty wishes to see him. Maximus's hard stare makes it clear this is not a friendly invitation. Keto gets up and follows the knight without resistance. As they walk, Maximus warns that even if the king tolerates Keto's behavior, he should start showing basic respect. A royal guard warns someone to be careful if he values his life. The silver-haired barbarian answers with easy confidence, showing he is not intimidated. The guard announces to the king that he has brought in the barbarian, and the king orders him admitted. The barbarian is escorted into the throne room under the guard's watch. Seeing the court, he immediately grows more alert. He takes in the throne room, where the king presides with Princess Eileen nearby and a dark-clad tower master standing beside the throne. The king identifies him as the barbarian who escorted Princess Eileen. The man bows and formally greets the ruler. He introduces himself as Keto, making his presence official before the court. The escorting guard is unsettled by how boldly Keto carries himself. Even the king is briefly thrown off by the barbarian's composure. The king regains control of the audience and prepares to question him. He frames Keto as a foreign barbarian from a different people than Eileen. Keto agrees, while privately noting that these barbarians are not the same as the white wasteland people he knows. A name catches his attention and makes him pause. He focuses on the tower master and tests him by calling him Patrick. Eileen is startled that Keto knows that name. The tower master hurriedly introduces himself as Patrick, ruler of the Great Magic Tower, while trying to explain away why he had been in enemy territory. He claims he has never heard the name Patrick before, exposing his own panic. Trying to recover, Patrick insists Keto must have mistaken him for someone else, even as he worries that his identity has been seen through. Keto studies his reaction in silence, letting the pressure sit on him. Then Keto backs off and pretends to accept that it was only a misunderstanding. Patrick eagerly agrees, relieved that the danger seems to have passed. Privately, Patrick reasons that even if Keto noticed something, a body from another world should not reveal its inner magical structure at a glance. He convinces himself Keto could not possibly have identified him so easily. Even so, Patrick remains uneasy, unable to explain how Keto made him feel exposed. His discomfort lingers as he avoids drawing more attention to himself. Keto notices the evasion and decides not to press the matter for now. Instead, he turns to Eileen and asks what became of the effort to prove they were human. Before she can answer, the king gives the verdict himself. The king declares that by the standards of their ancestors, anyone who believes themselves human is human. He adds that Eileen, Aaron, and the captured knight were all unmistakably human. Eileen lowers her gaze, weighed down by what that conclusion means. Keto recalls that her sister had embraced being a demon and only wished to remain human at the end. He is relieved to hear Eileen and the others were recognized as human. With that settled, he asks the king why he was summoned. The king says Eileen told him about the entities called nanos. Eileen adds that the threat is personal, because she has already lost a dear friend and that friend's child to them. Patrick warns that the Tower Master can only hold them back temporarily and that the continent will eventually be overrun. The king gets to the point. He has heard Keto may know how to eliminate them. Keto understands what the king is really asking. He faces the throne with a more serious readiness. He confirms that their true objective is subjugation, and a system message identifies the target as an entity from the demonic realm. A bound captive is presented before the court as part of the discussion. The king, his guard, and Patrick wait for Keto's answer with the court's hopes fixed on him. Keto stands with Eileen and an older man, all now tied to the kingdom's response to the threat. Patrick explains that it would be far better to fight the enemy with as much information as possible, but admits he has failed to reveal the captive's true form. He suggests Keto might succeed where he could not, since Keto has already had direct contact with these beings. Keto says he has not done much, only trapped one completely by using a barrier. Eileen watches anxiously, knowing the fate of their struggle may depend on what Keto can do next. A bound knight desperately insists he is human and cannot understand why he is being treated like a monster. The silver-haired man facing him stays calm and silently considers how to deal with the situation. As the knight struggles on the floor, the man weighs his options instead of accepting the claim at face value. He decides on a harsher method, his eye glowing with unnatural power. A towering mass of dark violet killing intent erupts from him as he chooses to test the captive through fear. The knight is instantly overwhelmed, realizing he is facing something far beyond ordinary human malice. The silver-haired man intends to teach a being unfamiliar with death what death feels like. His murderous aura explodes outward through the hall, turning intent alone into a crushing force. Even the king is shaken, unable to understand the terrifying power suddenly filling the room. Others nearby are also caught in the shockwave of that pressure and recoil in fear. One observer recognizes that this is not mere hostility, but killing intent so dense it has become almost tangible. Pinned under that pressure, the captive feels as if his body is being crushed and his neck could snap at any moment. The pain and terror finally break him into a scream. Seeing that reaction, the silver-haired man realizes he has finally forced out the captive's true nature. The being sheds its disguise and reveals a red-black humanoid form, confirming it was a nano all along. The silver-haired man demands an explanation, while the transformed creature stands exposed before him. Eileen recognizes what she is seeing and identifies it as a nano's true form. With the deception uncovered, the silver-haired man politely opens a conversation and asks the nano to speak. The court watches tensely as the interrogation shifts from force to negotiation. The nano reluctantly agrees to answer. The silver-haired man immediately presses the central question: why the nanos reject these two humans. Eileen bursts out in anger, accusing the nanos of slaughtering people and mocking the idea that they deserve understanding. The nano, unable to grasp her outrage, claims it was only trying to make humans perfect. The silver-haired man cuts to the real issue and suggests the nano wants Eileen back because it cannot understand why she turned away. The nano refuses to explain itself directly. He keeps the tone measured and urges it not to shut down the discussion. He tells Eileen that humans always act for reasons, and that if those reasons were honestly addressed, she might even choose differently. He lays out the challenge plainly. The nano wants Eileen, but brute force will not win her. Only a real explanation might. That possibility gives the nano pause. It begins to explain that its kind are too few and need replication to increase their numbers. It adds that replication works best when many individuals gather together. Pointing to Eileen and the man beside her as exceptions, it admits their refusal suggests some kind of error in the process. The silver-haired man follows the logic and asks whether the nanos plan to increase their population all at once. The nano listens in silence, letting him reach the conclusion. Then it reveals the full ambition: all beings will be remade into perfect forms to create what it sees as an imperfect world corrected. The silver-haired man states the implication outright: they intend to replace everyone in the world. The nano confirms it without hesitation and insists Eileen and the other holdout must also be absorbed into that plan. He turns to Eileen and asks for her answer now that the truth is clear. She steadies herself and makes her decision. Eileen firmly refuses and declares she has no intention of joining them. The nano feels betrayed and accuses her of deceiving it. The silver-haired man calmly rejects that accusation, making clear the choice was always hers. Enraged, the nano abandons negotiation and vows to devour everyone present. It lunges to attack, trying to turn its fury into immediate slaughter. But the long-haired noble reveals they expected this outburst, and were ready for it. The nano realizes too late that it has been outmaneuvered. With a single command, the noble ends the creature's charge. A blue cubic prison materializes around the nano, sealing it inside a prepared containment device. Holding the captured nano in his hand, the noble announces that the rest of the questioning will continue in his laboratory. He warns the others that letting the nano continue unchecked could have led to irreversible consequences. A ruler asks the barbarian whether he can take down their target. The barbarian accepts immediately, and is ready to leave at once. He only hesitates because the destination is far enough away that speed matters. The black-haired mage removes that concern by offering magical support. He proposes teleporting everyone there instantly, surprising the barbarian with how convenient that would be. The mage adds that he intends to come along himself so he can help prevent anyone from escaping. Before they depart, the plan is interrupted by a sudden plea to stop. The princess steps forward and begs to be taken with them. Her father is alarmed and tries to stop her from involving herself. She insists because she needs the truth for herself. The king understands that she wants to learn whether she would also lose herself in the face of death like the others have. Her father fears what that answer might mean and whether she is truly any different. The princess resolves to test whether she can remain herself when it matters most. She faces the barbarian and mage directly, asking to join their mission. The mage leaves the decision to the barbarian, and he casually agrees, stunning her. Unable to let her go alone, her father declares that if the princess is going, he is going too. As the mage prepares the spell, he warns them not to do anything reckless once they arrive. The princess braces herself, startled by the power gathering around them. A teleportation circle engulfs the group and carries them away. They reappear outside, with the king holding close to his shaken daughter as they recover from the jump. The barbarian takes in the new location, momentarily surprised by how cleanly the teleport worked. The mage smoothly takes control of the moment, and turns their attention to the task ahead. They arrive before Luton Royal Castle, the apparent destination of their assault. The barbarian checks whether the mage is certain about proceeding so openly. He points out that any disturbance here should draw immediate attention. The mage dismisses the concern, saying he will seal the castle off so neither sight nor sound can escape. The barbarian is openly impressed, marveling at how extraordinary magic is. The mage answers his praise with quiet confidence. With a brief flash of power, he completes the spell and declares the barrier finished. The barbarian barely notices anything change and wonders if the mage actually did something. The mage explains that the entire castle is now enclosed and nothing inside can leave without his permission. He treats that overwhelming feat as effortless, revealing just how far above ordinary mages he is. The barbarian acknowledges the display with genuine admiration. The mage is identified as the Tower Master, a figure who commands hero-class magic. That title confirms he possesses power on a level reserved for legends. The barbarian, thrilled rather than intimidated, is reminded why this world never stops interesting him. Satisfied that there will be no outside interference, he moves forward without hesitation. The mage asks what exactly he intends to do next. Treating the castle like someone else's home, the barbarian decides to begin with the courtesy of knocking. His grin makes it clear that his version of courtesy will be violent. The princess is baffled when she realizes he means that literally. He slams his fist down with monstrous force. The impact tears through the ground and sends a shockwave racing straight toward the castle entrance while the others recoil. The sealed doors shudder under the incoming blow. The barbarian follows through cheerfully, as if this destruction truly counts as a polite introduction. His strike blasts through the entrance and rips a path deep into the castle, reducing walls and flooring to debris. Pleased with himself, he offers a mockingly polite excuse for the intrusion. Behind him, the mage and royal pair can only stare in disbelief at how insane his methods are. The devastation continues inward, carving a long trench through the castle interior. When the dust settles, his clenched fist and the ruined corridor make clear that the assault has already begun. Amid the ruined courtyard, a fallen armored figure hints that the confrontation has already turned violent. A silver-haired man dismisses the situation as ridiculous, showing no concern for the chaos around him. An old wizard condemns him as insane for going this far, making clear they know each other, and that a grave line has been crossed. The silver-haired man greets him as Adamant with a smile, treating the encounter like an expected reunion rather than a crisis. Adamant immediately attacks with magic, trying to stop him before he can act further. The intruder remains amused and makes it clear Adamant is already too late. Before the wizard can recover, the man reaches toward him with unnatural confidence, as if triggering something already prepared. With glowing eyes, he reveals he had not expected to meet Adamant here today, implying this was not the target he came for. A sudden blast erupts from his touch, overwhelming Adamant in an instant. The wizard's body is torn apart into red energy, confirming the attack was fatal and absolute. Nearby knights stare in shock as they realize a powerful protector has just been erased before them. The silver-haired man calmly orders the hidden presence to reveal itself soon, showing that Adamant was only a distraction. Red energy spreads across the ground and broken stone, as if something sealed beneath the castle is awakening. One knight panics as the ominous force intensifies, sensing that something far worse is emerging. A long-haired nobleman in red appears above the scene, composed and in control despite the spreading corruption. He recognizes that the hidden entity is finally taking its true form. From his vantage, the entire demonic realm around the castle begins to manifest openly, confirming a large-scale transformation. A subordinate asks what this phenomenon is, unable to understand the scale of what is being revealed. Behind the nobleman, the princess and Aaron are shown alive and unharmed, separated from the immediate danger. He notes that the princess and Aaron are safe, which means they were not absorbed into the collective consciousness tied to this being. The princess's earlier fear has not come true, and the nobleman implies she and Aaron remain themselves rather than becoming part of the entity. He explains that if they had not remained separate, both of them would have become that thing. The hidden presence fully reveals itself as a monstrous humanoid made of cosmic darkness and red flame, with a blazing core for a face. The creature erupts in outrage at being exposed, directing its fury at the silver-haired man. Its power surges upward in a towering column, and it accuses him of interfering and forcing it into the open. The silver-haired man mockingly calls that mercy, refusing to accept the creature's version of events. The monster insists it never meant to reveal itself at all. It claims it intended to respect the princess's wishes and let them keep their freedom, framing itself as restrained rather than hostile. It argues that it spared them so they could continue living the lives they wanted, leaving the princess shaken by the contradiction. The silver-haired man concludes that this is why the creature had been hiding in the first place. He immediately dismisses that motive as irrelevant, making clear he sees only the threat before him. To him, everything left behind is simply a monster wearing the dead as a disguise. The creature clenches its fist, abandoning any pretense of restraint. It vows to erase him completely from the world. Still smiling, the silver-haired man answers that carrying out that threat will not be easy. The monster forms massive red spear-like projectiles out of its energy. A storm of those spears gathers around it, turning its rage into a full execution attempt. It gives a direct order for him to die and unleashes the barrage. The attack detonates across the battlefield in a violent red explosion. A shockwave tears through the ruins, suggesting the strike was meant to leave nothing behind. But the silver-haired man bursts through the devastation at high speed, charging straight back toward the creature. A blazing projectile streaks across the corrupted sky as the clash escalates beyond ordinary magic. He counters with a dark violet force gathered in his hand, cutting through the incoming assault instead of retreating. Red lances rain down around him, but he keeps advancing through the bombardment. Seeing an opening, he smiles with renewed confidence. He raises his arm and summons a radiant golden cross-shaped power above, aiming it directly at the monster. The creature braces as the brilliant attack closes in on its core. When the strike fails to finish the target, the silver-haired man casually remarks that he only missed slightly. The monster remains intact, its star-like core still burning as it stares back at him. Enraged but not defeated, it denounces him as a monster, while he stands ready for the next exchange. The silver-haired fighter mocks his opponent's outrage, dismissing its moral judgment as hypocrisy from a true monster. Enraged, the creature unleashes its power and brands him a hateful abomination. It decides he cannot be allowed to live and commits fully to killing him. The monster escalates again, entering a stronger phase and vowing to tear his body apart. He looks up at the transformed enemy, taking in the sudden shift in power. Instead of fear, he brightens with excitement at the prospect of a second phase. The towering creature looms over him and bears down with overwhelming force. A vertical strike crashes down, and he narrowly slips aside before it can crush him. The attack slices past in a blur of destructive energy. The creature twists through the aftermath and immediately presses the assault. Its follow-up detonates the ground around him, turning the battlefield into a storm of debris. He is driven back into the rubble, but he keeps his composure instead of panicking. From within the wreckage, he studies the monster with cold focus. The creature coils in midair, preparing another high-speed charge. It launches itself like a blade, aiming to finish him with momentum and precision. He drops low and times his movement to meet the rush head-on. His expression hardens as he reads the attack's path. At the last instant, he slips to the side of the creature's body and avoids the direct hit. The monster converts its motion into a piercing counterstrike and drives a concentrated blow toward his torso. The impact lands squarely, blasting through his guard and sending force through his body. The strike hammers him down into the shattered ground with explosive force. He absorbs the landing and springs back up immediately, refusing to give the creature any advantage. But the monster surrounds him with a rotating ring of purple energy, trying to trap his movement. He realizes the danger a moment before the trap closes. The ring becomes a giant maw that snaps toward him, turning the battlefield itself into a predator. The attack is abruptly disrupted, as if something has struck the creature's control at its source. A blonde woman watching the battle cries out in alarm for Sir Riedel. A long-haired observer notes that the monster's speed and regeneration are extraordinary, making it a difficult opponent for any shapeshifter. What unsettles him more is that this beast is fighting with unusual intelligence instead of mindless ferocity. Caught inside the swirling energy, the silver-haired man grins and admits he is enjoying the monster's variety of tricks. The vortex tightens around him, trying to crush or contain him completely. Then the pressure suddenly breaks, scattering fragments of the trap away. He emerges standing calmly, brushing himself off as though the attack barely mattered. The creature freezes in disbelief at how easily he escaped. Its glowing core flares as it struggles to process what just happened. For a beat, the battlefield falls still under that shock. He uses the opening to close the distance and strike first. His fist drives directly into the creature's bright core, targeting the center of its power. The blow tears through the monster and sends its body bursting apart. Shards of its form scatter across the darkened battlefield. Though badly damaged, the creature gathers itself back together and kneels, still not destroyed. Looking down on it, he taunts the monster for failing to do any real damage. The creature falls silent, then reaches a grim conclusion. It begins drawing in violent red energy, preparing a final measure at the cost of everything else. Resolved to stop him no matter the sacrifice, it declares that it will erase him from this world even if it dies doing so. He recognizes the move as a desperate last attack rather than a true threat. With open contempt, he wonders if this is really the best the demonic realm can produce. As he says that, he reaches for his axe and judges these demons inferior to those of the White Wasteland. The creature's core burns brighter, gathering the last of its power for the final clash. He answers that build-up with a pleased smile, treating the whole battle as little more than an entertaining diversion. A violent red force tears through the battlefield as the final clash reaches its peak. The silver-haired warrior withstands the descending blast and drives his attack through it. His power pierces the darkness at its core, overwhelming whatever was resisting him. The impact erupts outward, shattering the remaining obstruction. When the light clears, he stands steady with his axe, having won the exchange. The blonde woman and the black-haired noble stare in shock at how decisively it ended. A hostile presence fixes on the warrior and marks him as a threat that should not exist. That malice fades with a final rejection of his very existence in this world. In its place, the sealed space opens to the sky, confirming the barrier has been broken. A system message declares the 78th quest complete and promises rewards. The black-haired noble approaches and dryly notes that the warrior has left a tremendous mess behind. The warrior turns, calm now that the danger has passed. From below, the older man and the blonde woman cautiously ask whether the ordeal is truly over. The warrior considers the situation before answering. He confirms that the immediate crisis is finished. The black-haired noble, still rattled, checks whether the warrior himself is unharmed. The warrior assures him he is fine and returns the concern. Looking over the damage, they realize the barrier failed at the very end and the shockwaves spread beyond the battlefield. The black-haired noble admits he managed that much. He explains that he redirected the aftermath enough to keep the city from being destroyed. The warrior, surprised, asks how he pulled that off. The answer begins with the people in the Ludian royal capital. Rather than kill them, he put the entire capital to sleep. The others are stunned by the scale of what he is claiming. The warrior can barely believe such a thing is possible. Then, with sudden admiration, he praises the black-haired noble as astonishing. The noble dismisses the flattery and reminds them the larger consequences are not over yet. He points out that the ruined city and the aftermath will be a major burden to clean up. For the moment, he decides they should withdraw and deal with the rest later. Before he can leave, the warrior abruptly stops him with another request. The black-haired noble recoils, bracing for whatever troublesome demand is coming next. The warrior points excitedly at a strange rainbow-colored remnant left on the ground. The object gleams like a valuable drop from the battle. The black-haired noble instantly senses where this is going and tenses up. The warrior eagerly asks to keep it, and the noble gives in despite himself. Elsewhere, the king sits exhausted, burdened by the political fallout. A familiar voice notes that he seems to be having a difficult time. The black-haired noble appears before the tower master. The tower master admits the entire situation has become a complete disaster. He says the nobles refuse to hear the truth and are instead accusing him of murder for the missing pilgrims. The black-haired noble says that reaction was inevitable, since replacing the royal castle with beings from the demonic realm is hard for anyone to accept. Then he shifts the conversation to another matter. He asks how the child is doing. The tower master understands he means Eileen and says she is faring better than expected. Despite pressure and threats from the remaining Ludian nobles, Eileen is standing her ground. Even after learning that both the royal bloodline and the enemy behind the massacre were tied to the demonic realm, she has not broken. The tower master believes she is confused, but her resolve has been remarkable. The black-haired noble reflects that perhaps all she has suffered has become the source of her endurance. That thought leaves him quietly unsettled. Seeing his reaction, the tower master asks what exactly he finds so strange. A dark noble begins explaining that the threat they face comes from entities of the demonic realm. The king is shaken by the implication and repeats it as he tries to grasp what that means. He immediately connects it to the barbarian they encountered and realizes that man may be far beyond ordinary human strength. Pressed to judge that power, the dark noble is asked just how dangerous the barbarian truly is. Instead of answering at once, he falls into a brief, uneasy silence. When he finally responds, he makes clear the question itself is difficult to answer. He admits that even he cannot determine the limits of the barbarian's power. Elsewhere, a blonde noblewoman is startled to learn the silver-haired warrior is already preparing to leave. He explains that he has a contact in the Denayan kingdom and intends to go there to meet them. She accepts his decision, though the news clearly disappoints her. Feeling indebted, she apologizes for having nothing to offer him now, even though she wants to reward him properly. Her sincerity catches him off guard and leaves him momentarily speechless. She asks him to remember one thing before he goes. He tells her that the Ludian kingdom is in chaos, but because the royal bloodline survived, stability will eventually return. On that basis, he declares that he will collect his reward later instead of now. When she tries to protest, he reminds Eileen of something he told her before. He says plainly that he does not see her as a monster. His words leave her stunned, as if they reach a wound she had been carrying in silence. That pain softens into relief as she begins to smile. Moved by his kindness, Eileen swears in the name of her house that she will repay this debt one day. He accepts her vow with quiet satisfaction. Later, he receives a glowing token marked with royal authority. He studies the object, unsure what exactly he has been given. The king explains that it is a king's token. He presents it as the warrior's reward for taking on this mission. The token grants near unrestricted passage through almost every place under the kingdom's influence, including the Holy Land, making it ideal for someone who wants to travel widely. The warrior gratefully accepts, immediately recognizing how useful it will be. Privately, he is delighted that this will make moving through the world far easier. Soon after, he arrives in a bright, unfamiliar city and takes in the sight with surprise. The bustling square confirms to him that he has reached somewhere prosperous and well-kept. He realizes this is the capital of the Denayan kingdom. Comparing it to the rough Varkan territory, he notes how much cleaner and more orderly it feels. Before he can continue, guards stop him and demand his attention. He turns, puzzled by the sudden challenge. The guards confront him directly and order him to identify himself. He pauses, reading the tension and deciding how to handle it. The guards remain wary, bracing for trouble. Rather than argue, he decides to use the authority he was given. He dramatically produces the king's token for them to see. The effect is immediate, and the guards are thrown into panicked disbelief. Realizing they have challenged someone with royal backing, they bow deeply and beg forgiveness for their rudeness. He is pleased that the token worked exactly as intended. With the obstacle gone, he heads deeper into the city, following a lead about where the person he seeks might be. The search leads toward a district marked by the crest of the House Akasha. Inside, documents are laid out as a financial dispute is reduced to a simple conclusion: the debt cannot be repaid at present. A smug man in purple seizes on that conclusion and insists that this settles the matter. Across from him, a blue-haired woman repeats the implication aloud, testing the logic behind his claim. Mylina of House Akasha sharply points out that if repayment is impossible for now, his arrogance makes no sense. The man dismisses the amount as trivial and boasts that, as head of the great House Biblis, he will not lower himself over such a pittance. Mylina's gaze hardens, showing she sees through both his pride and whatever game he is trying to play. Mylina Akasha coldly rejects the debtor's excuses and makes clear she has no intention of forgiving such a pitiful plea. The man bristles at her contempt, offended that she would speak to him that way. She turns his outrage back on him, making it clear that he is the one with no right to complain. Mylina lays out his disgrace in full. House Diablos borrowed heavily from her, then squandered the money on gambling. She adds that he even beat and kicked his own servants when they tried to stop him, exposing both his debt and his cruelty. By asking whether this is how the head of House Diablos behaves, she strips away his dignity and leaves him flustered. Unable to answer her accusations, he falls back on wounded pride and shouts that she has insulted him. Mylina dismisses that defense, saying insult only applies to those who still possess honor. That judgment shocks him into silence for a moment. She places the repayment document before him and gives him exactly 1 month to settle the debt. If he fails, she will claim House Diablos' lands, house, and title, and she warns him to be very careful if he wants to avoid that fate. The threat lands heavily, and he realizes she is fully prepared to ruin him. Desperate to recover authority, he denounces her terms as intolerable tyranny. He lunges forward in anger, trying to force the confrontation beyond words. His attack is cut short before he can reach her. 2 guards seize him at once, pinning him down and ending his outburst. Mylina remains seated and calmly states that she is only following legal procedure under the kingdom's law. She turns his accusation around, saying the real tyranny would be refusing to repay what he owes. With the matter settled so decisively, she briefly notices one of the guards. The guard remains composed, but his presence catches her attention. Meanwhile, the debtor struggles uselessly and demands to be released. In his fury, he suddenly hurls Mylina's full name like an accusation. He claims there was a reason she abandoned her parents, her siblings, and even the vassals who followed her into the demon realm, turning the room's power struggle into a personal attack on her past. That accusation pierces her composure, and she falls into troubled silence. Seeing her shaken, someone nearby calls to her with concern. An elderly maid at the door gently asks whether she is all right. The maid's worried expression makes clear that Mylina's lapse is unusual and serious. Mylina retreats inward, absorbing the pain of what was said. She closes her eyes, deliberately shutting down the moment before it can overwhelm her. When she opens them again, she has regained control and moves on by asking for the next item on her schedule. The maid reports that she is supposed to inspect the mansion taken as collateral, a short walk away. Mylina decides to go immediately, choosing action over dwelling on the insult. At the collateral mansion, a silver-haired young man arrives and wonders if this is the place. He quickly decides the answer is yes. Seeing the size of the estate, he concludes that Mylina must have succeeded greatly since they last met. Before he can enter, a challenge stops him. The estate guards order the barbarian to leave at once, making clear he is not welcome there. They identify the property as the Akasha estate and insist someone like him has no business approaching it. He calmly replies that he does belong there because he was invited. When pressed, he names Mylina Akasha as the one who invited him. He explains that she told him to visit once he was free to do so. That claim catches the guard off guard. Still, the guard rejects it, arguing that the Iron Lady would never summon a lowly barbarian. The unfamiliar title makes the young man pause and repeat it to himself. He recalls Mylina as gentle rather than severe, so the description does not fit the woman he remembers. After a moment's thought, he decides on a simple way to prove his story. He hands over the token Mylina gave him and says it was meant to lead him back to her. The guard takes it, still skeptical, but the object shines in his hand, revealing itself as something genuine and significant. The guard's expression tightens as he realizes this visitor may truly have a connection to Mylina. A man mocks someone for taking the situation too seriously, making it clear he never considered it important. At the same time, a silver-haired guest is ushered in with exaggerated ceremony, treated as someone of great importance. Elsewhere, Mylina remains alone at her desk, focused on her work in isolation. A guard interrupts to inform her that a visitor has come to see her. Without even turning from her writing, she lets the announcement hang while the guard waits at the door. She points out that she had no appointment scheduled, signaling that the visit is unwelcome. The guard awkwardly explains that the visitor was meant for the next day. Mylina immediately orders that person sent away until tomorrow because she is busy. When the guard hesitates, she cuts off any attempt to argue. Her cold glance makes it clear she expects obedience, not discussion. She reinforces the command with quiet authority, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Intimidated, the guard backs down and rushes to carry out her order. Once he is gone, the room falls silent again. Only then does Mylina finally set down her pen, the interruption having broken her concentration. She exhales heavily, revealing the strain she has been carrying. The guard returns to the guest and apologetically tells him he must wait until tomorrow. He adds that the only place available for him in the meantime is a basement room, embarrassed by the poor treatment. The guest accepts it easily, showing no offense. He even finds the basement interesting rather than insulting. Instead of complaining, he jokes that it feels like a place for secret meetings and wonders if it hides a secret room. That night, Melina sits alone in her grand room, surrounded by luxury that does nothing to ease her loneliness. Wine at her side, she reflects on her situation in bitter solitude. She thinks of herself as an outcast abandoned by both her family and her retainers. Even as she admits that judgment may not be entirely wrong, the thought only deepens her isolation. By morning, that bleak reflection still lingers with her. She walks the corridor with attendants, carrying herself with the same restrained dignity as before. The people around her remain watchful and formal, keeping their distance. Then she suddenly remembers the visitor who had come the previous day. She asks whether someone had indeed come to see her yesterday. When she wonders if it was just another creditor, the guard hesitates before answering. He reveals that the visitor was a barbarian. The word hits her like a shock. She turns in disbelief, demanding to know what he just said. Before anyone can stop her, she breaks into a run. As she rushes off, she realizes there is only one person that description could mean and refuses to believe he is really here. The guards panic and call after her as she bolts away. They can only watch as she hurries toward the basement. Her anxiety rises as she braces herself for what she might find. The silver-haired man notices the commotion and turns toward it. The moment he sees her, he recognizes her at once and calls her by name. He greets her warmly, as if meeting her again is the most natural thing in the world. Overwhelmed and out of breath, Melina can only stare and address him as Lord Keatle. Mortified that he has been left in such a shabby place, she immediately apologizes for the insult. Keatle dismisses her concern and says the room was perfectly fine. He even adds with amusement that it would have been ideal if it had included the secret room he imagined. Later, now properly received upstairs, he enjoys the tea without any trace of resentment. Her maid remains tense, still troubled by how badly he was treated. Melina apologizes again once they are seated together in a proper room. Keatle reassures her once more that there is nothing to worry about. Relieved by his kindness, Melina finally smiles and admits that it has been a very long time, making clear how much his return means to her. Keatle greets Melina warmly and marvels that so many years have passed since they last met. Melina confirms it has been 5 years, receiving him with calm familiarity. He reflects that the time vanished quickly, keeping the reunion light at first. She brings up the unresolved problem that trapped him back then and asks whether he finally overcame it. Keatle happily confirms he escaped that miserable place, and Melina is genuinely relieved for him. The conversation turns to her, with Keatle noting that she seems to have prospered as well. He reveals he heard she rebuilt her family through a successful merchant expedition after being cast out to the basement. Melina credits that recovery to Keatle, saying his help spared her from having to cross the wasteland herself. Keatle dismisses the debt and insists the reward was hers because she was the one who accepted the risk. But as he says it, something catches his attention and shifts his focus. A servant's presence in the room makes the moment suddenly tense for Melina. Keatle asks if she hired a new butler, and Melina realizes he means the old man who once served her in the wasteland. She quietly admits that he is gone. Pressed by the silence that follows, she explains that he left to serve the rest of her family. Keatle accepts there must have been circumstances, though the answer clearly unsettles him. Melina blames herself for what happened rather than the old man. Trying to recover her composure, she says she should have welcomed him properly from the start. She formally begins the introduction she feels she owes him. Melina identifies herself as Melina Akasha, the 22nd head of House Akasha, which catches Keatle off guard. She then officially welcomes him as Lord Keatle, the benefactor of her family. With a gentler smile, she repeats the greeting now as the head of the house rather than the girl he once knew. The formal atmosphere of the noble house settles in around them, underscoring how much her position has changed. Later, in his lavish guest room, Keatle settles in with the comforts now afforded to him. He idly helps himself to the fruit, treating the luxury with casual ease. Even while resting, he notes how extravagant the room is compared with what he is used to. He judges it not equal to a royal palace, but still more than comfortable enough. For someone who once endured the wasteland, the change feels almost amusingly pleasant. His rest is interrupted when he senses someone at the door. Melina peeks in hesitantly, careful not to intrude. Now dressed informally, she asks if she is disturbing him. Keatle allows it at once and asks what she wants. She answers by offering wine. With a soft, inviting smile, she asks him to drink with her if he does not mind. Once seated together, Melina steels herself as if this visit matters more than the drink itself. She notices how easily he handles his liquor and remarks that he did not seem the drinking type. Keatle explains that he is simply accustomed to it, hinting at a rough past where drinking was ordinary. He turns the attention back on her, surprised that she drinks at all. Melina admits she does not drink for pleasure but to force herself to sleep. Sensing the confession points to something deeper, Keatle asks what is weighing on her. Flushed and unsteady, she struggles with whether to say it aloud. At last she asks what he did after leaving the wasteland, while he modestly reduces it to investments and business. He explains that he first led a successful expedition across the White Wasteland, and that victory gave him real influence. Using that power, he invested aggressively, and repeated success quickly made him wealthy. Mylina responds by explaining that her own expeditions were too dangerous because a single failure would have destroyed her family. So she chose safer methods, building wealth through lending money instead. Although that strategy saved the family, it also made them accuse her of greed and treat her as if she had become one of the exploiters. Now burdened by that judgment, she wonders if everything she did for them was wrong from the beginning. Ketil immediately rejects that idea. He argues that she merely kept and protected the money she earned for her house, which is not wrongdoing at all. He adds that she even acted with the kingdom's permission, leaving her with no reason to condemn herself. Ketil argues that finance is simply another battlefield, and that mastering money can bring overwhelming power and wealth to a family. Mylnia hesitates, wondering whether the kind of work he means is morally tainted. Ketil dismisses her concern and reframes it as honorable service if it enriches and elevates her house. His confidence leaves her flustered, and she starts to be drawn in by his reasoning. That fragile moment breaks when the old butler and another man begin to leave, prompting her to panic. She begs them not to abandon her as well, revealing how isolated and desperate she feels. The butler apologizes and admits he can no longer remain at her side, effectively severing his support. The shock lands heavily, like a sudden drop that marks the end of her old stability. Ketil realizes the situation is exactly as bleak as he suspected. Drunk, tearful, and clinging to him, Mylnia laments that after years of service she has still failed to become the true head of the house. The grandeur around her only emphasizes how hollow her position has become. Outside, a maid lingers near the room, aware that something improper is unfolding inside. She reflects that the butler had warned her not to disturb his guests, but the noise has become impossible to ignore. The maid is torn between protocol and alarm, knowing a noblewoman has brought a barbarian man into her chambers late at night. Unable to ignore it any longer, she rushes toward the door in alarm. She bursts in, ready to invoke the authority of the head of the house. Instead, she finds Ketil calmly present, which instantly unsettles her assumptions. Mylnia drunkenly erupts in self-pity, insisting everything she did was for the family, and bitterly condemning relatives who only exploit her. Ketil quickly loses patience with her shameless public collapse. The maid catches enough of the outburst to realize the family's internal disgrace runs deeper than she expected. Choosing self-preservation over involvement, she quietly starts to withdraw. She closes the door and decides not to interfere any further. To protect herself, she resolves to pretend she witnessed nothing that night. By morning, Mylnia has regained her composure and formally receives an unexpected visitor. The guest is Maximus, the Empire's famed sword master, whose presence immediately raises the stakes. Maximus makes clear he is not here in any official capacity, signaling a private matter. Mylnia answers politely, though she is already wary of what such a man could want. The unease sharpens as she senses this visit has nothing to do with ordinary courtesy. She realizes someone of Maximus's stature would never come to her family without a serious reason, and her thoughts jump straight to Ketil. Maximus confirms her suspicion by asking whether a barbarian has recently arrived at her house. Mylnia panics internally, fearing this might be an order to eliminate Ketil simply because of his origin. Maximus immediately corrects that fear and makes clear the matter is not hostile. He goes further and orders that the barbarian be treated with respect. When Mylnia demands an explanation, he reveals that this instruction comes directly from the emperor. Even Maximus cannot explain the reason, because he was only told to deliver the order. Mylnia accepts the answer outwardly, but the mystery leaves her deeply unsettled. Maximus then offers her a practical favor. If trouble arises, she may invoke his name. The offer shocks her, because borrowing the Empire's greatest sword master as protection is an extraordinary privilege. He shows that he already understands her family is a source of constant pressure and obstruction. By tying his authority to her, he gives her a weapon that could force those scheming relatives to back down. Mylnia laughs awkwardly, overwhelmed by how absurdly far beyond her expectations this has become. Later, as Ketil prepares to leave, she hurries after him before he can go. He stops when she calls his name, curious about what she wants now. She catches up and turns the conversation toward his past as a mercenary. After confirming that he really did live that kind of life, she presses for specifics. Ketil is caught off guard by the direct question and has to think before answering. He starts with a harmless summary, claiming he mostly did ordinary escort work, but his memories immediately betray that this was no simple bodyguard life, recalling brutal combat and overwhelming force. The truth behind his past includes monstrous enemies and battles against inhuman threats. Even as he tries to sound casual, his recollections continuing to dangerous missions like village patrols that were clearly far deadlier than he lets on. Ketil casually adds that his work also involves hunting dangerous creatures, revealing a far rougher life than his polished appearance suggests. Mylina realizes he is not the kind of swordsman she can easily categorize and decides not to pry into whatever lies behind that answer. She quietly reins in her curiosity, sensing that digging further would only uncover something unsettling. Instead, she returns to her role as host and offers to show him around now that the formal work is done. Ketil immediately focuses on what matters to him and steers the conversation toward her family business. When he confirms that the Akasha family are merchants, Malina explains that they are indeed a merchant house first and foremost. She brings him to the Akasha Merchant Guild, the center of the family's commercial power. Inside, she presents the guild as their domain, making clear that this is where their influence operates. Malina explains that the guild functions like a financial institution, handling deposits and loans, though only qualified people can use those services. Ketil quickly grasps the concept and compares it to a modern bank, showing he understands the system at once. At the same time, he is amused by how familiar institutions are wrapped in old-world fantasy aesthetics. He openly says he enjoys the place, leaving Malina unsure how someone like him can find this ordinary guild so entertaining. His enthusiasm only deepens her confusion, because what seems mundane to her is somehow novel to him. Their tour continues into another section of the guild, shifting from commerce to the family's martial trade. Ketil immediately recognizes the room as an armory and grows visibly interested. Malina explains that weapon trading once saved the Akasha family, and that they now specialize in manufacturing and selling arms, with this room reserved for their finest pieces. One particular weapon catches Ketil's eye strongly enough that everything else fades into the background. He asks to handle a displayed sword, drawn to it on instinct. With Malina's permission, he takes hold of the weapon. The moment it is in his hand, he tests its balance like someone who understands blades intimately. As he swings it, the sword's enchantment activates and fire races along the blade. Ketil drives the weapon through a full motion, and the flaming edge answers him as if awakened by a worthy user. Malina explains that the sword is enchanted, treating the spectacle as the weapon's defining feature. Ketil is captivated less by the flames themselves than by the idea behind them, repeating the concept of enchantment with genuine fascination. The word alone seems to excite him, as though it confirms something he has long wanted to encounter. Seeing his reaction, Malina unexpectedly offers him the sword, and Ketil is stunned by the generosity. She begins to raise a more practical concern, addressing him formally as she watches him hold the burning weapon. Malina asks the obvious question of whether the flaming blade is burning him, but Ketil casually assures her that it is harmless to him. Even while delighted, he hesitates to accept such an expensive gift outright. Malina dismisses its value, admitting that despite its dramatic effect, the sword is practically useless. She explains that the family paid an alchemist to create a flaming sword, only to discover that the wielder is burned by the same fire, making it unusable in real combat. Her complaint expands into a story about confronting the alchemist over the obvious flaw. The alchemist had responded as if asking for a safety mechanism on a self-burning sword was the unreasonable part. That detail instantly sharpens Ketil's interest, and he asks whether an alchemist is involved here. Malina confirms they hired one at great expense, though she now regrets the decision. To Ketil, the mention of an alchemist is far more intriguing than the failed weapon itself. He presses Malina for more, wanting to know what sort of person this alchemist is. Malina hesitates, then admits the alchemist is bizarre in temperament even if undeniably brilliant. She recounts the rumor that this same alchemist once transformed an ordinary person with no talent into a superhuman-class warrior. The claim catches Ketil off guard, because it sounds too extreme to ignore. He asks if the story is true, and Malina says it is a famous tale among those familiar with such matters. She begins explaining that the Empire once publicly called for superhuman-class warriors to serve it, but because such people are extraordinarily rare and already privileged, the announcement had little real chance of success. In practice, the recruitment was mostly symbolic rather than a realistic policy. Then an alchemist appeared and changed the situation entirely. That alchemist offered to create a superhuman-class warrior in exchange for a single favor from the throne. The emperor accepted the absurd proposal and demanded that his own son be turned into that warrior. Ketil realizes the emperor used the prince as the test subject, and Malina confirms that within a year the imperial prince truly became superhuman class. Hearing that an alchemist could elevate an untalented person to such heights, Ketil immediately sees a possibility worth pursuing. He turns to Malina and asks her for a favor, making clear that this story has just given him a new objective. At the guild, a silver-haired man asks to meet the alchemist Milena that Archimus had mentioned. That request leads them out to a secluded cottage in the forest where the alchemist lives and works. Inside, an elf woman is busy brewing something when she notices an unusual presence approaching. She immediately becomes alert, sensing that whoever has arrived is no ordinary visitor. Realizing the aura is exceptional, the alchemist Milena braces herself and identifies the visitor as someone important. As the pair reach the cottage, the quiet setting contrasts with the significance of the meeting about to happen. Archimus confirms this is where Milena is staying, though she complains that visiting such a remote place is inconvenient for her. She knocks, announcing their arrival. When asked who is there, Archimus identifies herself. Milena opens the door and finds Archimus standing outside. Milena greets her warmly and assumes Archimus has come to praise the latest order she completed. Instead of praising her, Archimus is distracted by the fact that Milena is still wearing shabby clothes she had just replaced. Milena casually explains that the new clothes were ruined by chemical spills, which only deepens Archimus's exasperation. Milena dismisses the issue, insisting it does not matter since no one else is around to see her like this. Confident in her work, She asks what Archimedes really came for and reminds her that the last commission was delivered flawlessly. Archimedes repeats that claim with disbelief, making it clear she remembers the order very differently. She recalls asking for a shield that could block attacks, only for Milena to produce something that failed at its basic purpose. Worse, the shield turned out to be cursed equipment that trapped itself onto the user's arm once held. Faced with the accusation, Milena can only stand there as Archimedes' frustration hangs over her. Milena weakly defends herself by pointing out that Archimedes never explicitly said the shield had to come off afterward. That excuse nearly provokes Archimedes' wrath, and Milena instantly backpedals in panic, insisting it was only a joke. She hurriedly offers the real explanation. Exhaustion from an all-nighter made her botch the proportions. Milena apologizes sincerely, and Archimedes accepts that it was not intentional. Rather than punish her, Archimedes simply warns her to be more careful next time. Relieved to escape harsher consequences, Milena promises to remember that. With the scolding over, Milena notices Archimedes did not come alone and asks who is with her. She reveals that she has been sensing another powerful presence outside the door the entire time. Archimedes confirms someone is indeed waiting there and asks if Milena has taken on a new bodyguard. Privately, Archimedes is surprised that Milena could detect Ketil at all, then explains that her companion is someone so imposing she thought Milena might be startled. Milena takes that as a challenge and wonders what kind of person could possibly shake her. She boldly moves to greet the visitor herself. Still acting fearless, she boasts that after meeting many powerful people, she will not be intimidated now. Archimedes smiles at that confidence and admits she is more surprised by Milena's concern over being startled than by anything else. She lets Ketil in, amused and curious to see what happens next. The moment Ketil appears, his overwhelming presence becomes unmistakable. His request to enter carries such pressure that Milena's bravado vanishes instantly. He steps inside and introduces himself, while Milena physically trembles under the force of his presence. Ketil gives his name directly, and Milena can barely respond through her fear. He adds that he has heard much about her reputation from Milena's patron, making the encounter feel even more serious. Even Ketil seems momentarily thrown by how extreme Milena's reaction is. He turns to Archimedes for an explanation, unsure what exactly is happening. Milena's body gives out under the pressure, and she collapses. Archimedes dryly sums up the situation. The alchemist has fainted. Once she recovers, Milena is mortified that she talked so confidently only to pass out on the spot. Ketil reassures her without judgment, treating the incident as nothing unusual. After everyone settles down at the table, Ketil reveals the real reason for coming. He wants to learn alchemy from her. Milena is stunned that this terrifying man is asking about alchemy at all. Archimedes is just as surprised, repeating the request as if to confirm she heard him correctly, while Ketil calmly says alchemy is one of several things he wants to study. Ketil reflects seriously on his goal, showing that this interest is not casual curiosity. He explains that he seeks alchemy because it may help him awaken a mystery tied to himself, and because he cannot ignore the chance to study what he sees as a classic fantasy art. A silver-haired man resolves to study alchemy to awaken his mystery, then asks whether someone without an awakened mystery can still learn it. The elf woman immediately corrects him, explaining that awakening a mystery is not a requirement for learning alchemy. She clarifies that swordsmanship and magic draw on the power already within a person. By contrast, alchemy works by borrowing and manipulating mysteries that exist outside oneself. To prove it, she points out that the world is full of objects and substances that already contain mystery. She demonstrates with a small catalyst, tossing it out for him to see in action. The catalyst instantly turns fire into ice, showing him that alchemy can transform phenomena through external materials. He is thrilled by the result and realizes the technique can freeze fire itself. She explains that the trick required no mana from her at all, only a catalyst, and she enjoys how impressed he is. Overwhelmed, he showers her with praise and treats the feat as something extraordinary. He excitedly concludes that alchemy can create useful results from raw materials alone, calling it almost miraculous. His admiration delights her, and she decides this is exactly the kind of response she has been wanting. Inside, she is stunned that someone so intimidating is admiring her so openly. The praise goes straight to her head, and she starts craving even more recognition for her alchemy. Caught up in the moment, he asks her to teach him alchemy too. Still basking in his admiration, she agrees without hesitation. A blue-haired woman arrives and announces that she has accepted his request on his behalf, making the arrangement official. Then she angrily scolds the elf for wasting an expensive catalyst on such a simple demonstration. The elf can only laugh awkwardly under the criticism. Meanwhile, the man reflects that his fearsome reputation among elves may have shaped her nervous behavior toward him. He recalls that elves have always been especially afraid of him, and wonders if he really appears that terrifying to them. The blue-haired woman presses the elf for an apology while he watches the exchange with quiet amusement. The elf forces a smile and admits that elves tend to fear him until they get used to him. As he leaves, he promises to return the next day to begin learning alchemy. She cheerfully sees him off and agrees to meet him again tomorrow. Once the door closes, the cheerful front drops. Left alone, she stands in silence as the weight of what she agreed to sinks in. She panics and demands to know what he has gotten her into. Looking back, she realizes she was manipulated by his smooth praise. She berates herself for not refusing while she still had the chance. What truly unsettles her is not his rough appearance but the sense that something about him is fundamentally wrong. She concludes that although he may look human, his presence feels deeply twisted. That makes his desire to learn alchemy feel even more unnatural to her. The blue-haired woman dismisses her fears, insisting that someone like him will probably lose interest and quit soon enough. He seems harmlessly confident, but her doubt remains. Instead, he throws himself into training, working beside her over a cauldron as they begin practical alchemy lessons. She guides him through the process, judging the timing carefully so the material will cool and float properly. He watches with intense concentration, absorbing every detail. The experiment succeeds, and the finished product rises from the mixture. They celebrate the successful result together, pleased that his first attempt worked. Her smile falters as she realizes she is far too happy about his progress. After only 3 days, she is alarmed by how much he has learned despite her attempts to make the lessons difficult and dull. Seeing him grasp alchemy so quickly, she starts to wonder whether he is far too intelligent to be the simple barbarian she assumed. He proudly holds up the golden product as his first alchemical creation. For him, this is a deeply moving milestone, the first magical result he has achieved in this world. He sincerely thanks Archimedes for teaching him, and she is caught off guard by his gratitude. Flustered, she admits she did not expect him to learn so well, especially after she pushed him hard. Encouraged by his success, he says there is one more thing he wants to learn. Still laughing and in high spirits, she promises to teach him whatever he wants. He asks her to show him how to awaken the mystery, and the request leaves her abruptly stunned. The elf alchemist explains that making the transformation itself is manageable, but obtaining the necessary ingredients is the real obstacle. She clarifies that the process required rare catalyst condensers and other materials so scarce that even the Empire needed a year to gather them. Hearing that, the man realizes the prince's rise to superhuman strength took so long because the ingredients were the true bottleneck. She confirms it, and boasts that a genius like her would never be slowed down by the method alone. He interrupts her confidence by offering something he thinks might solve the material problem. From his belongings, he produces a small pouch for her inspection. He reveals that he has far more than a token sample, hinting that he may possess a serious stockpile. When the pouch is opened, it contains a dazzling powder he presents as a potentially useful ingredient. The elf is immediately shaken, sensing that what he brought is far beyond an ordinary rare material. She blurts out that the substance is almost on the level of the Philosopher's Stone and demands to know where he found it. He identifies it as the Philosopher's Stone itself, recalling that it can be converted into any substance. Stunned by the answer, she eagerly presses him for the source. He refuses, saying that information cannot be shared. She backs off and tries to accept that some treasures are too valuable to discuss. He then reveals why he cannot explain it. He destroyed every other piece. As a result, reproducing more of it would be extremely difficult. What remains is only a small surviving fragment in his hand. Even so, he walks away satisfied that this remnant may be enough for his purposes. The elf concludes that with this amount she can awaken the mystery light, and the man starts to believe his plan is finally within reach. She adds that they still lack some supporting ingredients, and suggests asking Milina to provide them. He doubts Milina would agree, but his confidence remains high because everything else seems to be falling into place. That optimism is shattered when an explosion erupts nearby and a fire breaks out. He immediately turns toward the disturbance, his attention snapping from alchemy to crisis. The warehouse is engulfed in flames, and people begin shouting that there is a fire. Milina arrives in alarm, trying to understand what has happened. She learns that someone deliberately set the timber warehouse ablaze, making the attack especially damaging. Taking charge at once, he tells her to stay back and claims he can extinguish the blaze with alchemy. He prepares a small orb, ready to demonstrate what he can do. He launches the orb upward as the trigger for his response. He follows through with a forceful motion, activating the device. The orb shatters in his grip and releases its stored power. A massive burst of energy surges out, aimed at suppressing the fire. The resulting blast of wind and pressure knocks nearby people off balance as the flames are overwhelmed. Milina and the others struggle to shield themselves from the violent shockwave. Once the force subsides, he checks on Milina and casually announces that the fire is already out. With the warehouse saved, he proudly presents the feat as proof of alchemy's impressive power. Milina hesitates, unsettled because what she just witnessed does not feel like true alchemy. She says as much, and he immediately senses that the real arsonist is still nearby and moves to pursue them. Before he can get far, a hidden attacker strikes the ground near Milina with a violent impact, forcing her to recoil. The assailant then rushes past at high speed, revealing a direct and aggressive attempt to break away. Milina is left stunned as the chase shifts away from her. The fleeing culprit glances back nervously, realizing he may have been identified. As he runs through the forest, he wonders whether the barbarian has somehow detected him. The pursuer closes in without using magic, and the fugitive is rattled that brute force alone is keeping pace with him. Trying to regain control, the fugitive reassures himself and casts a spell from behind him to stop the chase. The sudden magic catches the pursuer off guard for an instant. Mist rapidly spreads around him, swallowing the area and disrupting his bearings. He recognizes the technique as mist magic and understands that it is meant to blind and disorient him. From the safety of a tree above the fog, the mage watches his trapped pursuer below. Confident now, the mage taunts him that the mist does more than block sight, it scrambles the senses as well. Kito realizes he has exactly the alchemy he needs to counter the situation. He produces a catalyst, preparing to use alchemy instead of meeting the threat head-on. He drives the catalyst into action with force, unleashing a violent response. His opponent is caught off guard, unable to understand what Ketil is attempting. Ketil slams down and turns the impact into a burst of power from the ground. The strike erupts outward as a massive shockwave that tears through the area. The mage suddenly realizes the attack is disrupting the very technique he relied on. Ketil's alchemy generates a gale strong enough to scatter the mage's mist. With his concealment stripped away, the mage is forced to endure the blast directly. Even under pressure, the mage refuses to believe this is enough to stop him. Ketil closes in through the chaos, declares the criminal caught, and warns him to give up. Mylina arrives just in time to witness the outcome. Ketil presents the captured culprit, and reveals that he was the one who started the fire. The defeated mage admits he was only caught because of Artemis and her alchemy. Ketil takes pride in that admission, seeing it as proof that his training in alchemy has paid off. Later, the matter is brought into a formal setting for explanation. Ketil turns to Mylina and asks who had sent the mage after him. Mylina confirms the question and prepares to explain the motive behind the attack. After interrogation, she reveals the mage had been hired by a noble who bears Ketil a grudge. The noble is identified as someone ruined by debt after borrowing money and failing to repay it. He rages that both Ketil and the mage will suffer for what happened. Mylina gratefully credits Ketil with exposing the culprit and preventing the crime from remaining hidden. Ketil brushes off the thanks, pleased mainly that he finally had a real chance to use alchemy in practice. With the crisis over, he asks Mylina for a favor, and she eagerly agrees before hearing it. Artemis is stunned when she realizes the favor concerns Ketil himself. The request turns out to involve the rare, high-quality catalysts she had been hoarding. She remembers Mylina refusing to let her waste those materials on trivial experiments. Now Ketil arrives with the needed crystals and asks whether Artemis has finished her preparations, and she says they can begin immediately. His enthusiasm catches her off guard and leaves him unexpectedly endearing in her eyes. Ketil takes his place inside a prepared magic circle for the alchemical procedure. Artemis steadies herself and begins explaining the process to him. She says the catalysts in the circle will be altered through the granules she prepared. Those altered properties will then be implanted into Ketil, opening a new path of mystery within his body. She warns that the sensation will be strange, but Ketil accepts it without hesitation. Nervously, she adds that if the process succeeds, she will no longer need the remaining granules. Ketil immediately tells her she can use whatever is left however she wants. His easy generosity leaves Artemis startled and touched. Ketil quickly clarifies that he only means they should stop hesitating and begin the ritual. As she regains focus, Artemis reflects that her first impression of him as a monster was wrong. After spending time with him, she now sees a straightforward man obsessed with becoming stronger rather than someone frightening. That simple drive makes him seem less like an overwhelming force and more like an ordinary barbarian. The thought softens her completely, and her feelings toward him turn warm and shy. She even finds him unexpectedly cute once she looks at him that way. Resolved to help him, Artemis silently vows to make the alchemy succeed. She begins the incantation by addressing the catalysts as shaped but meaningless matter. Calling on them to listen, she invokes their unstable forms and emptiness of will. She declares that she will become their master and bind them to her command. Under that order, the catalysts begin to move according to her will. She commands them to keep moving and to change their shape and structure as directed. As the ritual settles over him, Ketil becomes the vessel and tool through which the transformed power will be fixed. As Ketil undergoes the ritual, blue energy surges through him while Artemis watches for the result. The power settles into his body, and he rises with a new, overwhelming force coursing through him. Ketil realizes something fundamental has changed. Nearby, the ritual candles burn down under the strain of the process. Even the catalyst stone shows cracks, proving the experiment pushed to its limit. Artemis, exhausted from maintaining the ritual, can barely stay on her feet. She anxiously asks whether the attempt actually worked. Ketil turns toward her, still radiating power, as if confirming the answer for himself. For a brief moment, he is silent, taking in the sensation. Then excitement takes over, and he leaps up in exhilaration. He declares that he is feeling something entirely new and wonders if this long-sought force is mystery itself. The energy flares around him as he revels in finally touching what he has been chasing. Seeing his reaction, Artemis concludes the ritual succeeded. Her relief turns into joy as she proudly confirms it was a complete success. That celebration immediately backfires when Ketil moves on impulse. Overcome with gratitude, he grabs Artemis and lifts her effortlessly. He thanks her wholeheartedly, making it clear he credits her for this breakthrough. Later, outside, Artemis checks whether the new power feels unstable now that the ritual is over. Ketil tests himself and reports that the transformation feels perfectly stable, which reassures her. She then asks whether he can actively control mystery, and advises him to focus inward. Ketil agrees to try, shifting from excitement to concentration. He closes his eyes and searches within himself for the power. Mystery answers, rising around him in blue flames as he draws it out. He tries to gather and shape that energy in his hands. But Archimedes notices his expression change and realizes something is wrong. Keitel explains that although he can clearly sense mystery inside himself, he cannot make it hold form. Whenever he tries to manifest it, the power simply dissipates, leaving him unsure what to do next. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the kingdom of Dinia. At the city gate, guards stand watch in routine calm. That calm breaks when one of them notices something unusual approaching. A strange, luminous presence begins to materialize before the gate. Arcane pillars spin into place around a forming portal. From that phenomenon emerges a cloaked being unlike anything ordinary travelers would be. The guards recognize it from rumor at once as the wandering merchant. When the being politely asks for the gate to be opened, the guards are eager to comply. Before entering, however, the merchant proposes a trade first. The guards, nervous but tempted, agree to hear the offer. The merchant opens a portal-like display of impossible goods and invites them to name what they want. It promises that any desire can be prepared, provided the buyer can pay the proper price. The narration explains that the wandering merchant is an unidentified entity that roams the world. It appears suddenly in the human realm and offers rare items capable of granting desires. In return, it demands money or something equally precious. Now that this merchant has come to Dinia, a blue-haired woman brings the news to Keitel. Knowing he owes her, she asks him to buy whatever he wants from it. Since his research into realizing mystery has stalled, Keitel considers using the merchant as a new path forward. He confirms that this is indeed the being known as the wandering merchant. Soon after, he heads into town with the woman to see it for himself. There, another customer boldly demands a weapon powerful enough to cut through anything. The merchant rejects the offered payment, judging it insufficient. A mere bag of gold coins is not enough to buy a wish of that value. A young man is caught off guard when he witnesses a bizarre trade unlike anything he expected. A wandering merchant reveals that impossible things can be bought, hinting at a weapon said to cut anything. As the power gathers overhead, the onlooker realizes the merchant is truly summoning goods from somewhere beyond ordinary reach. The promise is immediately proven when a radiant sword appears, showing that even the impossible can be made tangible. The stunned customer receives the weapon and can hardly believe he is now holding it. He gratefully accepts the sword, and the merchant calmly moves on to the next buyer. The line advances as the merchant continues business, treating miracles like routine transactions. A desperate boy rushes forward and offers anything he has if only he can get medicine to save his mother. Instead of asking for money, the merchant demands the boy's sense of taste. The terms become clear. The medicine will be given only if the boy surrenders his ability to taste. Driven by desperation, the boy agrees without hesitation. The merchant immediately takes what was promised, stripping the boy of taste before handing over the cure. The boy feels the change at once as the trade is completed. Only then does the shock hit him as he realizes something fundamental has truly been taken away. He confirms in disbelief that his tongue has gone numb to flavor, proving the merchant's prices are real. Even so, the merchant honors the bargain and provides the medicine exactly as promised. Watching this, Keitel and his blue-haired companion understand that the merchant really does sell all kinds of things. Melina explains that most countries tolerate these wandering merchants because their goods are useful, even if their methods remain suspicious. Keitel quickly grasps the key rule. Payment does not have to be money, which makes the merchant far more dangerous and valuable. Melina adds that each person is limited to one deal, and trying to cheat the rule brings immediate consequences, though helping someone else is allowed. Keitel files that away and begins thinking more seriously about what such a merchant might provide. His thoughts return to Keitel's condition and the explanation that her body lacks a crucial mystery needed to become fully human. He remembers that this missing element should not happen naturally, and that restoring her may require something extraordinary. The memory centers on the unnatural incompleteness of her body, reinforcing how severe the problem is. He had already asked whether that missing mystery could somehow be filled. The answer was grim but hopeful. For a being like her, a dragon heart might serve as the substitute. Back in the present, Keitel wonders whether the wandering merchant could obtain exactly that. When Melina asks what he plans to buy, he admits he has something in mind despite the long wait ahead. Melina reveals she already had servants secure their place in line, showing she anticipated this move and came prepared. The merchant notices Keitel's approach and is visibly unsettled by his presence. Keitel states plainly that he has come to make a deal as well. The merchant hesitates, surprised that Keitel wants to bargain directly with him. Sensing the merchant's unease, Keitel presses him to say whether there is a problem. The merchant tries to recover his composure and asks what Keitel wants. Keitel finally voices the request he has been building toward. He asks for a dragon heart, shocking both the merchant and Melina. Melina repeats the request in disbelief, stunned by how extreme his goal is. Keitel clarifies that he means the dragon even the Empire failed to subdue, and asks whether obtaining its heart is possible. The merchant admits it is possible, but warns that Keitel cannot afford the price. Melina instinctively tries to solve the problem with gold, hoping wealth can cover what Keitel cannot. The merchant dismisses that idea immediately, saying not even a vast fortune would be enough. Melina apologizes to Keitel, forced to accept that money cannot buy what he wants. After a long pause, the merchant studies Keitel more carefully and seems to reach a decision. He offers an alternative. If Keitel accepts a special proposal and succeeds, he can have the dragon heart. That unexpected opening instantly captures Keitel's full attention. Rather than hesitate, Keithel eagerly accepts in principle, seeing no reason to turn down a chance like this. The merchant agrees and tells him to return once his current business is finished. As they step back, Melina warns that any offer tied to a dragon heart is bound to be extraordinary. Keithel welcomes that, deciding that if the matter were ordinary, it would not be worth pursuing. The merchant then prepares something from his otherworldly stock, signaling that the real terms of the deal are about to begin. A young woman receives a strangely radiant object, hinting that something unusual has just been placed in her hands. She accepts it with startled gratitude, still unsure what she has become involved in. Nearby, a silver-haired warrior watches with amused confidence while a floating hooded spirit and ornate pillars of magic linger behind him. He declares the business settled, revealing he had been observing the whole exchange despite being told to wait. When the woman points out that he was only supposed to wait, not stare the entire time, he treats it lightly in front of the onlookers. He admits his curiosity got the better of him because the magical phenomenon was too interesting to ignore. The spirit lets the matter pass for the sake of an earlier promise, and turns its attention to the real purpose at hand. One of the floating pillars flares with power as the spirit activates a larger spell. A brilliant portal opens, and the warrior stands ready as the spirit directs him toward it. He immediately agrees to enter, showing no hesitation. With a decisive step, he crosses the threshold. His body is swallowed by the light as the teleportation takes hold. He emerges elsewhere and breaks into motion beneath a swirling portal overhead. Rather than panic, he greets the situation with excitement. He finds himself in a barren rocky landscape and realizes he has been taken somewhere completely unfamiliar. Looking up, he sees the portal still blazing above him and senses more arrivals coming. Several other people are dropped through the same opening, confirming he has not been summoned alone. One of them lands hard, making the forced gathering feel abrupt and involuntary. As the dust settles, first strangers and the silver-haired warrior face one another in a rough circle. The group resolves into distinct figures: an old mage, a smiling priestess, a scarred mercenary, and a red-haired youth. The warrior quickly understands that the wandering merchant has assembled all of them here together. Above them, the floating spirit confirms that everyone needed for the task has arrived. It finally reveals the mission. From this point on, they are to hunt a dragon. The command hangs over the entire group, making clear that this is now a shared assignment. The mercenary tests the meaning of that order and concludes they are expected to fight the dragon as a party. The warrior repeats the idea to himself, weighing what kind of challenge this will be. The image of a massive fire-breathing dragon makes the danger of the mission unmistakable. Instead of being intimidated, the warrior is thrilled by the prospect of a real adventure. With the mission set, he suggests they begin by introducing themselves. He starts first, presenting himself as Keithel, a barbarian, and greets the others openly. The scarred man introduces himself as Bloodedge, an S-rank mercenary known as the Mercenary King. Keithel is stunned to meet someone of such high rank, especially since he himself is only C-rank. He enthusiastically treats Bloodedge like a fellow mercenary anyway, while privately assuming the man must have struggled to rise so high despite being a barbarian. The priestess introduces herself as Seraphina, chief heretic inquisitor of the sun god. Keithel immediately connects her to Aquas, revealing he already knows someone from her order. He even recalls that he and Aquas are close enough to call each other friends, which catches attention. The old mage, spellweaver of the magic tower, finds Keithel increasingly intriguing when he learns the barbarian also knows prominent religious figures. When Keithel casually adds that he knows the tower master too, the mage is visibly shaken. Keithel backs it up with a mundane memory, insisting they even took a walk together recently. His innocent explanation only makes the claim sound stranger to the others. The group is left wondering who this supposedly ordinary barbarian really is. Bloodedge steers the conversation back to purpose, stating that he came to slay the dragon and earn the title of Dragon Slayer. Keithel pauses, surprised that everyone has such specific ambitions tied to the hunt. Seraphina explains that killing the dragon would also raise the prestige of her order. Spellweaver says he joined to test whether the magic he has studied all his life can overcome a creature as mighty as a dragon. Keithel realizes he is the only one interested in the dragon's heart rather than fame, prestige, or proof of strength. The others acknowledge that each of them has a reason to face the dragon, then turn their attention to the remaining member of the group. Their focus shifts to the red-haired youth, who has been hanging back uncertainly. Nervously, the boy introduces himself as Ian. Bloodedge voices the group's doubt outright, wondering why someone who seems like an ordinary boy is part of such a dangerous party. The priestess decides that since the wandering merchant is under her protection, she has to bring him along even if she still does not truly understand him. The red-haired boy and the silver-haired merchant wait tensely as the group prepares to move. The eye-patched mercenary pushes the hesitation aside and urges everyone onward. Their destination is confirmed to be the mountain where the dragon lives, so the whole party sets out across the barren ground toward the peak. The boy quickly starts struggling to keep up with the pace and altitude. As they climb, the merchant confirms that the dragon should be somewhere on this mountain. Based on the wandering merchant's information, they conclude the dragon's lair should be in a cave near the summit. The merchant takes that in with bright curiosity rather than fear. The mercenary reassures him that a dragon's horde should make the journey worthwhile. That confidence is cut short when something massive suddenly stirs nearby. The group looks up in alarm as an unexpected threat emerges before they can reach the dragon. A giant stone hand crashes down, proving the danger is already on them. A golem rises from the mountain as a guardian against intruders. It immediately identifies them as trespassers and moves to eliminate them. Instead of panicking, the merchant reacts with fascinated recognition at the sight of a golem. The mercenary snaps that this is no curiosity, but a lethal guardian built for exactly this purpose. The merchant calmly entrusts the exhausted boy's safety to the old mage, who accepts without argument. The priestess takes command, saying she will draw the guardian's attention while the mercenary attacks during the opening. She calls on the sun god for divine power. Golden armor, shield, and weapon manifest around her as she becomes the party's front line. The golem lunges first, trying to crush her before the plan can unfold. Its blow slams into the ground with overwhelming force. The priestess meets that attack with a radiant shield instead of retreating. The golem hesitates for a moment, thrown off by her resistance. She holds firm under the impact, buying the others the opening she promised. Seeing the moment arrive, she orders the mercenary to strike. The mercenary launches himself forward without hesitation. He drives in hard, using the priestess's defense as his path to the target. He lands on the golem itself and presses the assault at close range. With brute force and precision, he follows through with a heavy sword swing. The blow explodes across the golem's body, but it still does not go down. The mercenary braces himself, realizing raw damage alone may not be enough. Even after taking the hit, the golem remains active and unnervingly durable. The mercenary asks whether they are supposed to keep battering it until it finally breaks. The mage decides a direct weakness must exist and turns to finding it instead. He begins a cold-based spell to expose the guardian's vulnerable point. Frost-laden magic spreads over the golem's body as the spell takes hold. The magic converges at the center of its chest, revealing a glowing core. With the weak point exposed, the mercenary immediately understands where to finish it. He gives the mage a brief, sincere thanks before moving in. The mage brushes it off, treating the help as routine. Working together, the party concentrates their attack on the exposed core and finally starts breaking the guardian apart. Watching from the sidelines, the merchant is amused to see the group fighting like a classic adventuring party. He judges that they are managing, though not effortlessly, and decides to keep observing instead of ending the fight himself. The boy watches in awe and admits he never knew humans could become this strong. The merchant seizes on that remark with quiet interest. He tells the boy that, to him, the boy looks like the strongest one present. The boy is completely thrown by the claim and can barely respond. The merchant presses the point, saying they can leave immediately if the boy truly believes he is weaker than everyone else. The silver-haired man turns to the red-haired boy with easy confidence, seemingly pleased and unaware that he may have pushed the situation too far. The boy's expression hardens at once, his eyes narrowing as irritation gives way to a colder, more dangerous focus. A dark pressure settles over him as he fixes on the man and silently marks him as the problem, making it clear he is about to respond as a threat rather than an ally.